Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to our first match of Season 8 LAN here at MCS. We're here at the University of River Falls, Wisconsin. In our first matchup here, Flyers in the Jungle in that quarterfinal match. Joined alongside me, Mr. Bubbly Reaper. We've never casted before, but
Together,
true. You have casted, and I loved hearing it. What are you looking forward to in this match?
you know, Flyers, Jungle. Obviously, I'm on Flyers Premier Team.
Yep.
I got that jersey. Gotta represent.
rep the Flyers, yeah.
You know, Flyers Rising Star. I'm really looking forward to see T-Jack and CTN on LAN because I know they've been dominant. The two duos. I think they might be the two best players in Rising Star.
Yep.
Hot take.
Last season, CTN cleared Prospect. He won it last season. T-Jack, we've seen him time and time again on LAN. AK, a rookie to the league, but he's fit in quite well to, make that Flyers team the #1 seed. So on the other side, we got a bunch of rookies, except for Grant, on the Jungle. Very fast players. Incredible run, honestly. They started the season pretty poorly. At one point at the 10th seed, made a good Major 1 bracket run, made it to the finals. Unfortunately, lost to this St. Cloud team, and then made it, of course, through play-ins to get here. So for the Jungle, it'd definitely be an upset, but they've got the talent to do it, and they've got the firepower on their side, as well as the energy, especially from Debu. You'd see him on the cams all the time, yelling into the mic. We love to see that. So yeah, we're waiting on, looks like the Flyers to come in and join as we get into our first best of 7.
Yeah, you were warning me before about Debu with the stage right behind us here. We might hear him up here on the cams. We'll see how loud he actually is. I don't know if he'll be able to back up your claims, but, we'll see. And if we're getting started, do we have to do predictions right away?
I think we do. I mean, St. Cloud looks like T-Jack just joined, but it's difficult. I think if the Jungle can get off to a really hot start, I think they do have momentum to take it. But I just think that experience with T-Jack and CTN on LAN, I've just got to give it to the Flyers. I think I'm giving it to the Flyers in 6 games.
See, I don't even want to get Jungle that many points. We see Jungle, they had that great run. We'll curse it again. 4-0 Flyers, no games to Jungle. But, at the end of the season, I think in points, Flyers had 85, and even second place had like 65.
Yeah,
it wasn't even close. It was a big gap for Flyers #1 up there. So I'm expecting them. They've been warming up for 2 hours now. Hopefully they'll come in hot, warm, ready to go.
And I mean that separation of points. I remember in that Major 1 bracket, they didn't do too well in the groups. So Brainerd, the top 2 seeds, Brainerd and the Flyers played each other. And then of course the Flyers, the winners of that, winning it all. So really giving them that point differential that they've got right now over the Brainerd victory. But I mean, of course, the #1 seed, the favorites, probably here today. But who knows? All of your expectations online get thrown out the window on LAN because everybody plays differently.
Yeah, we'll have to see how it goes. We got everyone in the lobby here, it looks like. So I think we're just waiting on the game to start from production. I think we've talked about all the highlights, all the players we're looking for. Anything else we missed?
I don't think we did. But it'll be exciting. It's our first game on LAN of Season 8. Of course, the loser of this will drop into the lower bracket and play later today. The winner of this goes to the upper final with a chance later today to make it all the way to the grand finals. So with the game win advantage as well, starting off that grand finals, up a game, which is a huge advantage on LAN considering you can just lose and be fine. And it's just tied again.
Yeah.
So unfortunately for me, it didn't work out last season. Final run. But yeah, it should be interesting to see how this pans out, because I think even if we see the Flyers end up going down, I think they're a team that can definitely come back. But on the other side of the bracket, the Brainerd Victory and the Fargo Steelhawks, Fargo this day without cloudy, as he can't make day one. He has not been able to make day one. Some of his lands that he's participated in, which could be a hinder. Their sub, I think, is pretty good. I want to say it was like Straxel. I'm not 100% on that. But all they got to do is survive to the next day, and then they've got their star player in cloudy. And who knows? He hasn't had his chance to perform on LAN really because they haven't made it through day one.
And we'll see with this double elimination bracket, we only have one team eliminated today from each of the Premier, Challenger, Rising Star.
Yeah.
So they just got to be that one team, not that one team.
Exactly.
So they just got to win one of their 2 matches today, and then they'll go through. And you know, I think Flyers and Jungle, both of these teams are capable of winning one of the 2 series today.
Yeah.
So I would hate to be running into either of these teams in lowers, even if they lose. We're expecting a good matchup here.
And it's interesting to look at Brainerd as well. They were a team that I kind of wrote off. I know their energy was there, but it seemed like they were just messing around a bit too much in online play. But they got it. They got enough to get to the 2nd seed, and they're here on LAN. So who knows? They're got some great players on their team. Of course, I mean, we can talk about Fargo again. And speaking of Fargo, Fargo's everywhere. Unfortunately, they don't have their Premier team, but the Fargo Challenger team is playing for Premier and Challenger.
And the Rising Star team's here.
And the Rising Star team's here. So either way, it was going to be a Fargo fest here at LAN in all 3 leagues. And for the Jungle, only this team for them, and I believe as well as Brainerd.
Yep.
So
you got that right. But Flyers, they got 2 teams. You got this Rising Star team.
Got
and
at least
Premier
have 2 with Prussia as the GM, I think.
Oh yeah,
for sure. And
still killing time here. Still talking
We
about
love it.
these
We love it. We
matchups.
love it. We
We're
love it.
waiting.
Yep.
I think we're still got everyone in the lobby, but I still
Yep.
think there's a few
I think
technical
me and
things
Bubbly
over
could do
there.
a 1v1 on
I don't know if they'd want to see that. I don't got my controller ready. I don't play till later. You don't play till later.
We could queue against somebody online, and then you operate. Oh, they're joining.
Oh, they're joining.
joining.
We've killed enough time.
We've killed enough time. Game 1 of the first match on the quarterfinal. It's going to be a best of 7. St. Cloud Flyers going up against the Chicago Jungle.
This match is off to the start. Chicago starting with the possession. Take it away. Chicago Jungle. These aerial touches to the backboard. Put the shot on net. Cleared away easily by Jack. Play some defense on the Chicago side. Cleared away. Puts on the field high. Mystery from AK. Shot made. But CPN gets to clear out. Round 1. Trying to take the round. Not quite to get it. Lots of high flying balls so far.
Take by Jonah. Central to jump from right, but it's going to be saved away by definitely one of the most great defenders in the league as he gets another save on the goal line. Back-to-back saves for Jack. And he's got another touch on his backboard as he tries to keep the Jungle team off of their own backboard and take majority of the pressure in game 1.
Yeah, it really looks like Jungle are sending one player forward, keeping 2 back, able to save any counterattacks away pretty easily, but maybe not able to score some of these opportunities as Jonah going for the bump, not quite able to get it. Now, Chicago Jungle having to play some defense. Again, around the corner, pops it high middle, clears it away safely. Little mistouch, slow coming out of their end. Harmlessly back to the midfield. Now Jonah with possession, going for the air dribble. Dumped away. T-Jack alone in the air, gets that shot. Saved away the corner by Grant. Now the Jungle, not too many things threatening them. St. Cloud Flyers trying to get that shot. No follow-up from T-Jack. Ball back to Chicago. Trying to get it out, but St. Cloud Flyers locking them in so far. Getting them from the Chicago Jungle in their half. Finally, ball out to the sidewall. Again, cut off. T-Jack keeping this in, putting that ball middle. AK choosing not to commit for that. Threatening T-Jack, trying for a crazy shot. Couldn't get the power though. Ball popped mid. Can T-Jack? Great pass down. AK to the backboard. Where's the follow-up shot? Gonna be saved away by Jonah. T-Jack keeping it in off the ceiling in front of the net. That final shot just not coming for Flyers yet though.
We're getting close. Good thing for the Flyers is, or for both these teams, is no teams have scored yet. And that's huge, especially when the momentum is starting to shift your way as a player goes missing. AK, as the B stage is very hyped, as they're, we can hear them from up here. They're having a good time. AK though, popping it over the defender. Jonah does get a touch in the corner. Jack now, shot chance gonna be away. By big down to the backward, nobody's there. AK goes missing. Grant doesn't read the backward touch. That's a lot of players.
Which leads to that final shot not coming through, but you see Chicago Jungle, Jonah's all the way back in his net right now when they're on the offense, and I think that's what's limiting their offense right now. See if they can get a little bit more pressure, take one more risk. I think Chicago might do it.
Grant has a shot chance, but it's going to be blocked by CTN. AK now upfield, 40 seconds left again. No teams have scored yet. And just one double commit moment as Jonah's going to go for the bump on the back of the net. CTN can't get a touch. Debu up on the backward. Shot by Grant into the back of the net with 30 seconds left. The Jungle go up by one in game number one.
You hear him pop it off there. A great pass middle, and finally someone from Jungle there put it away. Great play from the top corner. No one for Flyers to get up there. 30 seconds left. Looks like Chicago might be taking game number one.
Yeah, I mean, Debu trying for a bump attempt on the previous play, goes back again and executes the bump on the goal line. And now 20 seconds left. AK up on the backboard, can't get a touch. CTN drops it down. T-Jack dunk gonna be off. It's gonna be blocked. Now CTN towards the midfield. AK up for this one, but it's not going to go towards net. Debu off of his left side. Well, might be bad for them as T-Jack's shot could be saved by Grant. AK's got to keep this one up. They want to have a chance in this game number one. CTN to the wall as T-Jack can't keep it up, and the Chicago Jungle take game number one.
No, my moral prediction already gone after this first game number one. Chicago Jungle, though, they looked pretty good out there. Had plenty of opportunities for both of these teams. You see Flyers T-Jack leading that offense with 6 shots. But all around, both teams pretty spread out in their shots distribution. We see Chicago Jungle, just that bump play.
Yeah.
They went for 2 or 3 bumps, put some extra pressure on Flyers. Even if they're not sending that third man forward as much as the Flyers were, that physical pressure.
Yep.
Led to that breakdown of the defense.
And it's huge because usually, it's weird, we usually see that by St. Cloud probably more than the Jungle in terms of demos. Someone scored on the B stage. But yeah, a lot of a back and forth game. Jungle started off really hot, and then Flyers had their moment of pressure, but couldn't really get anything done. Then with just 30 seconds left, it was that bump play to give Grant that space to shoot it top left, and that was the difference in game one. I think for the Flyers, you know, I've seen this double committing issues even online, and so I don't think this is nothing new. I just think they're missing that physicality aspect of their game right now. So in game two, I imagine we're going to see a lot more demos and a lot more goals, honestly, for the Flyers, because this Jungle team can be a bit crazy and panicky on defense sometimes. So if the St. Cloud Flyers can get them in that spot, it could be very bad. For them as AK with the flick over the defender. 5 seconds in, St. Cloud scores.
Immediately to start it off, AK, you saw, maybe didn't show up quite as hot in game number one, but right off the kickoff, great control, great flick over the last defender in the 1v1. showing he's here to play too.
And that's huge. It's the first goal they scored. It took them, 5 minutes in game, including the 5 seconds of game number 2. As he's going to look to take another 50 in the corner as it's going to go out. As both jungle players go missing, Jonah does get back to it. And low boost to work with, maybe going to look for a 50. Goes for the flick instead, gets it past one. There might have been an opening there, but nobody was there on the left side.
You see, that's those times when jungle, they got the opportunities, the great pass, but maybe the pass isn't the right play if they're playing so far back. And Flyers, they just have to hold back. They don't have to score anymore. They're up by 1. I'm curious to see if they'll continue to hold this midfield line, play some more defense. This jungle seems to be struggling to get out of their half when they're starting stuck there. But
oh my!
Off the ceiling, Jonah! Off the crossbar! What an incredible play! I was stopped talking because I didn't see that one coming either.
I mean, that response was insane. Jonah takes a 50, lands on the ceiling, gets a touchdown. Grant is going to be the one to put it away to tie the game. Just 1 minute into game 2, and that's a heck of a response.
I thought Rising Star was supposed to be the lowest league. He's coming out reading these balls off the ceiling, off the backboard. We finally see a great pass and somebody on the end of it to connect, and that's what I wanted to see from Jungle this whole time. See if they can continue going forward to find a second goal, but rolling in their half for now. CPN able to cut that off in the corner, middle to AK off the backboard, but cleared away by Debu. Jack there to keep it in. Back pass middle. CTN over one defender. Missed by Grant, but AK follow-up not going to be on target. Now T-Jack, an opportunity. No one up with them. Can he find the shot? CTN finds the bump and the goal.
And I mean, there might have been a chance here for, if CTN doesn't touch this, that they save it. T-Jack gets a touch, but it's CTN with the bump onto Grant, as well as the goal steal. I mean, bump's pretty important, so might as well have the goal and the bump. For St. Cloud. That's big for St. Cloud, though, to have no goals in that first game, but now have another response to the jungle, get them back up within 1.
And that was what you were talking about, too, the physical plays. We saw jungle coming out, and so jungle getting out physicality. Is that a word? Physicality?
Yeah, maybe.
Maybe. But we'll see if jungle can come back once again, maybe a bump play of their own, because physical plays were what they were doing game 1 that seemed to work.
And both of these teams got to go back to it because it's been what's working for them. As CTN over on the left side, just going to kind of give it away to Jonah, who goes for a double off of the right wall. He's going to find it, but that one goes past him. Debu now over to the right side. 50 still on the jungle end, could be dangerous. As another 50 off of that right wall. Jonah has to make a touch. 0 boost, though. T-Jack looking for bumps, but nothing is able to come of it, as CTN now puts even more pressure on this jungle end. St. Cloud just doing a good job of keeping the ball in the jungle's end right now, as it does get cleared out, but it should be possession for jungle here. Debu now take a 50 over to the left side.
Chicago, Jonah's going all the way back for his own corner boost, and it's just allowing Flyers to get out of their end so quickly. They're taking possession better, even getting that demo game up. Demo in the midfield from CTN. Grant with a chance off the backboard, but follow-up shot from Jonah easily saved away from Flyers again, who seem happy to sit in net right now and save some of the shots that they're putting on.
And it's still a bit dangerous here as it's on their own side. Debu with a huge beat, though. Forces T-Jack to get a touch now. CTN there to take it off of him, but just going to float to the backboard where Jonah is waiting. No boost, but he can carry a lot of his momentum forward. Gets a good 50 as T-Jack now doesn't look like he's going to be able to get back to it. Counterattack from Grant. It's going to be intercepted by AK as it goes to the midfield. Now the jungle hunting for that 1 goal to tie it. And they might have an opportunity here. T-Jack can't get the save. Grant puts it away. 2-1, 2-2-2. It's a Terra moment.
That was a great pass from Jonah. You throw it middle, and then instead of rotating back, you rotate into net. You find that demo, tie it back up, get the momentum back at Chicago Jungle. I think they're looking good to take game number 2 right now.
I mean, both these teams, when they use physicality, it's been the difference for them when they've scored. So there hasn't really been any free opportunities thus far, as it gets into kind of that golden goal territory with just over a minute left. It might just be that demo play or bump play that gets them through, depending on if this goes to overtime or not. Debu Lose a 50 in the corner, though. Grant goes missing. Jonah now, free possession. He's going to rush it, but he's able to get back to it. CTN now with the best touch. It's in front of the net. T-Jack and CTN going to double commit on that one as they put down like a play. But it's back to Jonah. Going to bounce down. Now going to be pushed away by CTN. Grant to the backboard. It's free. Is there a shot? Demo comes out. Shot is not on the net, though. 30 seconds left. The Jungle keep the pressure here, and they might have another opportunity. Grant gonna have to take a 50. That St. Cloud defense prevailing strong here in game number 2.
Holding strong, but it was also, you had that shot opportunity, you got the demo, and you just put it wide top right, just not on net. And you gotta find that final shot. You worked so hard for this opportunity, and Flyers still struggling to clear this ball, but no threat coming out from Chicago yet. Now CTN at over 1 in the corner, but 3 seconds left. AK is going to have to get this middle. Going to be cleared away by Debu, and a bump in the midfield means we're going to overtime.
Yep, first overtime we will see at Season 8 LAN here at River Falls, Wisconsin. And off of the bat, it's not a kickoff goal, Bubbly, so we're in for what should be a good overtime. T-Jack now in the corner. Debu going to put it central off the corner. And now T-Jack gets a touch out. AK, let's get a touch. And it's able to feed it back to CTN as the bump attempt comes out, but the Jungle can't stop it. They had numbers, but this one's just going to roll in for the St. Cloud Flyers.
Even if the bump doesn't work, the threat of the bump, forcing Jonah to jump early over that, he can't quite find that touch. I think his teammate expecting him to make that touch, just going to roll down the middle of the field. The series is tied 1-1 in his best of 7.
That Flyers are back in it. All they needed was one game. So that one mistake, they did have the pressure of that bump attempt. Keep it back, so I feel like either gotta play both on that 50. You can't allow that to happen. Big missed opportunity for the Jungle there. They had won that game. Go and story here, but 1-1, and the Flyers are back into this one. As the favorites to win this. They looked much better than game number 1. They had 0 goals in that first game. They put up 3 in this one and win by 1 still, but I really think it's a really good bounce back game for the Flyers considering they got shut out.
Yeah, but the other thing, they had less shots in game 2 than they had in game 1. So a lot of more of those bumps and demos coming through, leading to their shots going in, and maybe not trying to force shots on goal when they have them defended. Maybe that's the key to victory for them. We saw most of the goals coming from game 2 from both teams off bumps and demos, physical play. See if that continues in game 3.
That was what was decided. That overtime bump didn't come through, but it was the threat of it as CTN goes for a bump as well. Shot right side from AK to give St. Cloud the lead once again in game number 3.
That was beautiful. CTN just pops that ball middle, pretends to go for the aerial, but no, he's going for the aerial bump.
Yep.
AK, the first one to react to that. Probably the comms coming through. I'm going for the bump. AK has a free shot. Defender in net has no chance with that.
Love the confidence to even commit yourself to the demo there here on LAN, as this Jungle team has also been able to do that. We've seen air dribble bumps from this Jungle team. Hopefully we're going to see more of that come in, as they've got to find a way to respond here about 40 seconds into game number 3. AK now with the free possession, just going to chip it downfield. Big clear, CTN on the receiving end of it, as this one's going to be kicked out. But it's a good pass to Jonah on the left side. Has a shot opportunity, going to be saved by T-Jack on the goal line. Jonah gets another 50 as it goes to the left side of the wall. T-Jack is going to follow this one up. He's got 60 boost to work with and finds the ground double and gives St. Cloud a 2-goal lead.
You love to see that from T-Jack. 6 shots in game number 1. Thinking he's got to score eventually. In game number 3, this is when he's coming out. Just reading that miss on the backboard from the defender, following it all the way through. The confidence, he said, just to make that read. Gets them the first goal, or second goal.
T-Jack was floating with 67 boost. He had so much boost conserved for that shot, and they didn't have anybody to cover it, as it's a bit awkward on the Flyers' defensive zone, as Debu goes off the ceiling, but side flips. Would rather cover on the wall quickly than try to commit for that one, as he had realized that he would have probably given away possession to the other team. And now Debu going to turn on this one, take a good 50. No late support there from Grant, who jumped a bit early. They do win this 50, though. Could be a shot chance, but Grant goes in the way of Jonah. Don't know if CTN would have been able to block it. Probably would. He was positioned for it, but still, we would have never known how that shot came out as they bumped into each other. It's a huge mistake.
Net.
And after that chance, T-Jack scores for St. Cloud. How many goals does T-Jack have? He's got 2. That's his second. Thought he had a hat trick for a second, but it's a huge goal for St. Cloud to go up by 3 instead of, it would have been a 1-point game if that previous shot had gone in.
And those comms issues, it seems like 2-3 plays in a row. You just have Chicago Jungle bumping each other. Now, I don't know where they're going on this kickoff. You just missed the ball, I think.
It's a delayed kickoff from CTN, gets multiple touches on it, and that's really killer. As they were already down by 3, and another goal comes in for St. Cloud. Pretty much still 3 minutes left. People say, kind of bad to give them this much time left, right? Even, with 4 goals, but I think this is what you do. You want to have a 4-goal lead, and I don't think it's likely to come back to 4
Yeah.
goals. How the Flyers are playing right now.
I don't know if it's ever bad to run up the goals, get a bigger lead, more insurance goals, but with how Flyers have been playing defense, even with these demos coming through on the goal line, they're starting to push their third man forward. We'll see T-Jack on that counter attack, taking advantage. Chicago Jungle pressing a little too hard for that goal now.
It's not even halfway through the game yet in game number 3, and the Flyers are up 5-0. T-Jack hitting his hat trick there. Flyers are a perfect spot to take this game and take the lead in the series. Jungle just looking for a goal here, just looking for a start, as they definitely need to be able to come back from this one. As you've got time, might not be able to win the game, but definitely still try to strategize and find a goal here because they need some sort of momentum. Can't get shut out in game 3 like this, as AK is going to dunk the defender. AK is going to get his second goal, and it's just over halfway through the game. The Flyers keep scoring.
They just look like they're having fun now, and this is what you love to see as a Flyers fan. They got the big lead. They're like, why not just jump for a dunk on their goal line? What could go wrong, right? I got T-Jack behind me.
Yeah.
He'll score anything that I don't score.
Even if they score, it's not that bad. You've got such a big lead that you just try to be annoying and just, I don't know, at this point you go for flips. Got 2 minutes left. Chicago's missing the ball. St. Cloud looking for another goal. As the Debu up in the air, maybe looking for the air dribble bump, gets it, but CTN's going to race back and get the save. St. Cloud defense really performing well, even when, you can tell land matters as Jonah puts it into the back of the net. The minute 50 left, they get their one. And
you finally see that demo coming through. Grant on the pass middle gets that demo, but the difference is it goes to a teammate, his pass middle. It's not just a loose ball, it's not a 50-50. It's a pass out to Grant. Grant ready to shoot that.
And it's a good orchestrated play for the Jungle. We need more of that, though. Hopefully we can see, 1 or 2 more of those opportunities in this game, so that they can kind of get that idea going into the next game. And this game got out of hand once, kickoff goal really set them apart. Dunk on the goal line as well. It was already a 3-goal lead at that point. But really not much you could do for the Jungle here other than play for the next game. And I think they're doing a good job of that. They need to keep going for bumps. Right now in this series, bumps are kind of the main way to go here, physicality. However, in this game, Flyers kind of just winning off kickoffs and dunks and
scoring whenever they
want.
want.
Yeah, so in this game, for the past 2 games, it's kind of been you had to work for your goals. I mean, this one, it's just been pretty free for the Flyers.
Yeah, but, I think that's because the Chicago defense, they go down 1 or 2 goals, and all of a sudden they have that rotation with a deep third man in net, and now that third man's not back there because they're pushing for a goal. And again, 7 goals for the Flyers off of just a long clear, and nobody's back.
Yep. Jack long clear, and that's going to be his 4th goal. 100% shooting for T-Jack.
Adding the stats a little bit.
Yeah, this St. Cloud team sending the Jungle in Game 3 to South America 7-1. They still got 40 seconds left. They might be looking for more as go to the left side as big pinch off the corner from Debu, but taken away by AK. And I'm liking the possessions I'm seeing from Debu, but St. Cloud have been able to shut it down pretty easily here. Even if he gets that bump, they've had people back. As AK not going to be able to get the save, and Jonah able to score the second goal for the jungle.
So that's the other thing I wanted to talk about for jungle. When these passes are finding a teammate, they look so good. This pass from the corner to the middle of the net. The defender in net, he's just got to pre-jump across the net and hope that he shoots it into him. We'll see if that's a spark for Chicago, possibly. If the bumps aren't working, maybe the passes will start coming through for game number 4.
Usually we see a lot of solo plays from the jungle, more so that solo play aspect from all 3 players, and then you have someone go for the bump the demo to help create that space. CTN scoring again. And they have his second, as AK has 2 as well. 6-goal deficit in game number 3. And St. Cloud going to go up 2-1 in the series.
They're up 7-2. Just hit the ball high. Why not fly for it? You know, get some more goals, get some more confidence. Maybe put your opponent down a little
Space
further.
versus Carmine Corp.
Yeah.
In the grand final back at the Winter Major where they blew them out. I don't know if it was game 2 or 3, but huge deficit. Still in the quarterfinal, of course. But St. Cloud looking very strong in that game, and the jungle going to have to regain for this next game. We know they can, as they played the first 2 games very well, but that third game, all out of sorts for them.
I don't know. Do we know if they can? I think the Flyers stepped up their game a little bit.
Yep.
Maybe they had a little too much warm-up, started to cool down a little bit. Came into this series not quite as hot as they should have. But now, game 3, they look like firing on all cylinders. They got the comms on offense and defense, faking for each other. They got the bumps and demos. They got the solo plays. They got some incredible
they got the confidence
shots
as well.
Yeah.
Go
What
for
don't
some,
the Flyers
somewhat
have?
risky play,
How
but
do
it's
you
all
beat
coming
these?
together.
How do you beat these Flyers if you're the jungle? What do you do?
I mean, again, they've got to go back to those demo plays, and we haven't seen a lot of solo play opportunities from the jungle. These players have the mechanics to pull off some crazy solo plays, and they haven't been really taking that space when it's been given to them. And I think they just need to slow down the play a bit more, allow for those demos to come in, and be able to let your teammates cook, as one might say.
Let your teammates cook.
Let your teammates cook, as all 3 players can do it. They just have to have that confidence and composure to slow the play down. I know it's difficult on LAN. You've got the nerves, the pressure's on you.
On the big stage, you got the crowd in the audience.
Yes.
Got your teammates right next to you. They're looking at you like, hey, why'd you miss that ball? What are you doing? Maybe that's hurting their confidence a little bit. When you're such a mechanical team, you're going for these solo plays. I know that LAN environment sometimes can be hindering.
And I mean, St. Cloud have to, or for the jungle at least, St. Cloud have scored first in the last 2 games. And it's been difficult for the jungle to come back, especially in that last game. But even in the game prior, it was the Flyers that started off with that 1-goal lead. So for the jungle, I think they just need that. They just need that 1 goal to get them in the right mindset. And I really think we can see the jungle play well if they do have that lead, if they do have some sort of confidence to go off of, as an 8-2 loss is not the easiest thing to come off of.
Yeah.
So I just think they need to have a hot start to this game, and I think they'll be just fine. But right now the Flyers definitely playing like the better team.
Yeah, and I think what you're saying with that first goal is so important, because I think jungle, once they went down 1, they're pushing so far forward. And then it's just goal after goal after goal for Flyers. And Chicago jungle, maybe once they're a little more safe, they got the lead, they got 2 goals, they could just sit back, let Flyers throw themselves at them, and then you get the full boost in your corners, you get those opportunities to cross the field with your mechanics that we still have yet to see, except for that one amazing play off the ceiling.
Yep, and it was from the jungle. Like, these players have the ability and the control and the mechanics to put away these shots. We're going to have to see more of that in this game number 4. I mean, looking towards the future, the jungle don't win this game. The Flyers win. They're up 3-1. They're on match point. The jungle would have to win 3 straight games to avoid getting sent to that lower bracket where if you lose, you are done. It is such an advantage to be in that upper bracket. And the Flyers, even though they're up by 2-1, it's a huge advantage, especially coming off of just an 8-2 win. It's just 1 win, but it's an 8-2 win. So it might just be a confidence killer, but the jungle can get on the board early. That's where they're really going to thrive, I think, because they've got a lot of energy down there.
Yeah, the jungle have been the one we've heard every time they score. They're yelling up, "Woo, let's go team!" And Flyers sometimes,
they score, and maybe it's one guy going, yes, yes, and that's it. That's all I've heard from them so far. I don't know if that's something you've heard, but I haven't been listening too close for it.
Yeah, we're also hearing the B stage as well. So those guys are also loud, and they're closer. So love to hear the cheers from both teams as
Everybody has left the match, so I'm not quite
We're all
sure
alone in the match.
if they're changing the match lobby, but I'm sure we'll hear from stream soon. I think we've heard everything that Chicago needs to do to come back.
Yeah.
What do you think Flyers need to do to not get too overconfident,
Yeah.
allow Chicago to score some easy goals?
First of all, CTN can't switch his car. CTN likes to switch his car when they go up big, and he still plays really well, to be fair. But I think you need to, they've got the physicality. They've got the defense as well. It's all going well for the Flyers. I don't think you can change anything but to adapt to what the Jungle are going to do in this game, which I don't think if you're the Flyers, you don't change anything. Maybe look out for some more bumps from the Jungle, deny those solo plays. They've been doing a really good job of that, just cutting it off before it could even happen. I think if you play like that, you'll win the series.
Yeah, they've definitely been looking like the better team in these last couple games here, and we'll see if that can continue. But, I also want to see some clips. We're at LAN, we got the environment. I don't know who on St. Cloud can pull that out. We've seen T-Jack score a couple solo goals, but they've been more open nets, long counterattack clears, and that one off the backboard. You think AK's got it in him to score a double tap?
Well, I think anyone on this team has it, but I'd love to see T-Jack get some sort of musty flick. We've seen him do it online before, in the weirdest positions you could imagine. But, anybody. Ultimately, I'd think that the Jungle would be more of a team to go for those type of clips, just to put themselves into that position. I don't think St. Cloud really tries to overcommit themselves into those positions for those big, ceiling opportunities. They'll go for double touches, which is great, but I think they're more so of a more safe, more passive team together so that they don't overcommit and make it risky for them. But I think the Jungle, they could definitely go for some, and they can hit them because we've seen it before.
Yeah, the Flyers, I think it works so well because their comms have been so good.
Yep.
Especially on LAN, the nerves are coming in. I would expect a few more, but after that first game, I really haven't even seen a double commit from Flyers coming out in these last couple games, and I think that's something Jungle could also take advantage of, trying to work with each other a little bit more instead of going for those solo plays, hitting it middle and hoping, but we'll see as Game 4 comes out, hopefully soon.
Yeah. And again, just an update if you forgot. St. Cloud up 2-1 in this quarterfinal match. They were to win this one, they'd go on a match point, put Jungle in a very bad situation. So Jungle looking to bounce back off of a huge loss in the previous Game 3, where it was 8-2. As pull out the match schedule as we turn around. Challenger upper semifinal up next. It's going to be Bemidji and Rochester playing each other. Some old teammates there in Calster and Dicey. Wubik his first time on LAN, which will be exciting. Caesar back on LAN, the two-timer. He's back as well. Mako back on LAN. A lot of friendly faces that have crossed MCS. A lot of veterans. And then later, that Premier Upper Final, we're going to see the Fargo Premier team, but it's a Challenger team, going up against St. Cloud, and it's Prussia in for you guys, for Vogs, alongside yourself, Mr. Bubbly Reaper, and Trash. And Prussia, I thought I was safe from him at LAN if I was in a different league, but I'm not, which is unfortunate, truly. I didn't want to have to play him. I was unlucky enough to play him in the major, but I had to play him again. And now if we match
Back
up
on
again,
LAN.
exactly, we might have to play each other again. And he's been my kryptonite, so not a fun time.
We'll see. We won't have to, the Flyers won't have to play Derecho in Premier unless we both win or both lose our first matchup.
Yeah.
So personally hoping not to run into you guys, but you guys are looking scary. But we're still in the middle of this Rising Star game. We got everyone in the lobby.
Yeah.
We're just waiting for production for the go-ahead to start. And, I think we've talked about this series as much as we can so far.
Exactly.
Got 2-1. We're looking for Flyers to continue. We're looking for Jungles to come back, and we'll see where that goes.
And I mean, I don't mention it enough. This jungle team needs the confidence and the hype from all three players, even if they go down, as we do get into game number 4 here, as the jungle looking to bounce back after a huge loss, and it could just take 1 or 2 goals, and they might be back in it. Who knows?
Coming out to start, jungle looking hot, getting that bump on the goal line, trying to get that pass mid, but the third man, Grant, might have overcommit. It's AK getting that ball middle, save not coming through. T-Jack just flying in for that ball on the ground, able to score an open net and get Flyers up 1 goal in game number 4.
And it's an interesting pass. It's difficult to read if you're Debu on the front post, but a goal is a goal. T-Jack was there for it, ready, and St. Cloud up by 1, which we talked about. We wanted, to see the jungle come off strong, but if they get a response here, they're right back in this game. If we see a repeat of last game, though, to start it off, I mean, it's not going to look good for them. So they've got to find confidence. They've got to have support. Debu trying to lead this offense forward, and they do have support, but it's denied by CTN, who did switch cars. He is in the Nissan Skyline, which I personally love the car, so it's fine. It's not in like the Scarab or anything crazy, but wouldn't be surprised if he whipped it out on LAN, considering he changes cars quite a bit. But on their defensive end now, they don't have possession necessarily. Debu going to slow it down, but it's dangerous. 50 goes high, and that's the last thing you want on defense, is that the ball goes high on your backboard with low boost. But it might be a counterattack. Debu not going to go for the demo there. It's going to bounce off of the backboard. And it's going to go waterfall down. Jonah takes a 50 with 2. Grant shot. Off of the post it goes as T-Jack going to collect this one as Debu gets a touch back, but nobody there just yet. Jonah with a huge dunk, though. It's towards the right side. AK goes missing. Baptist from T-Jack. The demo comes out. Shot. Saved by T-Jack. And it seems like every single time the jungle have a chance, and most of the time, T-Jack is there to make a big save, a huge save.
That was the exact play you want. You get the pass middle to a teammate. You get the demo from your third man. You get a free open shot, and the defender just pre-jumping in net and hoping, and that time he gets that save. But Flyers with a big open net, big miss. I didn't even see who that was, but AK taking advantage, hitting it around the corner and just finding a goal number 2.
Yeah, Debu goes missing off that left side. Just jumps a bit early, I think. Stays grounded there. Don't have to have the best read on the bounce if you stay grounded. You can just save that flip or dodge until the ball actually bounces and you know where it's going. So a big mistake from the jungle, and now they're down by 2, and they have yet to find a goal within 2 minutes of this game 4, and they've been on defense quite a bit. CTN shot, top right and in from the post, and it's a 3-goal lead for the Flyers.
And that's pretty hard to save shot for anybody. CTN sneaking that one in the near post, and you see AK going for bumps in net too. Didn't even give him a chance to jump for that save.
And I mean, with the shot quality that good, I don't even think you needed the bumps, but it's so good that they're there. Just to have that, physicality every single time is so big. As Grant gets a really good touch to the backboard, T-Jack misses the clear, and now Debu might have a free opportunity, gets it to the backboard, shot from Jonah, but he's up from a very long way, very far away, and a long distance, far and far away. As that's an opportunity for St. Cloud. It's awkward. Debu gets a touch, though, so they somewhat get it out of their end as halfway mark passes in game number 4. St. Cloud are up by 3, though, and we haven't seen the jungle score, and it's now back on the jungle's end. AK off of the backboard and is going to drop it down. AK gives the St. Cloud Flyers a 4-goal lead.
And that was a great back pass from CTN, giving AK all the options. Jonah alone in net, can't read that backboard bounce, tries to go for the in and out save, but just too slow. AK getting that shot, putting Flyers up by 4 in this game number 4.
And I mean, they had just such a good start last game as well. It's almost like the same thing is happening in this game, as it's a good pass out from AK to T-Jack. It's a 5-goal lead for the Flyers, and it looks like deja vu from game number 3.
Yeah, but game number 3, Chicago was able to get a goal or 2 to come back, so we hope they can get something back here.
8-2.
Yeah, 8-2. They got 2 back, but they need to get 5 back. There's 2 minutes, it's doable, but I think you just got to start focusing on getting 1.
one. As oh no, look away. Flyers just slaughtering them.
And I mean, it's just such a good bump from T-Jack in the air. I believe it was CTN in the air, bumping Debu off of the ball as he was going for it, and that's just a mental killer right there. As it's a six goal lead now, and it was a 6-goal lead for them at the end of the last game in game number 3, and both back-to-back games go like this. You can't be expected to win the series, but you still might have an opportunity in the next game, right? But it's a 7th goal. St. Cloud cannot stop scoring.
And we saw Jonah. He's gone for 3 or 4 plays solo up in the air, and every single one I think is just hit the backboard harmlessly. Flyers are just sitting there watching, waiting for the free ball, and you see it's leading to a quick counterattack every single time. Now the Flyers, they're playing some defense, but Chicago's still not getting much going. Another possible overcommit, and ball flies over 2 of the jungle. Big pinch out off the backboard. T-Jack the first to read it, but just off the crossbar. Follow-up shot hits high as now T-Jack again fakes it, possibly for CTN, who just hits it into the post. All 3 of Chicago flopping on the goal line. No one able to make a touch, and finally able to get this clear out here.
And it's dangerous. That one almost went in for the jungle, or for the jungle. And CTN now had an open net, could not get it through the defense. But it doesn't matter at this point. Any pressure that you have for St. Cloud, anything that wastes time is what you're looking for. It's kind of difficult to give up a 7-goal lead, Bubbly Reaper. It'd be quite unfortunate to give up a 7-goal lead, especially at LAN. But I think for the jungle, we're looking next game, right? It's basically 3-1 here for the Flyers. The jungle just seems like
what?
Oh boy.
That's okay. It's the stadium audio. Stream audio is still fine, as far as I can tell.
A bit scary.
Chicago, what are they looking for next game?
Yeah.
30 seconds left in
I
this
just see
one.
them jumping early. They know that they have to be aggressive on offense when they get the opportunities. But the jungle, we just see them jumping early, and it's really putting them out of position, overcommitting them as well. It doesn't help that they're getting bumped themselves from St. Cloud.
And the Flyers, even now, they're up by 7. They're still going for these back passes. They look like they're just having fun hitting the ball around. Chicago able to keep this ball up, and a good flick might get the Brazil, but Jonah, again, not able to find his solo play off the backboard. Goes for the double, and see, what is it, Flyers 3-1 now?
Yep.
So we'll see if they can win Game 4, split our predictions with 4-1 winning the series. You see, the shot differential is just insane.
Yeah, insane. It's one shot. 7 shots. I mean, oh, I didn't see the 8. I thought that was a 0. 15 shots from the Flyers. And I mean, you just can't have games like this. We knew that the jungle needed to start off strong in this game, especially after that big loss. They didn't get 1 goal. Even in the previous game where they got blown out, they had 2. But it's just not enough. The Flyers have scored so much. Game 1 they had 0, right? Game 2, I believe they had 3, and then they had 8,
and they've been going up.
And they had 7. So they've got 18 goals in 3 games. It's absurd right
Quick
now
math.
for the Flyers. Yeah, quick math. But for the jungle, I really think it's that first goal. That they need to get, and they need to have some sort of confidence boost, because right now, back-to-back games like this, I don't think you can be really hype right now.
Yeah, so, and maybe something else to try for the jungle. You said they got those solo plays. Maybe go all in on solo plays. Keep 3 players back. Just have 1 go up for a solo play every now and then. Try and go for a 1-0 victory. It's it's an option. You got to try something at this point, because you gave up 15 goals in the last 10 minutes.
I mean, CTN in the Bumblebee now. I respect that card quite a bit, so it's fine. As game number 5 here, or It's a game number.
Yeah,
yes,
game
it is
five.
Game number 5. 3-1. T-Jack double.
We're looking at each other, not looking at the play, and T-Jack is like, come on, you got to look at me. I'm finally making a big play, big double off the backboard. Nobody from Jungle even jumps for that ball. They didn't believe in T-Jack, but T-Jack knew.
You can't disrespect T-Jack like that. We know he's going to hit it almost every time he's given the chance. And it's the start again for St. Cloud. They get the first goal, and it's a high-quality shot as well. It's not like a kickoff goal or anything like that. But the net is being tested by some demos as well as the shot as it went off of the crossbar and out. And it's an unfortunate opportunity as I believe Jonah tried to slow it down, trips off of the post, and it's going to go in for the St. Cloud Flyers, again having a big lead at the start of the game.
And we do have a pause here, not entirely sure what's happening, but you know, that goal, I think it was another miscommunication from Jungle. You see Jonah on the screen, he's about to save that ball, but Debu just drove right underneath it. I think they didn't communicate properly who was taking that ball, saving the ball and killing some time. And you know, another hot start for the Flyers. We'll see if Jungle can come back from this one. You know, we don't want to see another 7-goal game from Flyers. They're looking super hot if they win this one going into the upper finals.
And I mean, it's still doable. 2 goals, not so difficult to come back from, but not the easiest, of course. But you just can't let them get that, you know, 4th, 5th, 6th goal, right?
Yeah.
And not be able to, you know, respond with any of your own. And so there's still plenty of time left. You know, as this one goes in, 4 minutes and 22 seconds. Like, you just have to start with 1. You don't have to necessarily score right away. You've got the entire game to tie it up. Just take it one step at a time, and of course can't let St. Cloud score during that time unless you're going to score more. But yeah, I mean, we've said what Jungle need to do, and they just have to, you know, execute. Can't let these 7-goal games go by them like it's nothing.
And the one game that Jungle won was a 1-0 victory. So I think you got to put yourself through it. You got to score 2 goals, which has already been difficult for you to do throughout this series. And, you know, 4 minutes is plenty of time, but like these last 2 games, 2 goals is all they've gotten in the last 10 minutes. So we'll see if they have enough time to score 2 goals without letting any more in.
And I mean, the 2 goals in the one game they had where they got
8-2.
Destroyed 8-2, right? It kind of matters, kind of doesn't. Game was already over, and I was really looking for them to bounce back in that following game, but it got worse. 7-0.
Yeah.
So not the best situation for them, but they've still got. They don't have any more lives. They have to win the next 3 games, and they're currently down by 2. So not an easy spot to be in at all.
Mm-hmm. And you know, the other thing, you got to keep the mental strong. At LAN, you're right next to each other. You got to help pick yourself up, pick your teammates up. As, you know, if you just, I think they have a chance to come back here. You know, it has not looked good. They've had 1 game where they had 3 goals, and that was it, I think. And so you got to get 3 somehow in this game. But it's all got to start with the mental, with things like these weird double commits where nobody's hitting the ball. Some of these passes from Flyers have just been hitting your post when all 3 players from Jungle could have touched it. And I think it starts with communication. You got to talk about who's hitting the ball, who's taking it, and go from there, as just defending your net is the most important thing right now.
And it seems like they're trying to control the ball. I've seen opportunities for the Jungle where they slow it down. They slow it down in risky situations, almost on their goal line. And the Flyers have just been going. They've just been going, challenging relentlessly. And it's really put them in an awkward spot because usually they like to control the ball, you know, solo play, use those mechanics. But every time they've been in that spot, if it's not challenged immediately, it's challenged in the air. So definitely not a fun situation to be in, as we see that Fargo ended up losing against
Brainerd.
The Brainerd victory.
Yeah, that was on the 0-4 sweep. So Brainerd coming out hot. We had some question marks because that major in the Swiss, they lost out before they made top 8 even. They barely stayed as the 2 seed to auto-qual for this LAN, but they're coming in. They're showing that they deserve to be here, but back into this game maybe. as Stewie pauses it again.
Resuming it.
Oh, we're resuming again. We're going again. We're going back to Chicago, seeing if they can stave off the 4-1 as
I think they're letting a goal
fake
in.
kickoff. They're letting a goal in because
Might have been
potentially good sportsmanship.
Might have
If there was a disconnect or
technical
something,
issue. We don't
was a technical
necessarily know.
issue. We got people on the stage looking at it. We'll figure it out. But maybe a 2-1 game for Chicago Jungle. Maybe a 1-0 game. All part of the script, somebody says. 1-0 game. That's more comeback
big,
ball
though.
for Chicago
Yeah.
Jungle. That's big for them. As now they only need to get one to come back. That's more doable for them, I think, to
Definitely.
continue to play defense. Almost
Might be
immediately
another
off the kickoff. Oh no, I just shouldn't talk.
We thought it was fine. T-Jack gets a touch to the backboard and just nobody there in time to challenge it. And it's still 2-1.
It's still 2-1. Not entirely sure what's happening in this game, but the players all still out there trying to win. We see finally Chicago Jungle winning a good kickoff shot on net, but AK gonna save that one away. Grant able to keep the pressure. Debu into the corner is now Jonah trying to get this around T-Jack. Bump him out of the way from the follow-up, and now AK. It's Jonah, but a big double touch to clear, and now an opportunity for the Flyers again as Chicago sent all the way back to their net from their own double touch. No,
As they
AK.
look to, keep going on offense, AK puts the central. Someone could be there for the challenge, but unfortunately no one was there. Double commit from St. Cloud could open an opportunity here as a shot from Debu is just going to find its way back into the net, and it's a tie game. And Debu and the Jungle getting back within this one, and this is what they needed so desperately. They need to keep the game close, and right now they've got that, and they need to survive this game. There's still 3 minutes, 30 seconds left, but they're on the right track.
And this is the first goal we've seen from the Jungle in the last 12, 13 minutes. So surely that brings some confidence back for them. There's maybe some overconfidence as Grant missing that read off the ceiling and leaving his net open with AK off the bar, but Debu saving it away as Grant now to the corner, cut off by CTN. Scores up to 3-2. Not quite sure what happened there, but we're playing on anyway. As AK around the corner gets that ball middle, but CTN and T-Jack waiting back. Just keeping this ball in Chicago's end. Jonah trying to clear this one mid. No one there, but AK waiting at midfield just finds another goal.
Yep.
The score is 4-2 in this game number 5.
With the additional goal that was given out of the blue to the blue team.
So production has just told us that they keep telling him a different score that the game is supposed to be at. So that is why the goals keep changing. But as far as we know, it is correct right now. And Jungle got 3 minutes to get 2 goals back.
Yeah. Well, 2-goal game. And had this at the beginning of the game, pretty much was what we were dealing with this whole time, actually, as the Jungle were able to score, as there was a chance for CTN. But now later in the game, they're going to have to deal with this 2-goal deficit again. Jonah will get a save, but it's in a dangerous spot. CTN to the backboard. They are able to get a touch. T-Jack now with the best touch, but Grant can't control it, does get the save, and keeps them alive here as Jonah goes forward. He grabs that mid boost, which is huge. 50 goes out to the left side as Debu's up for it. He's going to go missing. As now CTN on the counterattack off of the wall. There's a player pre-jumping. It's AK on the opposite side. They are very confident in connecting with each other, as this might be a counterattack goal, as Grant can't reach it in time as it was initially off the mark. T-Jack passed down. It's towards Debu. Jungle still have a chance here. T-Jack does get a touch out, and CTN going to follow this one up. Gets it past Jonah, grabs the mid boost as well. Tries to get a pinch off of the corner down, maybe towards a teammate. Not able to get a touch there, though, as the Jungle, they've got numbers, but it's just a touch forward right to St. Cloud. And now it's back in St. Cloud's possession.
These counterattacks are getting opportunities. Flyers looking a little overconfident. Debo with the fake, but not able to finish that one off as CTN just gets back in time. But But I was saying, you see the Flyers, they're pre-jumping for these balls. They got the confidence, and it's leaving openings for Jungle to take advantage of. And these counterattacks just aren't fast enough, aren't good enough. They need to pass to each other, need to beat one defender with 3 attackers.
To control that ball.
And they're just not finding a way to, as Flyers continue to just pepper the net, and Chicago can't keep it out.
Yep. They had their fair share of opportunities to at least get 1 goal back. But they just have that first man get just a too powerful touch forward. They just lose possession when they'd have the full field ahead of them. They've had numbers. They just needed to keep that ball close, at least take a 50 for a teammate. That wouldn't happen. They'd give it right to the other team, as this might be an opportunity as 2 players commit. Grant last back does get a touch, as well as another one, but AK is there to defend it. And with 40 seconds left, it's a 3-goal game. St. Cloud have proven with leads that they can stay on offense, as AK is going to try to chip this one towards the net. Only 30 seconds left now. Still a 3-goal game. I don't think it matters that TJack goes missing there, because the St. Cloud Flyers, with a 3-goal lead, could be 4th, but he's just going to put it into open space, waste more time off the clock. Even if, I mean, if he puts it in, it's great. If he doesn't and puts it where he does, it's great. It kills more time, and that's going to be
10 seconds left. There's just not enough time. Maybe looking for 1 cool goal. Debu off the sidewall, going off the ceiling, gets the pass middle to Grant, but, you know, story of Jungle series, they just miss right at the end. We see the Bumblebee celebration. No, we see the Flyers, because our stream is different. And, you know, the stats for this series seem to not matter too much. Jungle, they were struggling real hard by the end of that series, but I think they came out hot for that series. So going into lowers, I think they still are a force to be reckoned with.
Yeah, for sure. And that's where the mentality aspect comes in. Can this team bounce back? Of course, they had 2 unfortunate games back-to-back where it was 15 goals combined from the Flyers to deal with in those 2 games. But definitely a team that we could see make a run through the lower bracket.
And they're playing
mainly
Fargo
that first
right
game,
now.
First game on land, get it out of the way, and then be prepared for the next game, even if it's on, you know, elimination. Definitely going to play better probably than the next match. Okay.
Yeah. So we got the Flyers. They played incredible that match as well. You know, they're coming in as the 1 seed. Sometimes you're like, new environment, just meeting my teammates in person, first time. But they came out a little slow, but they figured it out. Less than halfway through that series, they looked like by far the better team in every aspect of the game.
I mean, they had 0 goals in that first game. Think about that.
Yeah.
And then they had a 3-2 win in that game number 2. Game 3, they win 8-2. Game 4, they win 7-0. And then in that previous game, they win by 3 goals.
5-2, 6-2, something like that.
It was just total dominance from the St. Cloud Flyers, and definitely the favorites in that one, and they proved to us why they were at that number 1 seed. Again, like you said, took a while in that first game, but looked absolutely incredible the rest of the series, and are going to be going to the upper final to play Brainerd, I believe.
Yeah, TJack to me was a big standout player for Flyers. You know, we expect him to be the best on his team. He's drafted first on that team, but he really stepped up and showed why he looked like the best player on that field. He was reading everything. He was making saves that I'm not sure where he was coming from, and
thought it was a goal.
Yeah,
had the demo.
He got the demos.
It was all in front of them, and then he'd make an incredible save. And that's, I mean, that could have flipped the tides of some of these games with those 1-goal victories like St. Cloud had in that game number 2. Who knows if the Jungle are able to win that game? We could see a different story here in this game, and maybe not those, you know, big blowout games that were victories for the St. Cloud Flyers.
Yeah, and I know we talked about right at the start, the physicality for both of those teams seemed to be like what was getting every goal for both teams. I feel like that kind of died off completely in the series, and the Flyers, they still had more options for what to do. With Chicago, they seemed to not know what to do without those bumps, demos. They didn't have any really threatening offense that I could think of, other than a few infield passes that weren't covered by Flyers.
Earlier in the series, we saw Jonah take a 50 off the ceiling, get a touchdown, and, you know, that's one of the only goals that they had. It's a great goal, right? Great play. I just don't think you can rely on everything off the ceiling, right? So, and I think for me, the St. Cloud defense, not only on their goal line, but in the midfield as well, really made it so difficult for the Chicago Jungle to really do anything on offense, because they'd always be there for the challenge. They'd intercept their solo play attempt every single time. They'd want to go in the air. The Jungle players want to go in the air with the ball, but every single time they get met, the Jungle just couldn't get around this St. Cloud team that was, all for supporting each other. They had a constant 50 on the ball every single time, and so.
And even when they didn't, their solo plays were going so high up, so far off target, Flyers didn't even have to worry about it. It seemed like Jungle was taking themselves out of the play a lot of times on offense. Flyers were just waiting for the free ball, free counterattack, and they did so good when they had a numbers advantage, just either 50ing that ball through the corner, finding something, or finding a teammate in field. You saw a couple good back passes and just back pass go for a bump, even later on in that series. So Flyers definitely got it figured out, I think, on the offensive end. But Jungle, they allowing over 20 goals that whole series. What do they got to figure out on the defensive end as they go into Fargo?
I mean, I want to say Fargo's a similar team to almost the Jungle. They're not going to have Cloudy, which is a big part of their offense. Fargo's also coming off of a loss. I don't know. You have to be confident with the physicality. Definitely, mentally take this time to regain. You've got time before the next match. Go grab something to eat, something to reset your mental, get out of the Rocket League head, so that you can have a fresh mindset coming into this next series. And you go from there. I think they can make a run in the lower bracket. I really do. And Fargo, without Cloudy, could be a good start for them.
Yeah. But on the other end of it, Flyers taking that so confidently, and Brainerd took their matchup 4-0-2. That was pretty confident win for them. We were a little worried about them coming into this, but if they're playing good, if they're playing confident, then that upper finals match is going to be so fun to watch. The 1 and 2 seed, like you said, coming in, and if they're both playing their best, this could be the best rising star we've seen all season.
All right. And with that, that'll be the conclusion of our first match. Of course, we see the St. Cloud Flyers taking it 4-1 against
Chicago
Jungle. And it was just complete dominance from them. It's been Wolf and Bubbly Reaper here on the desk for our first match on LAN, and we will take you guys to a break to start getting ready for that Challenger quarterfinal.
wish we stayed the same. I got way too many thoughts in my brain, but I got memories that run through my veins. I'm not one to blame, but I could point out every way that you change. Some things stay up while others go right down the drain. And lately we've been going down in flames. But if I'm honest, I get in my feels when I want you. Say you feel it too, I'll haunt you. Hold on till I'm lost in nirvana. But if I'm honest, I get in my feels when I want you. Say you feel it too, I'll haunt you. Hold on till I'm lost in nirvana. But if I'm my therapist is saying that I should. I don't believe her, but I really wish I could. Instead, I guess I'll stay misunderstood. Oh, 'cause I'm stuck now, just trying to figure a way out. I've tried but can't seem to slow down, and I don't know if I want to. But if I'm honest, I get in my feels when I want you. Say you feel it too, I'll haunt you. Hold on till I'm lost in nirvana. But if I'm honest, I get in my feels when I want you. Say you feel it too, I'll haunt you. Hold on till I'm lost in nirvana. But if I'm
understand how you do this to me. You've been running in circles inside my head. Wasn't looking for love, but baby, I found you instead. Saw you in the red dress. I can't seem to understand how you got all that finesse. Still been running in circles inside my head. Wasn't looking for love, but baby, I found you instead. I've been feeling just a little bit low. Got to get back to the show and we'll fly. Yeah. You don't have to feel like you're on your own. No one should have to dance alone, not tonight. For somebody to make memories in the bank forever in time. There's no reason to be hard to find, 'cause we've already lost our mind. You and me, we're gonna write a little history. You and me, just show me love and then you'll see. That we make, they are never gonna fade for a lifetime.
Thank you, Stu. Hello, everybody. My name is Turney Ernie. This is V15. Welcome to the University Center here at the campus of UW River Falls for the Season 8 championships for the MCS. V15. V. I can't wait for this to get underway.
I am so excited to see how these two challenger teams face off. I've been really excited to see these two teams match up. Two very strong teams.
Historic franchises.
Exactly. You're looking at the stage, you have so many players. You got Caesar, Dicey, Mako, Calster, so many players who have been at LAN season after season and have great success, and now they're facing off against each other.
Both teams have had great success. They've shown it. They've made it to another LAN here. So they are the cream of the crop, but now you have to go head-to-head to see who's going to go move to that upper final and who's going to have to play some extra games in the lower bracket.
And it's going to be a tough challenge because the lower bracket matchup is actually happening right after this. So they're going to have to turn around fast. It's just like the play-ins. If any team that loses
there's no
series,
downtime.
Exactly. They're going to have to jump right into the next series and see what they can do. So this makes it all more important to give them as much time as possible to
and going into another series off a loss is so difficult. You handicap yourself in the way. So both teams, they don't want to end up there. So they're going to pour their hearts out here. We're going to see what happens. I'm going to have a great time. I don't know about the fans here in attendance, but this is going to be a blast.
It's going to be an incredible experience for the fans, the players, the GM seeing their team.
For the viewers watching back at home. We miss you. We wish you were here. But we know the weather's been a bit rough. A lot of snow, a lot of wind. So if you can't make it, we don't blame you. Stay home, stay safe, stay warm. All that stuff. I'm just waiting for the green light from Stu over here.
Yeah, looks like we're discussing through, but just a little bit more backstory. Me being a challenger player, I have some insight on these two matchups, and Bemidji are potentially the hottest team in challenger heading into this LAN. They won the most recent major, just stomping through teams, sweeping the Flyers, beating Mankato Atlas 4-1, who are currently playing the Steelhawks right now off stream, and then winning against Bloomington 4-2. So a team that auto-qualified their way here, didn't have to go into play-ins, and showing that making a roster move, starting off the season 1-4 before picking up Mako and going 8-2 the rest of the year. It's an incredible run.
Mako is one of those players where he can make a difference on any roster he's put on. And for Bemidji, it flipped their season around, changed their fates. And so now we're a few minutes away, I would guess, from this upper semi between the Lumberjacks and the Rhythm. And again, two of the original franchises, we can say here, in what is now the Midwest Championship Series.
Yes.
You're going to have to count me on how many times I say the Minnesota Championship Series. No longer. It's the Midwest.
We're encompassing multiple states. We're based here. We are in Wisconsin right now.
The first LAN in Wisconsin.
Groundbreaking.
Groundbreaking indeed, as we're just waiting on a couple more players.
Big showdown, and we already prefaced the Bemidji franchise, and it's almost an opposite script for this Rochester lineup, because a week ago they didn't even know they would be playing.
Yep.
We unfortunately don't have Duluth Superior's challenger unable to make the event, so we grabbed the next highest seed, the third seed Rochester after the season. But going to play-ins, this Rochester team went 0-2. They lost uppers and they lost lowers against a tough Bloomington team, and they lost in a Game 7 to Mankato in the uppers, which is
heartbreaker.
Very heartbreaker.
Game 7, my two favorite words, other than Game 5. But here at LAN, it's all going to be Game 7s.
It's all Game 7.
If we could go to every Game 7, I'd love it. But I doubt that's going to happen. We have some really hot teams here coming in this weekend.
Yeah, and these two teams have actually faced each other's relatively recently.
Okay.
The second to last week in the season, they faced off on stream at 8:15. It was 3-1 victory for Bemidji. So all signs are, in my opinion, leading to a Bemidji success. But of course, we've talked about the players on that lineup: Rubik, Dicey, all this experience on stage. That is definitely a factor.
The real veteran, Dicey. He's been here for as long as I can remember. And it feels like just about every 6 months he's here at LAN. Whether most of the time he's playing, whether or not he's here as a fan, supporting this great community that's just grown and grown over the past handful of years. Almost 4 years now, I want to say. And it's been a ride, and right now it's just... And Dicey is the Rocket League coach here at UW River Falls. So home field advantage potentially. Ladies and gentlemen, strap in as we're just about ready to get for game 1 between the Rhythm and the Lumberjacks. Rhythm in the orange, Lumberjacks in the blue. Crossbar save from Counselor, going to send it away. Cole, he's going to get demoed for his effort. Mako looking to make a big play early on. It's dumped down. Mako a bit out of cycle here. Centering feet, no one's home. As Counselor will get sent away. Good boost steal. I see really nowhere to go. Counselor with space. Chance to put a shot on far side. Top shelf, no sir. Follow up again. Caesar can't finish through. And early on here, V, it's been all Bemidji peppering the net.
Yeah, Bemidji's doing a great job pressing the offense, putting this Rochester Rhythm side on the back foot. But Rochester is countering it with a few demos, cutting off the passing options. But as we know, Caesar is quite the demoer himself, and he opens up the space for Callister to put the first goal away.
And we see a key demo here from Caesar, taking out Wubik, who just respawned, and it gave Callister just about an open net. 9 times out of 10, that's just a free play goal for him. He's going to bury it. So early goal here for Bemidji, but it's a best of 7, V. We got a long, long way to go. But getting that first goal out of the way always feels good.
Definitely. It's definitely want to set the tone. Both these teams great on offense. Personally, this Rochester team is so suffocating. Their boost grabs, they're able to sustain a lot of offense, whereas I view this Bemidji team as really strong in the counter and syncing up with each other. So 2 attacking play styles, they want to put these goals away early and often because this is their strong point.
Counselor, no boost to work off the ceiling. Mako tries to put a quick one on. Caesar will hold the zone. The offensive pressure will stay consistent for now. Back in the corner, Counselor, he just scored from here a moment ago. Mako crashed in the net, no one home. Oh, Cole, not a lot of boost, wins to 50. Wubik in the corner, he gets met by Kyle. Dicey trying to go back to where the ball just came from. I'd like to see Rochester really spread it out here, because if you're just going to try to wrap it around the corners at this level, it's not going to work.
Exactly. This is a highest level of competition. These are the top 4 teams in the tier, and any plays like that could need to be capitalized upon as that one rolls across the front. Dicey now dribbling it towards Mako. Great interception, but Weepick follows up. Caesar sending it down to Mako. Could get a shot here over the head. Great shot, but Cole there reading it, getting it out front. Moving now off the crossbar, send to the corner. It's a bit of midfield plays, but this is
things have kind of settled down.
Exactly,
settled down a little bit. Kind of feeling out period is what we'll call it. Bemidji did strike first, but Rochester are knocking on the door. Mako just giving a lot of space. Wubik's going to fan on it. Dicey can't connect on the demo. Close here early on. 2 minutes to go. Bemidji still leads by 1, a lot closer than the previous series that we saw. Counselor's in net. Mako on the double, shut down on the goal line. Just showcasing his skills and what he's been able to bring to this team since joining them mid-season.
Yeah, even on low boost, he's able to get a great double tap, keeping the offensive challenge. But here's Wubik, puts it off the front post, can't quite get it up around. Dicey sends the sidewall. Counselor no boost to follow this one. Cole just giving it away to Caesar, using his space wisely. Cole dumps it down, looking for a bump from Dicer on Callister, but he's able to read it. Sealing the boost on the offensive end. Wubik now trying to find Cole out in the middle. Gets a great touch out to him. Trying to take the space. There's just a little bit too much patience from this Rochester side. There are moments where they could look to thread the net, but
they're just one good touch away.
Exactly.
And it's just like trying to find that last puzzle piece when all the other pieces are the same color. So now, 70 seconds to go, still 1 goal, more than doable. Bemidji, you don't want to see him turtle up here. Like to see him look for more. There's a demo downfield. Dicey backboard read. Shot from Cole's going to get shut down. Wubik's going to get the really had to stretch out for it. Mako shot top corner just wide. Diving save from Dicey. Cole's got a chance at this one here. Tries to go low, but Caesar just going to get in the way. Sends it to the corner. Final 40. Wubik, small pop, looking to carry. Walks this one through. It's an open net for Wubik. Ties it up, 37 seconds. What happened?
Oh, that's just a great controlled touch and a great bump, sending the third man away, clearing the path for Wubik. We've seen some bumps coming through from Dicey so far in this game, and it's paying dividends now.
And you can demo and bump as much as you want, but if they're not well timed, it's not going to matter. And Caesar's going to get a freebie off the kickoff. And just as Rochester worked their butts off to tie this game up, they immediately give up one. A goal in 35 seconds, V, more than doable, but it's a pretty tall mountain to climb.
Yeah, and that's just got a sting to have a goal right off a kickoff after some great mechanics from Wubik. They're going to need to get something now, find some offensive opportunities. Wubik flips off the wall here, leaves it for Dicey. Could be a chance to find someone in the middle. Doesn't quite have the boost to follow this one, but
doesn't matter, chance. Two players up, they're both going to fan on it. Kessler's going to get out of the way, still not out of danger. Cole's right there. Can't center it. Kessler's going to get a big clear. Now for the Rhythm, they're looking to go coast to coast. Doesn't look like it's going to happen, and the Lumberjacks will take game one barely.
Barely indeed. It was quite a showdown. It all came down to a kickoff goal from Caesar, but it felt like most of that early game, Lumberjacks were just controlling the Rhythm, but they responded through bumps, through demos, especially through Dicey opening that chance for Wubik. And it's showing that this upper semis is going to be a real barn burner.
And we looked at the shots, 14-7 in favor of Bemidji. So Bemidji, they're doing something right on offense. As we can see, Rochester, they were able to get some shots on as well. But they just they weren't as dangerous. The threats weren't really there. 10 saves for the Rhythm. They're stuck on defense a lot. You can't get that offense going.
Exactly, and the best way to score goals is to have that sustained pressure. Set yourself up to get these chances, and they just didn't have as much as that. It's just been counters. It's been forcing solo plays to generate chances where the Lumberjacks are looking to link up a bit more and probably play the same way they have been to wrap this up.
And so going into game number two, first before that, we'll look at game number one for the Rhythm. The goals they gave up, kind of fluke goals, not big mistakes. So you're still in this. We'll see what happens here for game number two. Off and rolling here at Forbidden Temple. Cole trying to go off the backboard, but at this level, that backboard's going to be defended just about 99 times out of 100. Wubik can't drop it down. Cole far side off the goalpost, gets pitched away. Mako again. Bend will not break his Bemidji. Wubik. 1-on-1, just doesn't get the flick. And this offensive threat for Rochester gonna be stifled for the moment, but they're still trying to pour it on here. 30 seconds in. Centering feet again, no one there. Dicey happy just to hold the zone, keep the pressure. And that's a big clear from Mako, just to allow Bemidji to breathe a little bit and reset.
Yeah, this offensive pressure from Rochester completely flipping the script. And I was praising the offensive prowess of these two teams, but some of that defense was incredible. Callister and Mako in the right place at the right time, clearing out these chances for Rochester. And now they're on offense. It's all 50s in the corner. Callister
all three players right there for Bemidji. Got to be careful in the space out. Mako puts a shot on. That's on target. Caesar almost banked it in. Back to the drawing board. Woob out of nowhere, falling from the heavens. Dicey trying to chase that one off the ceiling, doesn't get the bounce. Open net, Mako gonna have to button hook back, put it back to the corner, does so. Wubik rolling to the other corner. Kouser, that's a solid clear off the ceiling. It's gonna allow Dicey a chance here, can't get the 50 on the Caesar. And right now for Rochester, they're playing downhill.
Exactly. They're just doing a great job with this offensive pressure, but now there could be a counterattack. Caesar over the top. Callister's there to tuck it away, and all of a sudden, all this offensive pressure we've seen from the Rhythm, it comes back to bite them, and it's just one counter, and first goal Bemidji.
how often do we see it where one team pours on all the pressure, they don't score, and then the other team goes the other way and buries. Bemidji once again get the opening goal here in game number 2. Cole given a little bit of space off the ceiling, trying to pitch that one through. Couldn't find it to go. Now Mako with a big clear. We'll see what Bemidji can do on the attack. Mako, bit of a floater, not the strongest touch from Dicey. A Wubik with absolute robbery. Someone call campus safety. But for Rochester, they get away with one. It's still a 1-goal ball game. But from the way I see it, they got to tie it up here.
Exactly. They lost all this momentum that they had earlier on. It's all Lumberjacks now as Caesar takes to the skies. Can't get it past. Dicey's doing a great job on defense. Another big demo. I think they're looking for this counterattack demo, trying to threaten that third man, do a counterattack just as the Lumberjacks were able to do. As we see a shot from Dicey, but Mako staying solid on that back line. Deep rotations to make sure there's nothing going over the top to maintain their lead.
Bemidji's done a solid job keeping Rochester to the perimeter, keeping them along the walls. And V, you know, that's a hard place to shoot from there. It's a long way from the net, so shot's not going to make it on target. Just under 2 minutes to play, and it's just deja vu from game number 1.
Yeah, the same scoreline, but we could see a little bit more Wubik magic. That's what paid off in game 1. But it's not seemed to be the case. Calster with low boost, looking to find an option to the left. That's a dangerous pinch. All of a sudden it's out at net, and I was brought up the Wubik magic, and there it is. This time less of a solo play, more of a great midfield interception. Capitalizes on the low boost from Calster, pinches it right in from Caesar, and tied it up with 90 seconds to play.
And you could see Cal, he was indecisive on how he wanted to play that 50, and just kind of picked a bad spot where it just pinched right back into his own net. I know sometimes you need a lucky bounce to go your way. Rochester gets one here. They're able to tie it up, and they don't give up a kickoff goal, so they're in a better footing than last game, but Dicey goes end-to-end, snipes one. And now Rochester gets their first lead of the series.
Yeah, great power from Dicey there. Again, catching the defense unawares. Last time it was a pinch, was unfortunate, but this one was a clean beat. Caesar unable to catch up to that one.
I mean, you don't really expect a shot from there in the first place.
Exactly.
But when you're here at LAN looking to win a championship, you got to pull out everything you have. Calster looking to regroup in his own corner, flicks past one. Touch, can't get it past Dicey. Mako lurking in the shadows right on the goal line, gets met by 2 rhythm players. Back at midfield, Mako circles. Cal trying to get a touch, puts it over to the side, puts it back on net. Love the play. Caesar trying to get physical. Cal looking to slow it down a little bit. Trying to get Rochester to bite on a fake. But right now, final 40 seconds. And again, things kind of calmed down a little bit here, V. Both teams don't want to make that last mistake.
It does feel like there's a lot of space and a lot of time to play on this ball. It's feeding into the leading team. Seems to step off the gas as soon as someone gets a lead, but we need to see all the Lumberjacks coming through here. Calster sent it towards the back post. Side flip from Cole. Could be a chance to get this centered. Dicey takes it around Caesar. Mako now off the corner. Low boost. Can't quite get up to challenge Wubik. 10 seconds left, but sustained offensive pressure from this Bemidji Lumberjack side. And this one pops out dangerously in the middle, but no one's following it. Waiting for Dicey's touch to the left. Mako pitches this one out. Can Calster get ahead of this? He cannot beat out Wubik. Caesar hits it in the wrong direction, and this looks like it's going to stay up.
Potentially, you know, we've seen crazy things happen here in MCS. And nothing crazy today so far. Rhythm will take game number 2, and we'll tie the series 1 apiece. And after kind of a fluky game 1 for Rochester, they bounce back big here.
Yeah, great response immediately in that game. The first minute was all Rochester dominating the offensive, taking some great shots, and in response, great saves from the Lumberjacks. And then all of that offense pressure just led to a goal in their own net. But they responded well. They got some great challenges in the midfield and off the sidewall, and really turned this one around to even up the series.
And so now everyone's going to hate me for saying it. We have a best of 5. So at this point, it's still dead even. Rochester looked solid one game, Bemidji looked solid the other. Neither team played bad in the games they lost. But at some point, some team's going to have to take over and prove they're the better team.
Yeah, we saw this in the previous series with the Chicago Jungle and the St. Cloud Flyers going to 1-1, and it resulted in the Flyers destroying the next 3 games. So the game 3 can really set the tone for how the rest of the series goes, and even in a best of 5, you want to get the quickest start.
I like that phrase, set the tone. Someone has to step up and take over. Mako, Kalster, Caesar, Dicey, Cole, Wubik. One of them needs to put in 110% effort here. This game, Dicey looking to score right off the bat. Cole pops it up, looking to drop it back down, but that Caesar defense gonna shut it down. And here, game 3, classic DFH.
What's better than DFH?
For your standard, no real theme Rocket League map, this is it. Kalster looking for Mako. Mako sets a bit of a pick. Dangerous touch from Cole. Things try to slow down. Dicey tries to win a 50, can't get there. Caesar getting a bit hungry. Mako puts a rising shot on just off the crossbar. If he can dial in his shots just a little bit more, Bemidji's going to start scoring left, right, and center.
Yeah, in Challenger, Bemidji is one of the greatest passing teams. Their link-up plays and counter and offense is great. And so if they can dial in those shots, as you referenced, they can really be dangerous. And Rochester will have to watch out. But as of right now, we see another great pass. Mako looking to set up Kalster. Again, off the backboard. No one's there to challenge it. Cole there, last man of defense, gets it out. But again, this ball is just freely bouncing off the backboard. It's all Lumberjacks pressure, and given their offensive passing into midfield and off backboard, there's a lot of chances here, and this the same pressure pays off for the Lumberjacks.
And everywhere Rochester went to go to try to clear it, they were met by a Lumberjack. And the ball was just thrown back on net, and the defense eventually crumbled. For the 3rd game in a row now, Bemidji score first, draw first blood. And they're going to get another right off the bat. Mako, bit of a slow rising shot here. Dicey a bit in no man's land. Mako puts it right on top of Dicey. A bit hard to save there. I think if Mako went far post, Dicey had a better chance at it. But it's just, again, Mako, another veteran player in this league, making great plays.
And Mako does a great job using his space there. Doesn't snatch at the shot just to get anything on target.
Patient.
He waits for it to bounce, gets the power that he needs to hit it past Dicey. And that's what they need. The kickoffs are working wonders for this Lumberjacks team. It's been all around for these goal opportunities, and it's been a bit tough going for the Rhythm as Kalster's looking to send us off the front post, finds Caesar.
Oh no! Everyone look away! Look away! Oh no! Absolute disaster on defense for Rochester. Dicey, he feels backflips, and it lands right on his nose and into the back of his net. Oh man! And that is not how you want to start game number 3. You're now down 3-0. Great centering feed from Caesar, just no one there. Mako on the far side, backboard. Where's Cal? There he is. Decides to put it back in the corner, wasn't ready to put a shot on. Been there, done that as a champion player.
I've been there with you. It seems every hit off the backboard is not being responded to by the Rhythm. So many free balls are just bouncing out, and it's really destroying this Rhythm team. These chances that they're creating, and I think if they start to unable to counter this, they're even looking for the infield passes as well. It's just any sort of pass that the Lumberjacks want, it's paying off, and then the next one to touch this, and the Rhythm are just trapped in their own net.
And at this level, you have to defend the backboard. You can't allow a team to have free reign because they're just going to continue to pepper the backboard. You're going to get out of sync, and then you're going to get scored on. And right now, it's the midfield pressure from Bemidji that's really helping them out, not allowing Rochester to get any balls downfield to put shots on. And at some point, you just kind of lock into a defensive mindset. And then now there's 2 minutes left, and you got to score 3, and you're kind of like, okay, how do we even get this started?
Yeah, they just need to get the ball in the offensive half. I can't remember the last time this ball has left the Rochester defensive area. They're doing a great job of turning in at midfield, locking this in. This could be a chance here for Wubik. He takes to the skies, unable to get it, and that's 2 jumpers. Is this an open net? And then when they finally get in the offensive area, they don't have the boost to sustain, and Mako makes it 4.
And Mako's going to seal away, we'll say, game number 3 here. And for Rochester, no, they got possession. They're like, okay, we're going to go all out here, see if we can get one, and it immediately gets shut down. So 4-1. Broke the script there. 4-0 as I get potentially a little bit ahead of myself here. Bemidji in full control of game number 3. Maybe for Rochester, you look to try to go to the drawing board. Dicey too much on it. Caesar shuts down Cole. And maybe I think if you're Rochester, you look ahead to game 4. Be like, okay, game 3 got a little bit away from us here. Let's focus on this next game. And you got to score first, I think, if you're Rochester going into game 4.
Yeah, that's got to be the tone that they want to go for. We talked about setting the tone. This is the tone that Bemidji wanted to do. Wube can get something momentum heading into the next game. Gets the flip, doesn't have the boost to control it. It's been a bit tough going. Not many opportunities for this Rhythm side, and they need to just figure out their offense because being trapped on defense against such a dangerous team like Callister is just trying to do it all himself. It's going to be tough goings to play a defensive style against these guys.
Dicey looking to pass to himself, runs into a Lumberjack. Throws his timing off. Worm burner from Wubik, just pushed wide by Mako. That might have been on target. Final 30 seconds, and really, at this point, 4 goals in 30 seconds despite a monumental collapse. Bemidji has this one set.
Yeah, it's all but over for this Rochester side, but they do need to carry something going because what do you do in between games? How do you sort this out? Because this has been, we've seen even games so far, and this is just a slaughtering from the
Callister
Lumberjacks.
gets 1 to go, and really, this has been the first game of the series that one team has looked really shaky. And I don't know if it's a bit of the nerves are setting in or really what. I'm not down on stage. But we asked the question, we asked one of these teams to step up. And I think Bemidji has done that here, scoring 5 here in game number 3, shutting out their opponent. And now they're halfway to that upper final.
Yeah, halfway there, and I'm interested to see what these shot totals come out to. It's a lot more even than I expected. It's coming out to 13-7, so still doubled up by the Lumberjacks. I was expecting something like a 13-3 because I cannot remember 7 shots coming.
That is a bit of a shock. You know, it might have been early on, those first 45 seconds in game number, or in the first minute here, the Rhythm were able to pour it on. They weren't able to hit Pater, and for the Lumberjacks, it just kind of went through the motions, broke down the Rhythm. Again, the backboard defense, not there for Rochester, has hurt them here in game number 3. So going into game number 4 now, that's the one thing that I think they really need to work on and go from there. You got to go from defense to offense here. You got to walk before you can run.
Yeah, we need to see more of those big booming clears because even if they're able to get a touch off that backboard, it's just coming right out to the middle. It's coming right out to midfield, and Callister or Caesar or Mako is able to intercept and just right back in the cycle, as you say. It's just offensive rotation, keeping it simple for them, and if you keep pressing the net, it's bound to go in.
And we are set for game number 4 here at Utopia Coliseum. Bemidji looking to move to match point to win this game here. Dicey, a bit of a card change. I couldn't even tell you what card that is.
I can't tell you either.
I want to say it's the Mantis, but it's not. It's the Sentinel.
Sentinel.
And what I need to see from Rochester is they need to score first.
Yeah, they need to get something on the board. And
You can't win a series if you start every game down 1-0.
And they're just starting off the series by having more balls going off their own backboard and Lumberjacks pressuring again. Every 50, their follow-up is so strong and suffocating. If this ball is bounced out into the middle, Wubik could take control here. This could be a chance that they need, but they can't overcommit like they saw previously. Great Musty off the double tap.
Oh my God, Wubik! Filthy! The Musty double? Are you kidding me? It's only day 1, my guy.
That is insane. That could be clip of the day in Series 2. We got a long way to go, but that is incredible moving, and that's the spark that we needed to see.
That is a huge spark. We asked someone to step up in the last game. Wubik's finally heard my call. And Cole puts another one on. Rochester finally starting to cook with gas here.
Yeah, it's off the back of Wubik. Another great take off the sidewall. Gets the 50 this time and sets up Cole. Sends it near post and puts it away. Incredibly done to give his chances and get these chances. And all of a sudden, Lumberjacks on the back foot. This is exactly what they needed in this game 4. And Wubik's doing, again, a great job. Demo on the midfield. Maybe it's the sentinel difference for Dicey that they needed as Cole sends it off the right wall. Caesar looking for someone out into the middle. And Calcer is there from behind. Mako and Cole contesting. Cole with a great beat
Another
there.
one going to go in. And now all the bounces going Rochester's way. They were shut out last game, and now they're really starting to pour it on. And for me, I'm dumbfounded. This is not how I expected this game to start.
Yeah, we see like an even matchup after game 2, expecting another close series, and it goes 5-0 for the Lumberjacks. And now all of a sudden it's completely flipped to a 3-0 lead for the Rhythm. They must have figured something out. They're getting beats clean over this Lumberjack team. And a great bump there from Cole. No one's able to follow this one up. Just great offensive looks. Another demo, some strong demos from this Rochester side and opening up the space that they need.
And still give credit to Bemidji. It's not like they've played bad this opening minute and a half. Rochester has just made incredible plays. And at this level of Rocket League, sometimes you're going to give up just incredible play goals. And there's nothing you can really do about it. Shots like that, though, have to go in. Oh, what?
My. How does Cole get back to that one?
I'd love to see a replay from that, because I don't know how in the world Cole made that save. I bet you he doesn't know either. He was just going through the motions, I think, at that point, just dove at it. Calster looking to slow it down. He gets bumped. It's an open net the other way, just wide. But now, again, all the chances on the side of Rochester. Bemidji struggling. That's a great pass. Oh, man, Caesar cooks one. And that's what you want to see if you're a Lumberjack fan.
That is the bread and butter. We've seen hints of this series, but this is the first time we've seen it come together to perfection. A great pass there from Mako, setting up Caesar, and the finishing of all three of these teams is consistent and great, and that's the right way to get it started. Finding these link-up plays, that's what they need to get back into this match.
Cole, he's got some space. I think it was Wubik trying to go for a mid-air demo to kind of give him an open net. Wubik back to Cole, doesn't get what he wants. It was a pass play, never mind. Calster looking to clear, can't get there. Just on net, Caesar able to save it away. And Rochester, again, where was this in the last game? And then where's the defense from Bemidji? They were so stout these first 3 games, and now they've let 4 in like it's nothing.
Yeah, all these 50s that we saw previously, they're just clean beats. Cole is just dicing up this Lumberjack side, getting a clean beat on that earlier aerial, and that one a shot that's just bouncing into a dangerous spot. He gets another beat over Mako off the ceiling, trying to level up on Wubik. He can't quite pull it off, but Wubik will do it himself.
Okay, who shoots from there? It's the wall. You're supposed to just jump off it and hit the ball towards the net, not in the net, Wubik. I'm just dumbfounded. 5-1 for Rochester? This is not what I expected.
You get some great odds and some MCS gambling rings if you expected this to come out, but it's not over yet.
Mako gonna get one back. 3 goals in just under 2 minutes is doable, but for Bemidji, they need to get back in the driver's seat and take control.
And this is something that we've seen. This is definitely not over by a long shot. I mean, I don't know if anyone was watching the play-ins for Rising Star, but we saw 3 goals in Game 7 in about 50 seconds. And
I would have lost my mind.
It was an insane turnaround, and eventually winning that Game 7. So they need to close this one out, and that's the best way to do that with
And
this.
right now, I'm thinking the Sentinel is the meta car, because Dicey has just hit another level. 6-2. So just to kind of recap, games 1 and 2 are pretty even, each team splitting. Game 3 was dominant for Bemidji, and Game 4 is dominant for Rochester. Each team has won a game in very different fashions.
Yeah, this is what I've been waiting to see from Rochester. This is the third seed coming to the tournament, and I was personally doubting how strong they would be given their recent performances, but they come out in this Game 4 incredibly offensively strong, and Mako getting this one away. Again, there's still a lot of time here. A minute 12, 3 goals to come back, and great
keeping them
capitalization.
honest, and Cole and Dicey just kind of double commit on the backboard there. Really just kind of in a rough spot, and Dicey's like, okay, I gotta not be here and spread out a little bit. And by that point, Mako's putting a laser on net. Granted, for Rochester, you have a 3-goal cushion. That's pretty comfortable. Cole almost did the same thing again, but just off the ceiling. Minute to go, Cal puts another one on. Right on net was Mako. Cole again looking to slow it down, but Caesar too smart for it. Dicey happy to put it in the corner, bit of a kind of a safety pocket, as you could say. Wubik, he's got space. Does he have another trick up his sleeve? He almost got that one to go.
Yeah, the Wubik magic is coming through this series. He kicked it off and trying to wrap it up. Caesar, though, looking for a pass off the backboard. Great backboard defense from Dicey. That's what I've been looking for so far, and able to clear this one out. Cole just wasting time. 20 seconds left. Again, beating Mako so clean. Palso last one back, trying to find pass off the side, intercepted off the corner. This is all just leading towards an evening of the series, and we've been talking about how it's going from best of 7 to best of 5. Now it's all of a sudden it's going down to a best of 3 here.
You know, I was going to say, you took the words right out of my mouth. Rochester take a dominant game number 4, and we'll go to game number 5. And this series is a lot closer than how I thought at the start of game 4.
Yeah, what I would have expected, weird prefaces, this is just match point for Bemidji, and it's completely changed. Rochester evens it up. Great performance. Shot totals 13 to 11. So there is some success from this Lumberjacks team. They are showing what they need to do, and just the conversion rate, the success from the rhythm. Really,
and then again, can we talk about that goal from Rubik? Oh my goodness, that was gorgeous. And it was the spark they needed. You said it yourself. That one goal lit a fire beneath them, and then they just played red hot.
They got off to that early start, those 3 quick goals, and that's all they needed to close this one out. They were able to continue scoring goals and press their offense, and
it just kind of snowballed.
Just kept going. It forced the Lumberjacks to play a different way and push on up on offense, and I think that came to bite their defense.
It threw them off,
goals.
you know.
Yeah.
They scored first in each of the first 3 games, so they're like, okay, we're just going to score first, and then we're going to go from there. This time they had to play the back foot and play chase, and it didn't really work out in the favor. Now we're going to my favorite map in the game, Deadeye Canyon Oasis, and it doesn't get better than this. If we could play every game on this map, I'd be happy.
I think Kelsey would be the same because he's starting off early, 6 seconds in. Great pass from Caesar. Look at the power on that one, and putting Dicey in a tough situation, and Kelsey capitalizes.
And Dicey just tried to finesse it too much and just couldn't finesse it enough. I saw what he was trying to do. Would have been a great play, but Kelsey had that thing read. Buried it early. Bemidji looking to get back on the right foot. That's a good demo. Mako shot on, but well wide. And I think if you're the Lumberjacks, you can breathe a little bit here, be like, okay, we're back in control. We're back where we want to be. Now we just settle in.
Yeah, and the last game was actually the first game that we saw the Rhythm take a lead at the first initial goal. So they're back in their comfort zone, and you can see that. A great beat from Callister, setting up Caesar, and it's wide open.
And an open net for Caesar. What happened? Wubik, oh, he just gets bodied, and no one's back. Caesar's like, I will be taking this. And Bemidji back in comfortable position here and up 2-0. Rochester, after a dominant game 4, off to a bit of a slow start. 45 seconds in. Caesar a little bit awkward. He's backwards. Still gets a good 50. Kelsey chasing this one. Pinches it back. Made it awkward for Mako. That's a circle away. We see a lot of solo plays from Rochester. I'd like to see them look for their teammates a bit more, get more movement on the ball, because right now everything's pretty telegraphed.
Yeah, I agree with that point. The passing that we've seen from the Lumberjacks setting up each other is really giving them a lot of scoring chances. We see some great passing here. Callister trying to drop it down, but Caesar's not there. But it has been a lot of the rhythm having to do with solo play, some strong mechanics, and then a follow-up by a rhythm player. Less so of an intentional pass, which obviously worked wonders in Game 4, but if you can figure that out, if you get the rotations done by this Bemidji side, you can shut that down, and this could be a shot.
Oh, it's a great shot off the post. Dicey's shot, not going to get there. And a lot for what I'm noticing here is, like we saw earlier in the series, Rochester stuck to the perimeter, stuck to the walls, can't get anything inside the hash marks. And Bemidji more than happy to keep them there. They're comfortable. So I'd like to see some more infield passes just like that. Well, a little too far forward for that one, and then a big clear the other way for Bemidji.
Ooh, Caesar's trying to cook something up.
Oh, man! Hello, Caesar. How's it going? Feel like we haven't said his name a whole lot this series. What's a statement on that double tap?
Ooh, Caesar V2 showing what he's all about.
Version 2, he's better than version 1. He must have improved.
There's nothing better than version 15 myself. But we're seeing what he can do, and we have been praising Mako and Callister a lot, but Caesar is an important cog in this system.
Yes.
He's putting away the shots that he needs to. He's getting these demos. We saw in that Game 1, he opened up the opportunity and got that first Game 1 victory on his back. And all parts of these teams are really showing what they can do, and Wubik's no different.
Callister just going to throw one on net from midfield. Again, midfield control fully grasped by Bemidji. High off the crossbar. Again, Mako, he just needs to fine-tune those shots a little bit more, as he's just been peppering the crossbar, it feels like all series. But for Bemidji as a whole, they haven't done anything too wild and crazy. It's been pretty simple Rocket League from their end. Score first and then kind of locked down on defense, really just kind of on the midfield. They're not necessarily looking to score goals, they're just throwing it on net and letting Rochester kind of shoot themselves in their own foot.
Yeah, they're using their space wisely, and they had that early 2-goal lead, and you can tell the pace of play just dropped. And they consistently have a deep rotator, making sure they don't get caught on any weird pinch or beat. And it's proceeding to offensive pressure, and they're able to keep the ball away from their net and maintain this lead. And Rochester's just heading back towards their own net, which they do not need when they need to put 3 away.
The best way I can describe it is Rochester wants to play at the speed of light. And for Bemidji, they just kind of want to be on a Sunday stroll. And Rochester, they're struggling to play at a slower pace.
If they get the space, they're able to do what they need to. We've seen the solo plays by far. We've seen Cole and Wubik set up chances, and that's where they've been finding success. But this quick interaction in the midfield, these quick beats, is favoring Bemidji. Their speed to channel these balls and off the backboards, it's just giving them so many chances, and it's proving dividends in this Game 5.
Yeah, right now for Rochester, team plays aren't going. You can't win off of team plays right now. You can get a couple of crazy bounces to go your way, but to win a best of 7, it has to be a team effort. So right now, Bemidji looking to lock in and go to match point here, going into game number 6. Because 3 goals in 10 seconds, I'm sorry, V, it is not happening.
I don't think it's going to happen this time. Maybe in some random rank 3s lobby it'll happen,
yes,
but not right here. And heading up into Game 6, honestly, I can't predict anything that's going to happen in Game 6, because any prediction I have for each match,
no, because each game has been so different. One win for a team's been kind of mediocre, a 1-goal game. The next one's been a 4-goal domination. And we look at the shots.
Wow.
I want to say 14-3. That's really all you need to see.
Yeah, that's the first time, I think, this series where we've seen a massive discrepancy in shots. We've seen doubling up, but this is tripling on shots, and this time it seems deserved. It seems the pressure was all there. I can see, wow, they only got 3 shots on target, and if you only have 3 shots, the best you can do is tie.
And even one of those shots was saved, and so the other 2 probably weren't very threatening. So for the Rhythm, their backs are against the wall here. And my word of advice to them is take it 1 game at a time. You can, yeah, you're down by 2, and you're going to have to go to Game 7. But you can't go to Game 7 if you don't win Game 6.
Exactly. You don't want to look ahead too far. Just get what's done in front of you. Don't worry about, oh, if we win this, we have to win the next. It's going to be a lot of pressure. Game 7 lands.
Take it a minute at a time. And we'll go to Neo Tokyo for game number 6. Kickoff in favor of Bemidji here. Cole. It's a 50 past the 1. Make a forced play to the side. Gonna try to chase after that one. Wanted it off the ceiling. Didn't get it. We'll see if Bemidji can score first here again.
Yeah, we've seen the importance of scoring first for this Rhythm side. That was their 1 game where they really had all the pressure, and I think they really need to get this goal here. We were trying to set up Cole, but not quite able to connect. And I do hope they play this attacking offensive style, because the more offensive the game is, I think the more it favors the Rhythm side. We've seen the success of how defensively strong Bemidji has been in the previous game when they can lock down the game, but Uvik is back to his usual antics, trying to bring that energy and get them back into an early start.
And a lot what I'm noticing here from the Rhythm early on here, just not even a minute in, is that third man's rotating a lot deeper back. Trying to cover up those long goals that Bemidji has burned Rochester on a couple of times throughout this series. And right now, Rochester, they can't afford to give anything up right now. I will say the longer they keep Bemidji off the board, the better their chances are.
Definitely. I think they don't play that well when it comes from coming behind. We've seen when they're under pressure, they commit too many numbers forward. So they need everything they do to just play their game, play evenly, not rush into any chances, but that's definitely hard to do and keep a rotation when so many demos are coming out from Bemidji.
As we see right there, Wubik had the button hook back as Dicey and Wubik were fighting for the same piece of real estate. Bounce shot, Counselor's there, nothing too threatening. Wubik, that's a big clear downfield. I was expecting Cole to be right there. Centering attempt, high. That's a little bit too close to the backboard for my liking. As we're approaching halftime here, V, and we are scoreless.
Yeah, this is a shocking experience. I'm not used to seeing something
No one
like this.
wants to make that first mistake. Bounce shot is savable, in fact. Dicey was there, able to prove that theory. But no one wants to make that first mistake.
Exactly. That's what it's felt like this whole game. No one wants to commit too far. Everyone's rotating deep. No one's trying to keep too much pressure because they know how hard it is to come back from behind. But Kalster's trying to switch the tides there. Cleared out by Cole. Now Wubik, a ton of space here. Good clearance.
Trades with Mako. Short 2v2. Dicey happy just to hold the end. Stay in the attacking third. Wubik really has to stretch that one. Great pass. Cole may have cut off Dicey there. As Dicey was in the high slot to put a shot on, Cole kind of sliced across. We see a couple of small touches looking for Cole. Beats his man. But Caesar, a veteran player, going to get a phenomenal clear. Wubik goes backward off the corner. Bit scary.
Ball's going in dangerous locations, but it's not tucked away yet. We're seeing more chances of offense. Wubik trying to draw this down with Cole. Caesar needs to turn around, faces it, doesn't go for the boost. Great job cutting off the play. Good communications of where the positioning of the Rhythm are. This one dropped down for
That's
Cole.
a great chance. Oh man, Cole point blank Halster right there. And for both teams, there's a lot on the line. Rochester, they lose this game, it's over. Bemidji, they lose this, they have to go to game 7 knowing they could have closed it out the game prior.
We ran the stats previously. It seems like the teams that won that game 5 are vastly more successful in finishing off the series in these best of 7s. And it's working against this Rochester side. moving into this position.
But they're not out of the woods. I said early in this game, if they can keep Bemidji off the scoreboard for longer, they're going to be in a better place. And right now we're 45 seconds left and we're scoreless. So Rochester, they're still in this, but they have to play near perfect Rocket League.
Yeah.
And at this level, to do it for potentially an infinite amount of time is difficult to do.
Yeah, Lumberjacks, it feels like they're just an avalanche. If they get one in, they're going to get two, they're going to get three. So this is a great position for the Rhythm to be in, where the next goal wins. But that also favors the Lumberjacks in that we only need one goal to make it to the upper finals. And this could be a chance here as Calcer tries to find
Still in a dangerous spot, no follow-up. Wubik going to do a bit of a stylish backflip, no harm, no foul. Cole, round one. Looking to wrap this around the corner through Calcer, but no shooter there. And we will have overtime here at UW River Falls here in game number 6. Really do or die for Rochester. Bemidji looking to avoid game 7. They want to end it here and now. And in my experience, V, in overtime, they're either done in 30 seconds or it's going to be about 10 minutes.
Yeah, and I'm favoring the latter.
There's no in between.
We've seen so far this whole game, it's felt like it's been all just patient play, not too much risks, as we see Cole is saving his team there.
Mako up high. He gets 50 from Wubik with no boost to get up that high. Impressive. Dicey just dots one on. Good bounce from Cole, unable to follow it. Potential pass here. Dicey looking to carry, looking to dunk. Can't put it through Mako. Brick wall on the goal line. Cole looking to take a crack at it.
That felt like a carbon copy of Wubik's goal earlier in this series. Just taking off from the right wall.
That was a great demo, and the Dicey's there to bury. We're going to game 7.
Oh, just great.
Just a key demo. Not only does Wubik get the demo on the Cal, he gets a touch on it off the corner and just picture perfect pass right in Dicey's wheelhouse. And we're going to game 7. I'm a happy caster.
It was better than game 7. First game 7 on LAN. Started up early, started up often. I want to see as many game 7s as possible, much to Stewie's chagrin, but it's all for the spectator. And that's about this. I mean, 2 teams in the upper semis. Really even matchup. Both teams deserve to be taking this the whole way.
And each team, they've won a game that's been like a 1-goal game. They've had a blowout win. And then you go to game 7 where it's a literal coin flip.
Yeah, it can go either way. It's hard to predict, and I wonder if this will be a similar style that the Rhythm will adopt. Because it seems like the Rhythm have been they played defensively really strong there.
The Rhythm haven't been as consistent as what else. We saw that game 4 where it was just offense to no tomorrow. And there's been other games where they've just been stuck on defense. Granted, it's been good defense. And then they have games where it's just not great defense. But I feel like for the Lumberjacks, they've had a really solid baseline, and they've stuck to that. So going into game 7, River Falls, let me hear you as these 2 teams battle it out for the upper finals. And early on, Dicey, here's your call. And Rochester very early on, and the floodgates are already open 2 seconds in.
Oh, this is exactly what Rochester wanted, and Dicey, the LAN veteran, hears the crowd and knows what he needs to do, tucks away an early goal, and sets his rhythm up fine.
And for Bemidji, who've been in control for the majority of this series, start off on the back foot. Not where they wanted to be, for sure. But now they got to battle back.
We've seen them battle back previously, but it's going to be a tough one in this game 7.
Oh, that's a weird hop off the wall. No one's there. Wubik just has to stay in front of it. Pitch just wide. Mako can't stretch out for it. Calcer might have had sliced one through. 30 seconds in, and it feels like the inmates are running the asylum.
Yes, they're doing what they need to. They're getting their chances. This midfield play is favoring them. Cole's up early. Making an important touch. Off to the corner. Caesar jumps. Can't quite get this read. Dicey got a great dunk here, but low boost. Trying to set up Wubik in the middle. important touch from Mako.
I like the patience from Dicey, knowing that he has a teammate right there. Just drop it off for him. Cole trying to hunt for a demo, gets a bump on Mako. And man, I thought Caesar was going to own goal that one. Mako pinched that one up high, going to drop down low. There's Caesar there. From the heavens crashes this one down the earth like a meteorite.
What is that pass from Mako? The pinch off the ceiling, incredible. And Caesar's been heating up.
Just how he drew it up, it's calculated.
Exactly. If I'm pulling that off, that's definitely calculated. But it has been important showing from Caesar. We saw that double tap previously, a great finish off of a teammate's pass. He's really growing to this series quite nicely and getting these important goals, even this one up with 3:30 left.
Ball midfield. Mako gets a popping touch off the backboard. As the series gone on, Rochester's done a better job defending that backboard, where we saw them struggle earlier on, and that's where Bemidji found their success. Wubik, solid flick on, going top shelf, can't find anything. Now Caesar happy to clear it away. Wubik, sick double touch, doesn't go the direction he wants. Two players in the corner for Bemidji, got to be careful. Great control from Cole. Wubik, he's got space, not a lot of boost. That's just gonna go in far south. Puts Rochester, and Wubik had just enough.
Maximizes his boost incredibly, and it's been this whole series. If you give this Rochester them time and space, they will capitalize and they can pull off these mechanics. And the beat there is just massive from Wubik. He's gotten goals when his team needs it. Doesn't get the read there, but still in possession with Dicey. And Midgie needs to find some of that link-up play. They're seeing signs of it. They haven't quite connected in the offensive chance that they need to. And I do think that is a credit to some of that backboard defense that we're seeing now.
They don't seem flustered. At this point in a Game 7, I think a team would be flustered, but Bemidji still seems to be locked in. They're not phased whatsoever. They know they just need one goal, and they have a half a game to do so.
The offense has been here the whole time. We've seen a game that was 6-3 earlier, so they know they can put goals away. But this ball is just hanging out in the middle. Mako clears it off in front of his net. Well done. But
really tested my patience was Bemidji right there. I thought Dicey was just going to slot that one home. Centering feed. Wubik puts on a laser. Mako, great dunk. Is he going to tie it up? Yes, he does with a bar down of his own. And oh man,
close.
Everyone in the building just thought he roofed this thing. Oh my heart.
Oh, that is the control on that.
Playing with my emotions up here. Stewie losing his mind.
Oh, Wubik taking to the skies by himself here. Receives some set. Great read from Mako now. It's really coming through for this Lumberjack side. Shutting down Wubik. Don't want to see another slow play goal. But I agree with you saying. Bemidji has been playing their game. Cole, though, trying to get a shot here off front post. Can they follow up?
There, it's who else but Wubik? And for Mako, he didn't even get a touch on the ball. It's such a crucial point in the series. Just one small falter is going to be the difference between the upper bracket finals and playing for your season in the lower bracket immediately after this.
Yep.
And going into a Game 7 where you have to immediately turn around and start from square one, that's rough.
It's got to be so difficult. You have to turn around your mental right away. Both teams do not want to go into this situation. Dicey here with his ball. Calster gets the touch. Wubik has space here, though. But not the boost to do anything with it. That is challenging. None of them seem to have any boost to get this ball downfield, and this is a dangerous position as Midgie's putting off the backboard, importantly from Wubik, and they need to get a dunk here. They need to get a chance because we've only got 1 minute remaining, and Cole, Dicey, and Wubik need to find a goal here to keep their chances alive.
Final 45 seconds. Calster, not a lot of boost to work with. There's a big demo from Dicey taking out the striker and Mako. Caesar needs to get a big touch, but the goal line defense from Rochester is solid. 30 seconds now. And for Bemidji, they feel like they can't get anything going right now. They're running through quicksand.
Yeah, they're playing a bit passive. They just know that they can't let anything by. Rochester needs to get some beats here. Tough beat out here. Cole needs to get this touch. Both of them miss. Wubik could have a chance to counter this one if he has the boost. Caesar's in a tough position. This is going off the front post. Looks for the demo instead. Important read from Caesar there.
Dicey gets demo. Going to be a 3-on-2 rush. Final 5 seconds. Cal centers. Caesar's there off the post. And a diving save from Dicey. One final look. Cal into the corner, and it's going to fall. Rochester steal the series from the Lumberjacks.
What an incredible turnaround, taking down one of the auto qualifiers, the highest seed remaining in this tournament, heading in. And the team that potentially didn't deserve their chance here, who came in because another team couldn't show up, who had their doubts, went 0-2 in the play-ins, had a tough major. They come through in Game 7 and are on their way to the upper finals.
I always have faith in Dicey. When in doubt, he'll show up. He'll lead his team to victory. And a real veteran of the league as well. Shows his prowess, able to pick up any two players he wants, puts them to one to his left, one to his right, and he'll spearhead them to victory. And he's just a great all-around player. And now, once again, he's a one series away from the grand finals once again. And for Bemidji, I'm heartbroken.
Yeah, it's going to be difficult.
They were one goal away, Game 6 overtime. And it all really just fell apart there.
Yeah, they were right on the doorstep. They had match point. They were coming off a really dominant performance in Game 5, and just a switch up of the rhythm, a well-done play, a game that had a lot of defense that I thought personally would be favoring this Bemidji team. Come back to bite him in an overtime goal, and we saw a back-and-forth affair, some great chances, and then it just came through with Wubik really providing the opportunity that they needed to. Someone who they picked up midway through the season. I think that speaks to the success that both of these franchises have when it comes to finding talent.
And at the end of the day, what a great series start to finish. You had your close one-goal games. You had some phenomenal stellar plays. Look at that goal from Wubik.
Yeah, as we can see here, the matchup. So happening off stream of down below us, we had the Fargo Steelhawks against the Mankato Atlas, and the Mankato Atlas take that one. Not quite sure what the series score was.
So Rhythm and Atlas should be a good one, but Bemidji and Fargo?
It went in 6, so Mankato won 4-2, which is important showing.
Hey, to give credit to Fargo, you're able to take 2 games. Winning 2 games in a series, especially like a best of 7, yeah, you end up losing. But like, hey, we can still win. We still are a capable team that's able to win games and score goals. Rather, if you just get swept 4-0, you're really going to be beating yourself up.
Mm-hmm. Both teams could definitely take some positives, and of course, coming up here, we do have the Premier Upper semifinal. The Fargo Steelhawks. Actually, we're seeing the exact same team because the Fargo Steelhawks Challenger team is playing as the Fargo Premier team. So they'll be facing off against the St. Cloud Flyers squad.
That's a bit interesting.
It is going to be a showdown because they're coming off of series. They're playing in this series, and then probably right after they're going to have to play their lower matchup against Bemidji. So
potentially in that Challenger lower bracket final, that's a lot of Rocket League to play. That's 3 straight best of 7s.
Exactly. It's a long haul.
If you think about trying to play 20 games of Rocket League in one sitting, that you're going to get a little burnt out.
Oh yeah.
And at some point you're just exhausted, and to keep at that level of focus for so long is going to take a toll. And at that point, your decision making is going to be slowed down. It's going to be flawed. You might be making more mistakes.
I think that's something that we've led into this whole year, switching to the format where we're playing 2 games a night, 2 best of 5s. It's leading to this idea of having to play hours on end and playing at a high level. So this is really testing the limits to end at this LAN environment. But speaking
of LAN environment, This is pretty nice.
Yeah, I like it here.
I like that we're on the balcony, able to see us behind. Oh, hey, that's me right there. So I'm having a great time here. Myself, Turney, Ernie. We got V15 here. You can't see him, but we got Stewie over here. He's doing a phenomenal job. He's worked his tail off all season
Shout out to our
with
staff.
Production.
Incredible done.
Shout out to
behind the
staff as
scenes.
well. Everything is running great here. Shout out to University of Wisconsin River Falls for letting us be here. Great facilities, great people. And we get to be here back tomorrow, too.
Exactly. We're here for the long haul. But coming up next, we do have this matchup. We have the Fargo Steelhawks facing off against the St. Cloud Flyers. The intro to the Premier matchups. Be sure to check that one out coming up.
And of course, with Premier, correct me if I'm wrong, we only have 12 Premier teams
Yes.
compared. We have 16 franchises, but for the Premier League, we want the best of the best in the upper Midwest. So from there, we're going to have to see what happens. It's the 4 best teams in the upper Midwest. We're going to have to see what happens. I'm not too sure who's going to be on the call for that one. I know we're going to take a bit of a break here after this best of 7. But again, V15, it's just a blast to be back with everybody in this great community.
Yeah.
And as Stewie's telling me to throw it to a break here, I'll listen to him. We'll throw it to a break. And when we're back, it'll be the Premier League here from University of Wisconsin, River Falls.
still think of you. Those days are gone. I wonder if you still think of me too. I still think of you.
Don't pause. Press play. Don't pause. Press play. Don't pause. Press play. Don't pause. Don't pause. Press play. 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 Don't pause. Press play. I wanna hear what you got to say. Press play. Press play. I wanna hear what you got to say. Don't pause, press play. Press play. Press play. Don't pause. Press play. Don't pause. Press play. Don't pause. Press play. Don't pause. Don't pause. Press play. 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 Don't pause. Press play.
This feels a little too perfect how we are now. You think I throw a little caution, but I don't want this to change. Been waiting too long for a moment like this. Said that you won't leave, better off with me. The kind of feeling I can't explain. Like how it feels drenched in the moonlight. Like how it feels under the stars. A step out of bounds with our own plight. A push towards the peace in the hearts. If it rains down all on us, drown out the noise, and I'll trust the mirror, mirror on the wall. Is it fair to watch me fall, broken up in pieces? Can you see me bleeding? Mirror, mirror, tell me please, if these broken memories are enough to break free. Will it fix us slowly? Each day I'm moving along with what fits best for taking me forward and back. It all I know still leads right through to the start of the end, where the past can't chase us. You should stay for a while, disregard all the miles. If it's you and I, will be okay. Like how it feels drenched in the moonlight. Like how it feels under the stars. A step out of bounds with our own plight. A push towards the peace in the hearts. If it rains down all on us, drown out the noise, and I'll trust the mirror, mirror on the wall. Is it fair to watch me fall, broken up in pieces? Can you see me bleeding? Mirror, mirror, tell me please, if these broken memories are enough to break free. Will it fix us slowly? Will it fix us? Mirror, mirror on the wall. Is it fair to watch me fall, broken up in pieces? Can you see me bleeding? Mirror, mirror, tell me please, if these broken memories are enough to break free. Will it fix us slowly? Mirror on the wall. Is it fair to watch me fall, broken up in pieces? Can you see me bleeding? Mirror, mirror, tell me please, if these broken memories are enough to break free. Will it fix us slowly?
Get it while it's hot.
We stand and watch the world go up in flames. We fight for love until we die in vain. When the sky is getting dark and we're broken in our hearts, when we build our own demise, from the ashes we will rise. When the
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to some more MCS Rocket League, some more LAN. I finally get to hop on the desk. Yes, I finally get to talk in front of all you people that have been so patient with us today. This has been an absolute mess. This place is great. I love it. Hi. Hi, how's it going down there? Hey, guys. Hi, Ben. As he gives me the bad thumbs up.
Yeah.
The whatever
A little wiggle
thing,
room.
but Stewie and Ori gonna join you for this match. Should be great. This is our premier upper semis, the top side that we selected, the one that we wanted to watch. Now there are some underlying circumstances with this match. There is some mess that I will say that occurred.
Mess is an understatement. I mean, I'm gonna let you give this away. You know more about it than I do.
So what ended up happening is Fargo, their premier team, could not make the trek, decided to let their full challenger squad sub up and play in this match and for the whole tournament. So St. Cloud, on the other hand, only have one challenger sub. So this is four challenger subs in this match. As you see, the stats pulling up on the screen. Shots are similar, goals are similar. Obviously, that's the premier statistics for Fargo. So, I mean, the one thing that I see on the side of St. Cloud that they really have done well this season is use each other. 2 assists per game is insane.
That is pretty high. Regardless of what league you're in, that 2 assists a game, that's implying that you're also scoring enough to get those 2 assists per game. You're basically 100% of your goals are off of assists.
Exactly, and Prussia, the sub-in, is having some technical difficulties, but we're going to work through it. Go Bubbly, yeah! Go Team Bubbly! But I'm a Bubbly fan, I'm a Trash fan, I'm a Prussia fan. I'm a fan of all 6 of these players on the stage, but 4 demos a game for St. Cloud. Unbelievable when it comes to physical play. When they get you, that's for sure.
And especially with these premier rotations, you can really rely on those last 2 people to hold down the fort if you go and overextend for a demo. And these people seem to really trust each other with their team, with their rotations. And that, again, just opens up that time for even more physical play. And how is that going to affect Steelhawks? They're playing in a league of their own. You could maybe argue Taro might have some premier experience, maybe not be playing out of his league necessarily, but it's going to be tough regardless. I mean, even if a higher level challenger team is playing a higher level premier team.
I'm going to be honest, you hit the nail on the head. I don't know if Lazzi has any premier experience. I don't know. I don't remember. I mean, Dicey could correct me. You know, back in season 6, played on their challenger roster. Was on, I believe, Minnetonka for a stint last season 7, and then maybe St. Paul. I don't know if he found his way on St. Paul, but regardless, I think he's been on some opportunity to sub up, but I don't know if he's ever played in a Premier Series, so this should be a wake-up call early. The good news, though, I was talking to Mr. Wolf, who is currently, I think, playing or warming up, one of the two. That guy has subbed up so many times into Premier as a challenger player, even subbed, you know, just online.
Almost won as a sub.
Exactly. Game 7 OT, like, you know, season 7 LAN, Game 7 OT was so close to it. This is a full team of Wolves.
Yeah, it kind of is.
3 players who have not seen much Premier experience this season. Taro has had a really good record in Premier, has been very, very good. We're getting word that the game is ready to go. We're going to hopefully send the players into the lobby. Hopefully everything's good. If you're just joining us, you've missed a ton. Ori, we have not done many predictions this weekend.
We have not.
We kind of forgot about it. Ernie and V15 forgot about it. If they can hear me in the venue, they forgot about it. They didn't make their predictions.
I'm all for the predictions.
I'm going for St. Cloud. I don't really care whether sub up or not. I'm going with St. Cloud. You see the starting lineups on the screen. Game 1 is loading on in. Get loud in the venue. It's going to be a blast. Premier Uppers semis should be a good one as we are underway. And a quick start for a double off the backboard. Trash's mechanics are just better.
I was going to say I feel like I want to counter you and predict Steelhawks, but I was going to say that I feel like Flyers are just too good for me to even consider that. And
you gotta fix Prussia's cam. You need a new link.
On on a double tap like that, first goal right off a kickoff off the rip, I mean, what are you to do? And what is Lozzie trying to do in his corner? Turtle.
I believe we're going to have a restart.
Restart of the game?
A restart of the game. If the players could confirm in the lobby if that goal will count, that would be great. But I believe it will count as it was right off the kickoff. I think all of Fargo was moving. I'm not sure, but Prussia's still having problems. Unfortunately, blame him on the stage. Yeah, Bubbly's pointing to him. But we're gonna throw it back over to us real quickly. Our beautiful selves. Hello, friends. Welcome to River Falls and welcome to a beautiful place. Why are you centering us quick?
Because I was out of frame, I think. I don't think I was in. I think I was cut in half.
We're still good, but likely going to have hopefully not a restart on this game if Prussia's good, but they obviously with us having LAN, we have the match admin Ori, so we can pause the game and let them. They can jump in and out of the game if they want to. The game will not play. But I believe Prussia is hopping on Epic, if I'm not mistaken, as that looks like his Epic name. So it's not going to make much of a difference because you can see he's still Prussia, but I think we're still working through his technical difficulties for now. But
yeah, he was having technical difficulties before the match. This is not a typical type of situation where
hopefully he's not disconnecting his controller. I will say, Season 5, we did have a problem with Prussia's keyboard. He did fry one of the computers. So whatever malicious thing he's trying to do to the computers, Prussia, you need to stop it, my guy. But I'm not trying to harp on him too much, as they're just working through stuff. But shout out to everyone on the stage who's getting that done. But
yeah,
this is such a series that is such a curveball that was thrown at me specifically, but also could be to you, because we did not expect this to happen at all.
No, and I mean, we were expecting some maybe sub-ups around. I was asked to sub from Dicey because of the weather. We didn't know if a flight was going to be canceled or someone couldn't make it. That's going to happen regardless of where we host this LAN with the conditions that we have out in the Midwest. But it's just about adapting and going around it. But adapting is an extreme, I think, reach for this. This is... I mean, it's a whole league sub-up, and it's not like you're playing a mid to lower level like premier team in a season game where you can afford to take a loss. This is LAN, and every match matters so much.
Yeah, I agree. You want to be with your full roster every single time. You want to have as much strength as you can on the field, because that would just result in a LAN final and a LAN win. Obviously, we're going to hopefully restart things here. I'm looking to be a change of port. I don't know what we have to do, but those guys working through it on the stage, shout out to them. We are just waiting on this series to start up. And I threw my prediction out there. I thought St. Cloud would win it. They start off super hot off of a incredible shot off the kickoff. And I will say, Trash is one of those players that you want to get the ball to off the kickoff. And if we see a Fargo defense like that every single time, nobody on the backboard,
yeah, that's rough.
They're going to have a field day.
You're going to need to have a really structured defense, especially in premier levels. They will find every pinpoint, every small opening that they can find, and it's just so quick. And despite his name, Trash is not Trash. I don't know why he's called that. But, I mean, he's really good. There's a reason why he's up here. There's a reason why they're on LAN. And I mean, you saw that with I casted actually the play-in match that they won to get here. They were playing really well. Sure, they lost that upper, but the way they played in the lower to qualify was just so convincing.
Yeah, I mean, they came out and took out Mankato, who was kind of on a retirement match, if you will, for a couple of those players. Shout out Ambrosia and Fuego if you're in chat. But I honestly think that this is a series that St. Cloud should win. They have 2/3 of their full roster, who have been the most important players for me all season. Obviously, Vogg's having a career season, having one of the best he's ever had at MCS.
Wasn't he really high with goal totals?
Yeah, he was. He was tied for number one, or close in the top 3 on goals per game. And Josh, the number 1 assist player in MCS right now in the season.
And I can tell you right now that Bubbly Reaper is definitely contributing to those demo contributions.
Yeah. Number 2, unfortunately, did not win it this season. For the first time ever in MCS, Bubbly has not won the Warmonger title for an MCS season. And
Menace. I mean,
Mystic, shout out Mystic, took it from him. But I mean, like I said, this is a series that St. Cloud should win. Fargo has a full subbed roster, but you cannot count Fargo out. They're going to come into this and have a good mindset because they got nothing to lose. They have 4 lives on land.
Right.
I mean, they have 2. I mean, they did lose their upper. They lost to Mankato in 6 off stream.
Mankato is, by the way, underdog. It was surprising to see them qualify.
Yeah.
No one even thought they were going to be here,
win.
and then they beat Fargo. I have actually experienced playing against Fargo in Challenger. They play very much to where like they just let you make mistakes. They let you come at them. If you aren't very pinpoint with your attack, they are very, very rough on you with the counterattacks and with capitalizing like, of every little thing you do wrong.
I like how you said pinpoint because thinking back to Season 7 LAN with Rochester and Bemidji ended up winning the whole thing. They were the ones that were not making any mistakes in that grand final. They were not making any mistakes in their lower bracket run they had to make. They were the perfect team on that championship Sunday.
Right.
Now, one of these 2 teams going to make, hopefully, championship Sunday. One of them going to get there, but obviously with how the bracket works out. But when you get to that Sunday, you have to have your MVPs play like MVPs.
Yeah.
You have to have your structured players play their role perfectly. That's what Bemidji did. That's the reason why they were Season 7 champions. We're going to crown a different champion in Season 8. It will not be a man by the name of Fusion Bleach.
We do not have Fishy, Fusion Bleach, and Perg retired.
For once, we don't have all 3 of them.
We don't have any of the winners from Premier here. Again, Fishy would have been here if it wasn't for the St. Cloud Flyers who beat them
Goliath
in the final to qualify to be here.
Indeed.
So
I will say, the good news for St. Cloud, I mean, he's not actually having a great time right now as he's working through his problems, but
finding his
Prussia
inner
has a
demons up on the stage.
historic good LAN record. Has been a great LAN player for Season 5 won Challenger in dominant fashion. Actually took out his teammate in Challenger Season 5 Grand Finals way back when in 2022. Now, Prussia, like I said, has had a good LAN record. They did play the major with him. They got second in the major. They lost to one of the only teams that's here in the Des Moines derecho.
Right.
Shout out Des Moines.
Shout out Des Moines.
But regardless, they're very capable with Prussia on the field. Now, if we ever get Prussia on the field, they should do fine. But if we can take a look at the bracket really quickly for us, unless he's on the phone with something. I think he might be on a walkie-talkie talking to the people on the stage. But I love this venue. I love the look of it. We got the lights right here. We got the camera right here. Hello at home. And we got the beautiful backdrop behind us. It's absolutely awesome. Hi, Bubbly. Yes, I see you down there. I think we're getting
Brock's
into the
waving
game.
up at us.
All you got to do quick is unpause it, and here we go. The goal will stand. We will get into things as Bubbly is on the wrong team. And I think they're just doing a test lobby. I'm pretty sure this is a test lobby. Like 99% sure. As
we had a LAN, we had a trade window open up at the LAN venue.
Yeah, I think we had a trade window open up at the LAN venue as
Yay, Bubbly Reaper!
Likely go back to everything and quick and reset the things. I believe it was 1-0 with maybe 4:49, something like that. But it will be paused. We'll get it all fixed up for you if you can still hear us on stream. That is awesome. That means we're still live and we're still having a good time. Ori, talking about the weather, somebody told me
the goal will not stand.
To call out Des Moines and say it was the derecho's fault that we had bad weather.
Really?
Yeah, it was their fault. It's they brought the storm with us.
That's true.
And it's their problem why nobody can get here, but I believe we're good to go. I don't know. I can't really tell.
Seems like
I believe we are good to go. We are into the game, and we are looking at game number 1. Should be a blast here as we are starting from 0-0. That unfortunate double tap right off the way will not count from Trash, but regardless, St. Cloud on the offense right away.
Yeah, and trying to pick up right where they left off. You saw Bubbly try to get a goal, try to compensate for the fact that he got his teammate's goal taken away from him, and they're trying again here, putting it to the midfield. Papo trying to prevent that. Prussia, the sub, what can he do? Bumped off the ball, but Trash is going to follows its way into the net. Top right place from Trash, capitalizing off of an overcommit from the defense and an open net. Lozzie just like flat-footed, didn't really know who was committing for that, and just kind of caught out.
And you don't want to start off like that. Obviously, they were down 1-0 with the double tap anyways, so it's like Trash still scored the double tap, but we'll count it anyways. But Prussia on the sidewall, good pressure already from St. Cloud, setting up shop, getting confident on land. That is what you need to do, because here comes Fargo, as they're going to put more pressure on this defense of St. Cloud, who get out right away, and look, lo and behold, it's Prussia to do it. I talked about his LAN experience. His LAN record is insane. Look out for him in this series, because he's going to be the guy taking a lot of shots. The way Trash and Bubbly play, they set up their teammates so well, and you're seeing it right now as they're just keeping pressure and not overcommitting their line.
I like what you said. I like how you say they're going to adjust to their play style. As the premier players, that is your goal. That is going to be your job. You're going to have to adapt and change the way you play to the lower level players, but I don't really know if lower level's the right way to put it. With a good save that leads to a counterattack, might be a goal. Trash cannot find the angle, hit off to the corner. Lozzie with the counterattack, pop up high over to Prussia, gets beat in their defensive line. Trash trying to control it, a little bit of an awkward backline. Taro backwards, multiple 50s come out, but St. Cloud at the end break away.
Trash, good fake on Taro, gets by one, good touch across. Prussia chasing that bump. Trash has a free shot, and that's the second for St. Cloud, who look poised in this game so far. A huge 50 win off the front side of the ball, off the box. Lozzie can't even get there. Fargo down 2-0, Ori, in a hole early. Obviously, the series, it's a best of 7, so we have a lot of Rocket League left to play. But you have to think, if Fargo go down big, in this series, if it's, a 4-0 advantage right away in this, or 3-0 advantage.
Now 3-0.
It's 3-0 in this game. Is Prussia going to do everything himself off of Bubbly, just giving a little love tap to him?
Yeah, and I mean, Prussia so far hasn't looked too out of place, and I think it's just good fill coming in. But I mean, if you're Fargo, you said you have nothing to lose. If they lose, even if it's terrible, even if it's a sweep and it's kind of rough, imagine what this does for them if they're trying to win Challenger. I mean, playing against this higher level team, you're going to get experience with higher level players with faster paces, but I mean, I feel like I want to see a bigger effort from them. I feel like they know they can do better, even though they know that they might not, this might be too high of a mountain to climb up from. I feel like they want to just try to put up some sort of fight. Going down 4-0 for game 1 in a LAN, not the best way to do it.
Definitely not. Still 2 minutes and 40 seconds left in this game number 1. For Fargo, you're down big though, as St. Cloud has exploded onto the season off of Prussia. Really just getting, set up working, and it's definitely working. You've got a big lead for St. Cloud right away. Flick from Taro, midfield. Follow-up from Lozzie is there, and Prussia can't get back to it. Doesn't matter as Trash wins the 50. It's going to go all the way down. Papo has no boost, and Trash is 5 for 5 in game 1.
I mean, that's just unfortunate. You saw a flurry of offense come up from the Steelhawks. It looks like they had an opportunity, but a shot hit wide off the post, the follow-up not quite on target, and an unfortunate turn on that challenge, that 50 just not going their way, and 5-0, I mean, you have nothing to lose right now. All your chips are on the table. You just got to try basically anything at this point.
Prussia looking for a bump on Taro. Taro, no boost in the tank once again. Follow-up from Bubbly is there, and pressure on St. Cloud again. They're pouring it on in game number 1. Bubbly, one more. Double! Oh, lighted it up, but Taro going to turn it away. Staunch that offense for St. Cloud right now as Fargo pinned back with nothing in the tank, but finally they break out, but there's Trash with the claws. Bubbly on the chase, but Lazi with a good challenge to shut that down right away. Bubbly is the last person you want to see in front of a ball carrier in that position.
I mean, there's a reason why he's the #1 demo leader, but he's not the only person on his team demoing. You saw a double demo come out earlier, Trash with one there. Bubbly, he gets his. A flurry coming out here. Not the thing you want to see if you're the Seahawks trying to come back in this. Papo trying to generate something. A pass off the corner. Finds its way to the middle. There's a backflip coming out, but there's no shot to be had. Papo trying to recover. Puts it back middle. Bubbly on the backboard. Can't find anything. That goes middle, but no one on Seahawks there. What? This player goes missing. Lazi. Papo trying to generate some offense. Tara with the team pinch, and nothing's really working out for him right now.
Only 60 seconds left, now 50, time ticking away. Fargo in a bad spot in this game #1, down 5-0 and at risk of being shut out in this first game. You want to get your offense going, but right now St. Cloud giving them absolutely nothing. Maybe it's Taro, double up the backboard, has the read, and is able to put it through. Gets the first for his Fargo franchise, and a great read. That's a tough save for Trash to make, but regardless, that's only one on the board. They got 4 more to get in 34 seconds. I don't know how likely that is.
I feel like this is more about the mental and the momentum rather than just the individual game win. Getting a goal on the board, let alone that was decently mechanical. Not exactly a highlight reel goal. That was a bit scary. Doesn't find its way through. Papa follow-up, gets a fake. Doesn't find the shot pressure there in time. But now you see that spark. They get their goal. Now they're coming alive. You see more offense coming out. You see more than just one shot at the net at one time. Multiple follow-ups coming through now. They have 8 seconds left, but Pressure has a clear downfield over on the net. Tara with a cleared down sidewall read finds it. It's towards the net, but it won't be in. Lazi follow, won't find its way through, blocked away by Trash. Hits the ground. Flyers take away game 1 in a convincing fashion.
Game #1 going to be taken by St. Cloud, like we just said, like we just saw, like we just viewed. And I mean, so far, St. Cloud dominance. Trash 902 points in game #1. Dropping a K on Fargo as he goes 5 for 6 in that game. Prussia scores as well as Bubbly. I don't think either of them, I believe that was from our match reset, so yeah. I don't know if either of them scored, but regardless, going into game #2, what are we going to see out of this Fargo side on offense? What do they got to change? Because you can't give, I mean, really, defense, yeah, it's a problem because you're going against a premier level lineup. You just got to find a different level on defense then. But on offense, it has got to be more controlled.
Yeah, I agree. Their offenses look shaky, but I mean, 5 goals. It's not like they didn't have the shot total. I mean, 7 shots to what? Still, the Flyers 10. That's not terrible. I mean, it's just about keeping up that defense. They just look flat-footed in net. You see someone commit for the ball, and it's just Flyers over and over and over again, passing it between each other, bouncing it between their cars, and it just looks like Steelhawks aren't able to keep up with it. They need to have people that are more willing to aggress on the challenges to meet that speed of the play, to meet those passes, those backboard touches. They just need to at least have someone get in the way, meet the ball, make it tougher for them, because when you're stuck in their defensive half for the entire time, you can't really get any offense going, but they do find some here. Taro to himself, finds a follow-up touch, not able to find anything more of it. That goes middle. Trash clearing out from danger. Can't find the sidewall, falls in the lap of Taro. Tries to find the pass upfield to Lazi. Shot goes on target, not able to find it, but Taro will find the follow-up touch off an amazing upfield passing play from Taro to Lazi, right back to Taro. Bubbly caught out awkward. Prussia expecting a touch and not able to really recover back in net in time to make that save. And, I mean, Seahawks up with a 1-goal lead. That's a really good way to start it. It might make it 2 off the kickoff. Taro trying to find a fake 50 up in front of the net. It's dangerous. Bubbly Reaper gets in the way, and it's just good enough to keep it out. We have a DC on the Flyers, and I think this might be another match reset. Technical difficulties again, I think, on the side of Flyers, it looks like this time. But I mean, hopefully that goal's allowed. They really do need that start. Yeah, I mean, that 1-goal lead is so important, and it was off of a nice passing play. That wasn't off of a fluke goal or anything. I mean, that was well correlated. They were playing as a team. They were passing it to each other, and I feel like that's what you're talking about, that fluid offense that they need.
I believe another problem with Prussia's control or Prussia's keyboard. I don't know why it's not being nice to us today, unfortunately. But regardless, 1-0, and I believe time was around 4:10, if I'm not mistaken. Quick, but regardless, just waiting on everyone to get everything fixed. But again, it's just, it's a good start for Fargo. They get on offense right away, like you were talking about. Kind of left you for a second, unfortunately, but. We're still here. We're still kicking.
Yeah. And I mean, I really do hope. I think they will allow that goal to stand. If I do believe. And I mean, it's going to be really deflating for Fargo if that doesn't fall through, because again, that was a well-correlated goal. It wasn't off of a really big mistake from Flyers. It was just a really well-communicated play. And technical difficulties definitely can be frustrating. We're already pretty... I think behind is an understatement. I feel like we're in a different time zone right now with how we're running this, but... yeah, we have... What is that? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 people versus 1 keyboard Stewie.
Who wins? Battle of the keyboard and 5 people. Who takes it home? Best of 7 coming at you.
Yeah, that's going to be our next series.
That's our next series.
That'll actually be the show match at LAN.
That's what we'll have. That's right. That's definitely correct.
We'll sell separate tickets for it. Make more money.
We're just stalling at this point. Hey, V. Hi. How's it going? Nice to see you. Shout out Des Moines in the fan section. Yep. What's up, Brock?
We have a lot of Steelhawks. Speaking of fans, we have a lot of Steelhawks.
Yeah, they're all Steelhawks fans. They like the Steelhawks. I don't know why.
They keep making bird noises at us. They want to steal my breadcrumbs.
Caw. Yeah, that's what they're looking for. I mean, Precious Keyboard just does not want us to play this match, unfortunately, Ori. I don't know why. I don't get it. I can't figure it out.
Maybe we need a different sub that actually plays on controller, like a normal person, so we don't have a keyboard issue.
No idea, but was told that Precious Keyboard is making him lag. I don't know how that is possible, considering it is a USB input into the computer. I do not.
Well, I don't know what kind of black magic or
what are you
rituals.
bringing with you, Prussia? What is it that you have that is just destroying our ability to play this match?
I don't know what kind of spell imbue you have to put on a keyboard to make it lag your game.
I mean, what did we do in season 5? We did have this problem in the grand finals. I believe we had Prussia host the match, so maybe that's what we need to do. I don't know if that would solve it, but I'm pretty sure we did in Season 5 have Prussia host the match on LAN. I'm pretty sure he created it, but even that's not fixing it today. So we're trying everything, all of the stops, friends. We're trying to get the match going for you, but St. Cloud obviously did take Game 1 in a winning fashion. So they're up 1-0, Ori, but now going into Game 2, they're already down a goal. There's around 4 minutes left in this game number 2. I don't feel like we're going to see a 1-0 game. Just with how St. Cloud plays offense, not a chance.
And with the way that, it's not even just the offense too, but I mean, Steelhawks' defense, I was saying, they're not quick enough on those challenges. You're seeing St. Cloud able to bang the ball off the backboard to each other. And a lot of Fargo is just waiting and waiting and waiting and waiting. And when you wait for a shot to come through on a team like this, that is a death sentence.
Yeah, the big thing is pace. You slow down your pace. You don't, you're just getting caught at that point. But latency variation on our end, but regardless, we're having a quick test lobby before things go on, just to see what's going on with the side of St. Cloud. Is we're just waiting on them to get ready. But regardless, this game so far has looked good for Fargo. They started off great. They started off well, and I think we're finally going to get into this match. I believe we're finally going to get into game number 2. I'm hoping that everything works like it's supposed to. Going to hit on pause. We're going to resume. Prussia, Trash, and Bubbly going to take on Papo, Lazi, and Taro, who did score first. And now right off of this kickoff, St. Cloud's setting up shop once again. Looking at, we got 5 more on the board, Ori, and if they do that, that could get really, really scary as Prussia is bumped by Taro. A huge play from Taro as he shuts down that offensive chance.
Yeah, and you saw St. Cloud right back on the offense. Seahawks somehow keep that out. They're not done yet. That's another shot coming on, but Taro will find the clear. Bubbly trying to pass it over to Prussia. Can't really find the turn on. That doesn't have enough boost. There's another passing play come on the midfield for Seahawks. That was a bread and butter for the first goal, and is going to be it again for the second.
Huge challenge for Papo. Huge win on that as he dunks through and pushes Prussia off of the ball. And I don't know if that's Prussia's keyboard that didn't allow him to make that save. But regardless, 2-0 advantage for the Steelhawks. Looking for a rebuttal in game number 2. Up 3-0 now as Fargo is starting to caw.
I was really... I mean, I could find them 1-0 up, 2 up. Like, yeah, maybe they're up to a hard start. 3-0 against this team with the circumstances right now. Maybe, yeah, pressure might have the mental effect of all the technical difficulties. Might be just being forced to play with it regardless because, I mean, what other option do they really have? But 3-0 up is nothing to scoff at for what is a Chow team right now.
Trash looking for a double, has the read and puts it on target. Lazi has that save. Follow-up from Prussia was there, but turned again away by this Fargo defense. They've stepped up here in game number 2, have done a good job of really shutting down a lot of St. Cloud's opportunities. As I say that, though, they're going to run into each other. Prussia just baiting something out as Trash takes over, gets the corner boost steal, and that they just run into each other. That's an open net, and Trash capitalizes.
How long is that 3-goal lead going to last? Now made down to 2. If things like this happen, that was an unfortunate double commit, and yeah, they find it. I mean, now only 1-3, 3 minutes left. That's a lot of time for Flyers to come back. I mean, it's not out of their field just yet.
Definitely not, and good forward touch. Lazi finds Taro back to Lazi off the backboard. Papo's there. Follow-up is on target, but Bubbly has the save, and Bubbly's going to be the guy to meet a lot of these plays. And the midfield is such a good job of cutting out the midfield and not allowing teams to, take shots. This Prussia with a little testing shot again. There's Bubbly on the follow-up, and there's the speed we talked about. Fargo just gets outpaced on this play.
Yeah, and there it is. I mean, there's the 2-3. They're not out of it. Seahawks really need to hold on to this 1-goal lead. They need to use it to their advantage. Let Flyers come to you. They need to score if they want to win. They need to score if they want to go to OT. But conversely, I mean, getting that lead back might be just as advantageous as Lazi finds that angle off the kickoff.
Huge play from Lazi as he gets this read and gets the follow-up, puts it on target. Massive play is Bubbly just can't get back, and that's a good read. Lazi on the dunk and gets the 2-goal lead back. Now 2:19 still left in this game too. So far we haven't disconnected yet, so we're still doing good on that front as Bubbly looks for a double. Trash is there on the follow-up, and that's a clean and easy one as the answer is right off the kickoff once again from St. Cloud.
It's blow for blow right now, both these teams. I mean, Bubbly, that's a good call to fake that double tap. Didn't really need to hit that one in. Teammate had a better shot on that. And through that, they find now themselves down only 1 goal yet again. And it just doesn't seem like either team wants to go down. And Fargo right now, despite trying to play a league above where they are not only punching above their weight class, but they're actually winning.
I mean, a good fake from Lazi. Taro has the shot. Trash just can't get there on that save. And another 2-goal lead. This has been a high-scoring game number 2. 8 goals in 3 minutes Well, technically 252 if you're counting, but nobody's counting, right?
Better not be counting about how far we are behind schedule. That would be.
Yeah, that would be an even worse thing to talk about, Ori, is we're just living, Livin, but regardless, Bubbly looking for a double off the sidewall, maybe one more touch. Good 50 as Prussia finds Trash far side, but there's Lazi to cut it out. Fargo's defense stepping up on the midfield. Good job from Lazi to put more pressure on the St. Cloud side as really just boost plentiful for St. Cloud here if they can get out, but as I say, that kind of runs dry.
That's
Papo
dangerous.
Has shots, and 6 on the board from Fargo in game 2. This is an offensive statement.
All over the place right now is this scoreline. It was close, it was a 1-goal game, and now they find themselves back up 3, as they did in the beginning of the match. You saw St. Cloud start to creep in, but right now, they're being held, and you saw that the challenge to start, honestly, that entire offensive possession was a quick midfield challenge by the Steelhawks. They're going to need to keep that up if they want to try to fight against a team like this who's going to be in your face, who's going to insta-challenge a lot. You're going to need to meet that aggression, because if you don't, they're just going to walk on you. Bubbly, trying to get something going on this offense, they're going to need 3 goals just to send it OT. Only 1 minute left. It's doable for this team, but it's going to be really tough when Fargo are playing the way they are. Maybe Prussia can find a pass off the ceiling. Doesn't find its way to a defender. That pinch goes the other direction. No one meeting on the backboard. Touch goes high. Terror trying to pop it back down, but not able to find anything.
And I feel like if you're St. Cloud, this is a game that you do not really want to give to Fargo. It's a confidence booster, a big one, as these guys are just finding each other all over the field. Taro and Papo out of nowhere do hit the post, so St. Cloud thanks their lucky stars for now. But 6 in game number 2 is not a good look for St. Cloud's defense. I mean, against a team like, Des Moines, it's not going to be good enough to beat that team if you're giving up 6. But, if you're St. Cloud, I got to think that this is a game you just forget about. You go into game number 3 and look for a different form of confidence. But game number 1 dominated by St. Cloud. Game number 2 dominated by Fargo. The challenger players are here to play, and they just showed it in this game. As Bubbly's going to clear this one out. Lazi may get a touch, but it's going to hit the ground. Fargo will tie up the series to 1 game apiece.
You hear the cause in the crowd. They're loud with that, and that is, a statement by Steelhawks. I honestly, to be completely fair, I was expecting them to take at least 1 game, just considering the fact that, like you said, it's a full team of wolves. Not as in the animal, but as in the player wolf. Because, he played up in Premier, and he looked like a Premier player. You have a lot of Steelhawks who have experience in Premier who can play at that level, and now they're being forced to. They're not 100, they're not completely cut out, but you expect Flyers, who are a more experienced team, not just in Premier, but even higher level Premier, making it to LAN, making it through play-ins, beating very scary teams on their way here. This might be a fluke game, and they might just be using it as a mental reset. Prussia can't imagine what it's like being on LAN, having to deal with just huge breaks in between playing with technical difficulties. Probably not the best thing on your mental, but we'll see how that affects him here going into game 3.
We'll see how things change as we're going to load into game number 3. 5 minutes on the board. I don't know what happened here, as we will likely have a pause for this game right off the kickoff, start off the kickoff. But Ori, I'm going to throw it to you for a second. I will be back.
This is... I gotta give credit to Steelhawks for just, keeping themselves in the series. It's tied 1-1. It basically essentially makes it a best of 5. And a 3-goal deficit too. 3-goal differential. That's not a close game. That was very deciding, especially considering the fact that all of their players are in a lower level league. They're not accustomed to that kind of speed that Premier brings when you have a full SSL team. So the fact that they were able to come out and win by especially that factor of goals is very surprising to me, honestly. But I think if you're the Flyers, you're going to have to use this to your advantage because you have a lot of time to recuperate from these pauses, from these breaks. That mental break is going to be helpful, but maybe that gives more time for Steelhawks to talk over things and kind of really find themselves comfortable in the driver's seat.
We did get things fixed, so we are good to go. Game number 3 on the board, tied at 1 apiece as Bubbly, looking for a fake, has a 50. Follow-up is there from Trash. Open net will slam it home in 7 seconds into this game number 3. St. Cloud send a statement and a haymaker towards the side of Fargo.
I mean, this was game 1, and I think they might have just needed that extra little bit of time, maybe an unofficial timeout, to kind of regain that mental off of coming. That was a tough loss, honestly. 3 goals. But yeah, they find themselves up 1-0 game 1. Sorry, game 3. Feels like game 1.
Feels like game 1, definitely. Is Bubbly putting pressure on that Fargo defense, looking to stamp his name on the side of Fargo as they're going to have to deal with him rotating through their corner boosts over and over again. He steals the most boost of all players, I believe top 5 in MCS history. Correct me if I'm wrong. Prussia probably has that information, but regardless, Fargo now down 1-0, and it's a similar thing like you said. In game 1, they're down in a hole, and there's Bubbly again as he's got a touch off the backboard. Mechanics, Bubbly has a read, and Trash is there for the follow-up. I have not seen that Bubbly yet. And finally, he prevails on LAN.
I mean, I love that play. He could have just shot that at the net. He had the opportunity to. He purposefully hits it to the backboard again to bait out that defender. And I think he called it out because his teammate was sitting there ready for it to drop down, and it fell right in his lap. And he just has a way easier shot. And that level of communication is really tough to deal with if you're Steelhawks. I mean, that's the kind of premier level play that you expect out of a team like Flyers, and they're showing it. Taro trying to show off something here. Air dribbles it to midfield, finds the 50. Trash gets bumped, still makes contact with the ball. Bubbly looking, demo hunting, head hunting. What does he find? There's a pass out to the backboard. Taro gets a beat on Prussia. Not able to get a shot off. Bubbly, though, catches it, but that 50 not playing out well. But Prussia on the midfield line keeps it in Fargo's half.
Oh no! Oh. That's gonna go into as a Bubbly Reaper goal if I've ever seen one, but Papo looking for the 50 on him and was a little late to the punch, and Bubbly brings the big punch. Is he just gonna win that 50? It's gonna go off Papo's car and directly back into his net, and that is so unfortunate if you're on the side of Fargo.
I mean, roles reversed. This was basically the same situation that Flyers were in game 2, and right now they're up 3-0 in game 3, looking to take a lead in this series. Keep in mind, if Fargo come back in this game and win this somehow, they will have a series lead on the Flyers. But with passes like that, it's going to be a tough mountain to climb up.
Definitely, and Lazi looking to get something started for this Fargo offense, but Bubbly has really planted his flag in game number 3. Has done the best out of everyone, really, to take things into his own hands. As we have got some incredible action so far from St. Cloud and Fargo. These two teams not disappointing. So far, it's been mistake after mistake for either side, really, but some great plays from Fargo as Taro looking for a fake, and Prussia not falling for the tricks. Good touch from Bubbly forward, looking for a redirect on Trash, but shot gonna go wide. Taro collects in his corner, has some boost to work with, but will run out as Prussia another drop pass to Bubbly, and it's Bubbly who's been the goal scorer here so far, has really been the front man for this St. Cloud attack.
And I mean, he had to step up. Prussia is subbing in for what is their not just Flyers lead goal scorer, but Premier's lead goal scorer.
Yeah.
And that's a big hole to fill. And I feel like with the way Bubbly plays, it's really easy to fill that spot for him. But Trash also making his mark here, putting up a goal.
And I know I believe in game number 1, he only had 4 goals, not 5, as the one was, remember, the double tap that we had to restart, so it technically doesn't count, but he has, I believe, 7 goals in this series. So
he has 3 right now, a hat trick. We were just talking about Bubbly Reaper, but Trash has actually been the most of the offense, at least with scoring. But I mean, for assists, how many? Fargo put one away.
There's one.
Yeah, there's one. They're climbing back up the hill.
Good play forward. Papo just hits the shot, open net, able to
That's
put it through.
beautifully placed.
Beautiful placement, like you just said. And we are still, you know, in this game number 3, in the heart of this series. Who is going to take that big advantage? St. Cloud right now in this game number, number 3, really took advantage of Fargo just not being ready. And now we're back to a chance with St. Cloud on offense. They're all 3 within a vicinity of 2 tiles on the game of each other. And Ozzy will have a shot, gets by Prussia, and Lozzy, that's an open net. That's a big one, as that's going to cut the lead in half.
I mean, regardless, if I'm a challenger team and I'm looking at how this challenger team is playing in Premier right now, I'm scared. These shots have been well placed. It has been a top left, well placed shot around a defender, and that one just off the post and in. I mean, you can't really shoot it any better than that. That one almost going awry on the defensive end for them, but they scrape away with it.
Bubbly gonna have to make this read. He just leaves it as Prussia spawns, but Bubbly will get back to it. Will calm down St. Cloud for now, but they're still stuck in their half as Trash will able to get out. And finds Bubbly on a great play as he fakes through, but Lozzy and Papo, a huge save to combine. Now it's back in the box. More pressure for St. Cloud as the Flyers really flying in this game number 3. Really have set up shop on this Fargo half. I put up 4. Offense starting to wake up as, I mean, look at what they're doing. They're just killing the clock. Trash is awkward here, but we'll get a 50 off of this. But regardless, Bubbly, that was a great play. Back pass to his teammate, kills about 5 to 10 seconds off that clock as Taro trying to give something. Prussia though, had it open net, missed the flick, but didn't really need it. They're still up 2, but 20 seconds left. You would have liked to have the 3-goal lead. Trash, flip reset over 1. Follow up from Prussia there. Bubbly open net will confirm it.
And you see all
Bubbly
3
gets
players,
the 5th.
All 3 players of Flyers on that play. Trash with the reset, Prussia. That's a good save by Lozzy, but that 50 just kills the ball in front of the net, and that's not where you want it. Bubbly there to finish it off. Almost sharing a hat trick with Trash right now. Both of them, it's not like Prussia isn't filling the shoes completely of Boggs, but I mean, it's going to be really hard when you're filling in that, and right now they're doing a good job, and they take this game comfortably. Might not end 2-5. You might see a 0-second heroics come out from Steelhawks, so they're trying to put another one in, but it will hit the ground. 2-1 on the side of Flyers, and I feel like Steelhawks had, maybe it was some mental issues with Prussia or some lag issues with his keyboard, but whatever the reason was, they were able to take that convincingly, and it was off of their passing. You said there was offense. When they were able to find each other upfield, they looked really scary.
5 assists in that game.
Yeah, that's...
Bubbly with 2, Prussia with 3. Prussia doesn't need to be the goal scorer. He just needs to enable Trash and Bubbly to do their thing. 3 assists on the game. That's a solid game. And 11 shots from the Flyers. 2 shots from the Steelhawks. 2 for 2. I mean, hey, if you're putting shots on target, if you're putting them in the net, it doesn't matter how many shots you put on. But I will say, though, that hopefully we have left the technical difficulties behind us. We can get going.
We kind of need to leave them behind.
Knock on wood for that. But here's game number 4. Winner of this game, it's got to be St. Cloud. If they want to put this series to bed, they have got to go up 3-1. But for now, they're up 2-1. Fargo, really, for me, a do-or-die game.
Yeah, because, I mean, if they lose this, you have Flyers on match point. They are very momentum-based. You do not want them to give that. Conversely, if you're Flyers, you want that match point. You do not want Steelhawk to stay in this series, and Prussia trying to put it to bed with an open net off of an amazing 50 from Trash.
Great job for Prussia. Confirms that open net, and it's a confidence thing. We all miss open nets online, but once you get to LAN, you can't be missing them. You got to be able to put them home.
It's terrible to miss an open net.
Oh, it's worse to own goal, I think.
Yeah, I mean, you're one to know about it.
As somebody who has owned goal in the grand finals of a LAN final, it is the worst feeling in the world. We still ended up winning the game, but still, it's something you definitely do not want to do for your confidence. But St. Cloud with a great start, courtesy of the sub, Can he keep it going? Because he's playing against 3 subs for Fargo, who have not looked like subs so far. Demo from Lazi on the front line will give Taro a chance, but he has no boost, and that's really been a theme for me so far, just watching these Steelhawks POVs. They don't have a ton of boost on offense a lot of the time. Fargo really just starving at this point.
Yeah, and I mean, that affects every part of your game. That'll affect your defense, offense, your ability to do basically anything on or off the ball. You can't really go out and demo because you need that boost to get to that supersonic speed. So they're going to be caught in their half, and if Flyers need to win this game 1-0 and just play demo and stall out the game, then I feel like they're going to do that. But with another demo opening, that could have been a goal, but a beautiful cut in from the Steelhawks defender makes it not a goal. That's an opportunity, and just a flurry of physicality coming out in the corner, and out from that chaos, Fargo find a goal.
I think Trash was looking for a 50 from Taro there. I think that's what he was looking for was, and then when Bubbly takes Taro completely out and sends him flying, Trash isn't ready for the 50 that isn't showing up as Taro flip reset under 1. Does have the reset, but can't get back to the ball. Good pass middle. Pop-up goes. That's an overcommit for Fargo as Bubbly is trying to turn Taro out of the way, but no boost for him, not able to get back. The good news, though, St. Cloud's still tied in this, is they did score the first, so they don't have to worry about being down, but St. Cloud are really, for me, have not shown a lot of panic in this series so far. Fargo hasn't really either. These two teams look comfortable on land in their spots, and as I say, that pressure goes missing, and Taro gets the second for Fargo.
That is not the kind of things you're wanting to give up, and sure, pressure went missing, but maybe a little bit of a panic on that clear. Didn't really have too much pressure. It goes right back out midfield. It's a tough spot. I think Prussia was expecting a different bounce maybe. But yeah, regardless, I mean, Steelhawks up 2-1 in this game, and if they win that, they prevent that match point from St. Cloud, and that's very crucial in a game. Prussia trying to come back from that defensive mistake, not able to find the goal, and St. Cloud still remain 2-1 down.
Lazi, good forward touch. We'll look for one more. Prussia, though, great patience on the ball. Gets a flick.
Beautiful.
Monster one is Trash. Trying to bump Papo out of the way. Won't make any contact with him. Bubbly, good first touch. Looking for a bump of his own. Did find it, but ran into the ball on accident, and Prussia not able to get much out of that as it's going to go back middle. Trash looking for one more. Can't find it. Taro has a reset off the ceiling.
Taro pulls this one out of Narnia. He was going to the ceiling before Trash even hit that ball. Reads where he's putting it. I mean, what?
Pulls a cat out of his. Pulls a hat out of his cat. What?
Yeah,
pulls a cat out of his hat.
The audacity to go on the ceiling before the defender even hits the ball and then reads the corner bounce is crazy. And we were talking about momentum goals, pointing to one earlier. Wubik with that musty double, and Taro with that ceiling shot. I mean, that's just a mental gap that you're forming with goals like that. That makes a huge difference in online environment, but even in a LAN one, it spirals so much more. But St. Cloud are not a team to give up just like that. They're definitely not going to be out of this.
Bubbly, great first touch. Looks forward. Papo didn't get the best follow-up. Trash picks the corner, has the flip around, and cuts that lead in half. That is a great shot. As Papo, I thought, got it away. Trash, though, reverse aerial off that shot, and a minute 30 to go. St. Cloud not out of this, but like you said, Wubik gave that spark to Rochester earlier today. Did Taro just give the spark to Fargo? Are they going to move on and possibly win this in 7? But for now, Prussia and St. Cloud want nothing of that, as the GM of that franchise playing for a 3-1 advantage here and going to that upper final would be absolutely massive for them, as they are looking for some sort of offensive control here, as Trash doesn't have a lot of boost. We'll get dumped. That might go in. Aussie can't get their turnaround touch. Taro off the backboard. Aussie demos Trash. No, it's just Prussia and Bubbly. 2-on-3 is Bubbly. Will get a touch forward and break out St. Cloud for now, but only 60 seconds left on that clock.
Yeah. Bubbly not able to find the follow. Trash has an opportunity here. Papo a bit awkward in net. Does get a touch to the corner. Pops it out. Lazi now trying to find someone in midfield. No one there. Taro there to doink it forward. Lazi out to the backboard shot. not finding its way through. It doesn't get blocked. Trash on his last leg off the backboard finds the save. 35 seconds left, and St. Cloud need a goal, and they're going to need it soon.
Trash was running interference on Lazi, though Lazi wins the 50 and gets the ball possession. Chero towards net, gets the open net. Bubbly gets caught. 28 seconds left. Fargo looking poised to tie up the series at 2 games apiece. And if you're St. Cloud, Fargo's just turned into a fly on their shoulder. They will not go away.
And that's icy for the Seahawks to put a goal away there. Don't even need to score to win this game. They were already 1-0 up. But having that 2-goal cushion with this amount of time left almost secures it for them as time ticks down, as more and more possession is taken away from the side of St. Cloud. It's more and more time that they don't have to come back. Alexa fake it. They put another one in. Beautiful leave on that ball. And that's another 3-goal game that we've had today, where it's either been St. Cloud or Seahawks, and it's not been close games. It's been 3-goal differentials.
I like what Fargo have done with, changing it up. They're not throwing the same offensive idea at them every single time. You see the fakes, the mind games. They're using everything to their advantage to give them some, form of a chance to curve the skill gap that St. Cloud presents to this Fargo franchise. But they look good, man. Game number 5 coming up shortly. Fargo couldn't get game number 4 on the board. Terrell with 7 shots by himself almost outshoots the entirety of St. Cloud, and Terrell with a hat trick. That is such a confidence performance for him. Game number 5 coming up. It's anyone's ball game.
And with Steelhawks, with the way they play, like I was saying, they play patient. They wait for you to make mistakes. And when you're playing with a sub like that on Flyers, when you have 2 of those players that are playing at that SSL, that high premier level, and you have maybe Prussia who can't play up to that, it's going to be hard to try to incorporate that into your rotations. And as soon as Steelhawks see that kind of lapse where it's not really everyone in the same spot, everyone on the same page, they've been very good at capitalizing off of those small gaps. Like I said before, very pinpoint.
Still on Utopia for game number 5. That's okay. We'll play on the map and hang out regardless. But Lazi, good first touch forward, looking for one more as Trash will clear his line. He'll stay on the ball, calls Prussia off, but Taro will keep it, and Bubbly will leave the match. I believe we'll have a restart in this game number 5, and I don't know if it's more Prussia keyboard fun, but could be Bubbly regardless. I don't know. We'll just wait on this and maybe throw it back to us regardless. I don't know. You can quick if you want to, but regardless, we're back. We're kind of just digressing from this match so far with how the 4 games have gone going into game number 5. Ori, this is they call it the swing game for a reason. I talked about the major stats during play-ins. Teams that were up 3-2 in the series, that went up 3-2, won this game, were 15-2.
Yeah.
That match that statistic did change after a team that is here at LAN defied it in the Mankato Atlas. So shout out to those guys.
They've been defying expectations throughout that entire playing bracket and that major. Completely out of nowhere, blindsided the Premier League as a whole. But I mean Fargo, they're blindsiding
St. Cloud
right now. I mean, yeah, Prussia, there is a sub.
Anything's possible.
But it's literally the entire Fargo team is challenged. They're playing an entire sub team. And
they don't look like subs.
They don't. After they found their footing, after kind of getting blown out in game 1, they looked like they've been trading blows. It hasn't been close, though. It's been one team getting a lead and then one other team getting a lead earlier. And as soon as they kind of find that gap, it doesn't seem like they're able to catch up. So it's whatever team, I think, just has the momentum at the time. And when I made my prediction, I thought that St. Cloud were going to be a bit more consistent with that momentum kind of swing. I was honestly expecting Seahawks to at least take a game or 2. Maybe this is the only 2 that they win, but I mean, we'll see. This is obviously just, I think, practice.
Maybe a test lobby.
Test lobby.
I believe it is, a test lobby just to see what's going on. But Bubbly still not in the match, obviously. We just started this game number 5. We'll start from 5 minutes. Appreciate it. Quick on your end. Shout out Quick Horizon. getting everything set up. We'll get the game going as quick as possible, but 5 minutes back on that clock. We'll start from the beginning. Nobody scored, so might as well give them the whole time to pull out their trickery, but Taro, Papa, and Lazi do not look like a challenger team this weekend. So far, I was interested to see how they would do in challenger and then going up to the premier level. It is such a jump in skill level. You are playing teams that are, a lot more mechanical, a lot more strong on the ball with their 50-50s. That's a big thing in Premier.
Yeah.
And now in game number 5, they look like they're primed and ready to win this series. The thing is, though, with this pause, does that slow down their momentum?
It seemed to do it last time. They were coming off a very convincing win, and then right after that, St. Cloud were able to take a game. Taro might want that one back. That was a good advantage to go up 1-0, but they're not done yet. Still an offensive attack. The pass falls its way through mid. The shot isn't there. They find themselves maybe overcommitted. Papa was back, but that goes dangerously out to Prussia. Papa trying to stay in the play. Not able to find the touch. Taro goes missing, and a bit shaky right now from the Steelhawks.
Taro, missing that open net and then missing that ball is, misses happen, but on LAN, you've got to play, as perfect as you possibly can, because that would mean the difference between winning your series and losing your series. Is Taro off the ceiling. Once again, will meet Trash head on as St. Cloud pinned back in their half. They have to break out as probably not a ton of boost. Trash will win the 50 away, but there's Taro at the midfield line. They're running into each other now as Prussia has not a ton of boost, but will make the save. And huge play from him as he'll keep Fargo out of their net for now as counterattack comes out for St. Cloud. I feel like this is going to be a game that is nerve-wracking for these teams. Trash towards net. We'll put it on target. Lossie! Heroic save from Fargo to keep him in, but that's going to just bounce in front of their half, and St. Cloud not finding the mark just yet.
Yeah, but they're not giving up. It's still in the Steelhawks' half. They finally get it through with that 50, but it falls right into the hands of Prussia, who sends it right back the other way. Now Trash in the midfield line, pops it up, trying to leave it for Bubbly. Has a double tap attempt, won't put it on target, leaves it for Trash off the crossbar, not finding its way through. Counterattack now, open net. Lozzy puts it off the back. We're trying to find a pass of his own, and it will find his way through Trash, just not getting there. And Steelhawks finding themselves up in the driver's seat in the series right now.
Bubbly kind of committed early to that, looking for that read, won't be able to find it, and that's definitely why you're going to want it back, because now you're down 1-0 in this game, and Fargo's defense getting stingy so far. Trash trying to find something off the kickoff, infield maybe for Prussia, but once again, Fargo has it covered. They meet the challenge head on. They haven't been outpaced the latter half of this series. They have looked better. As Lozzy doesn't have a ton of boost to follow up. Trash, pop-up air dribble. This is scary if you're on the side of Fargo, but Papo shuts it down, gets the challenge, and Papo with LAN experience previously won Season 4 LAN, I believe, in Challenger, so way back when his former teammate in Prussia playing against him here.
Yeah, and so far it's been a close game. I've been used to seeing really big goal differentials, but 1-0. Approaching the halfway line, Bubbly trying to approach the goal line of Fargo, but it's not finding its way through. That's a interesting last-minute situation that Prussia finds himself in. Really hard commit on the side of St. Cloud. It just doesn't work out for him. Prussia was not expecting that to pop back towards the net so aggressively, I think.
Still, this game's still halfway over. You still have half of the game left if you're on the side of St. Cloud, but Fargo just have had an answer so far. Double commit from Bubbly and Trash off the back. Half an out lead. Lead Prussia back all the way. Tail between his legs. Will make the save. Trash will have a save of his own to keep Fargo out of the third as they have come up and they're running to each other in the net. Miscommunications galore here for St. Cloud, who finally get it clear out somewhat, but it just turns into a giveaway. And that's really what the theme has been so far is Fargo looking for one more press, excuse me, but Prussia will lose that 50. Lozzy has one forward, gets the midfield boost, and boost dominated right now by Fargo, holding that midfield line. They look for one more touch, but Fargo just cannot get it. They're getting it out of their half, but St. Cloud can't get anything going.
Yeah, and a big miscommunication error in the net. They really got to thank their lucky stars for getting away with that one, but maybe they find something off of this midfield challenge. Papo, that 50 goes awry. Lazi on his back line has to make the save out from his net pressure. What does he have? Out to the backboard. Trash is there. Taro doesn't make contact. Bubbly's there for the shot. It's off target. No one there for the follow. Lazi goes missing. Chaos on the goal line, but St. Cloud prevail on the possession, but still not really able to get a threatening look. Maybe there's one here for Trash. That shot blocked away by Papo. Pressure in the air. What does he have? Tries to leave it out middle. Bubbly. His shot will get blocked away, and Steelhawks are just not budging.
Fargo cutting out a lot of the offensive chances. Lazi gets bumped. It's an open net for Prussia. If he can get it through, he can. Taro won't be able to get back in time. That is a big play from Bubbly, as I think he made contact with Lazi, knocked him off his line. Prussia confirms the open net, and now you cut the lead in half, but 48 seconds left. St. Cloud, what trickery do you have in 50 seconds?
Yo, either way, both these teams have been so quick to capitalize off of each other. Trash trying to find a goal off the kickoff. It's an opportunity. Bubbly goes missing. That was an open opportunity off the kickoff. They needed that one. Now it's on their defensive half. Double commit, triple commit coming out, and this is not looking good for St. Cloud. 30 seconds left, though. It's not over. Still only one goal down, but they're still tripping over each other, Stewie.
That was an overcommit, and Prussia had an open net. Couldn't put it on target, but really, St. Cloud's spacing is absolutely horrendous right now. They're on top of each other all over the field. They need to not be right next to each other every second. I understand you're trying to, be the guy to make the play, but you have to trust your teammates to make the right one. It's 5 seconds. St. Cloud, what do they have? They find Trash on an infield pass, but it's cut out. Bubbly keeps it up. 0 seconds. And the Steelhawks, one game away from a possible upset.
I mean, what? I had Steelhawks at the most winning 2 games. I was not expecting this to go to a potential Game 7, because I honestly think that Flyers are not going to let... Yes, I feel like their nerves are kicking in, Stewie. I feel like that's what it is. When you see teams on top of each other, double committing communication errors, that's usually a sign of just nerves. Like, you mess up once, it spirals out of control, some miscommunications, you're feeling nervous, you're feeling just something's off. They just need to kind of lock back in, refresh, forget the last 10 minutes really ever happened, and just get back into the game. It does suck that you do have to kind of backs against the wall win 2 games in a row, but if it's going to happen, it's going to happen against a team that is full of subs, that you have 2 of your high-level premier players on, that I feel like can make this happen.
And Bubbly really has slowed down in this series so far. Obviously found the bump and made a big play for his team, but Prussia and Bubbly, their goal scoring has slowed down, and Trash just tried to pick up the pace, but I mean, that bar down shot he's definitely going to want back, as that one was an open shot and hits the crossbar. Game number 6. Neo Tokyo, adapt or die. Fargo looking to confirm this series. All they got to do is play 5 minutes of Perfect Rocket League.
Yeah, that sounds simple, but it's anything farthest from the point. Bubbly trying to get something going in 50 is lost out to Taro. Hits it to the backboard. That makes it awkward for Laws. You can't find the shot. Now it's out to the corner. Trash trying to make something happen here. Able to find anything. Goes out to the side wall. Taro, again, we've seen how deadly he can be on the ball. Backflips, though. That leaves it out to Bubbly, who gets it around 2. Tries to get it past the 3rd. Won't find the net. Taro will find the ball, though. And Fargo find a breathing room off that counterattack.
Good pop touch. Trash. One more touch forward. Not a ton of boost to work with. Won't win the 50 as Taro just pops it by him. Prussia. What does Prussia have as a front touch here? Gets by Papo, but Lazi's there to cover his teammate. Bubbly has to get to the backboard and does. Prussia on kind of an outlet, an island, trying to find something, chasing Papo in the corner. Bubbly, one more touch forward. Taro doesn't read it. It's just stuck on the back line, and will get it off his backboard. Prussia waiting, was lying and ready. Bubbly demos that defender in Papo in the net, but Taro has it away. And Fargo covering up a lot of physical plays that really St. Cloud have been known for, their namesake so far this season.
Yeah, that's, like I said, they're playing so just patient. They're letting St. Cloud, they're letting St. Cloud come to them. They're letting St. Cloud make their mistakes, but when St. Cloud is on and they're not making any, they do look flat-footed. They need to find their form that they found in the middle of the series, and they try to find it there, but Lozy's preventing them from doing that as he clears it out. But Bubbly there to collect off the sidewall. He gets 2 players out. Prussia, what does he have? That was a big opportunity, but it bounces so dangerously middle. Trash not able to meet the ball in time, and it's right back in St. Cloud's defensive half.
Taro good touch forward, and they catch him out. Prussia has to read it and does, and that got sketchy real quick. Trash may have gotten by 2 players. Bubbly on the counterattack off the backboard. Prussia's there for the shot. It's blocked away. Trash commits his 3rd man. Lozy will be cut out by Bubbly. No boost on the side of Fargo. They're starving at this point. Trying to find something. Trash! Read it! What in the world is Bubbly doing?
Well, how did this fall into it? I thought Trash missed on that shot, but Bubbly stays in the air and reads where Trash was missing. He had the miss covered. He caught all 3 players on Fargo out and just stays in the front of the play and just finds the goal. Now they find themselves 1-0 up in a do-or-die game, almost 2-0, but Fargo prevented from getting too out of hand.
And Taro looking for one more touch. Papo really get much forward. Bubbly will look for one more 50. Trash and him right on top of each other. Prussia goes missing on that play. Taro has a musty. Looking for something, but Bubbly has it away. 2 minutes to go. Will we see a repeat from game number 6 where Fargo held the lead, but now it's St. Cloud to have to really rebuttal and do the same thing, but Bubbly will go missing, gets the demo on Taro, so not a lot of help coming for Papo here, so he's the only guy. Well, 1 touch forward. Follow from Lozy is there, and St. Cloud just trying to hang on as Prussia will go missing, and Trash has no boost to follow up. A minute 40. Bubbly is demoed, but we'll have a pass to Prussia. That's on target. They find something out of nothing.
I was about to comment on the fact that how absolutely low all of St. Cloud are and how it's kind of a role reversal. But as I say that, Prussia with almost nothing gets the pre-flip shot off of a pass from Trash, who literally had 0 boost. I mean,
still made something happen.
Working with nothing, still find that counterattack. And they just caught Steelhawks overcommitting. That shot wasn't unsavable. That is an amazing clear from Trash. I have no idea how he got that power on that, but puts Fargo in a tough position. Lozy, that's not the best touches. Another pass falling down through the middle. Trash's shot isn't high enough, blocked away by Taro. And with time flying by, only a minute left already, we look like we're going to a Game 7.
Obviously, there's a little thing on the top left that says Game 7 on it. It is not Game 7. That is supposed to be a different thing. Forgot to change it, unfortunately, but regardless, we're looking towards like we're going there as Prussia. He'll get a touch forward. Lozy downfield for Taro. Maybe Fargo puts something together, but Taro just puts it towards net, and it wasn't on target. Bubbly collects over Papo, looking for one more 50, but Taro has it away, and Fargo really looking for some sort of offensive chance here. They may have found it, but Trash has the read and looking for a double, but Lozy cuts it out. Papo, one forward, just throws it on net. Prussia has it away, and double commit from St. Cloud for now, but this may be a chance. Prussia, double off the backboard, maybe a chance, but Bubbly won't put it on target just yet. 25 seconds left. Trash gets 2 players on his challenge. 20 seconds now as Fargo trying to press forward and still keep Game 6 alive. But still, Game 7 looming. Maybe a redirect from Taro will get you there, but 10 seconds now. Fargo likely going to have to do it in 7 instead.
Yeah, and with time ticking down, 0 seconds, that confirms it. We will have only a Game 7, Stewie, and that is the only way the series will be going. We have had technical difficulty after technical difficulty with Prussia's keyboard, and now we go to a Game 7 on a series that we hoped would have gone by quickly because we are abysmally behind schedule due to multiple, that was not far from the only technical difficulty we had, but regardless, Steelhawks, from that momentum game, from that big game that you're talking about, that Game 5, punched their ticket into a Game 7. They're guaranteed a Game 7 from that moment on if Flyers met them in this Game 6, and they do. And they're going to have to do it here in Game 7. You want to have that upper final. If Steelhawks find themselves in that upper final as a challenger
anything
team,
is possible.
They confirmed that they will be playing on Championship Sunday.
That's crazy.
Even if it's off stream, they still have a confirmed spot on Championship Sunday as a challenger team playing in Premier.
Here we go.
But
game number 7, Trash, waiting, will fake it out, but still gets it on target. I mean, he was looking for a more stylish goal than that, but I mean, it's a mind game at the end of the day. Just fakes the musty, and Papo can't read it. 7 seconds in, and St. Cloud strike right away, and that is a big, big mental boost for St. Cloud, as now they have another chance. Trash gets bumped, but Papo one-on-one with his former teammate Prussia, but Prussia has him bested this time as Taro will meet the 50 with Bubbly. Looking for one more as Trash, he'll have an open opportunity here as Bubbly bumps Lozzie out of the way. He completely deletes him from the field. Patience from Bubbly is he'll get one more touch, gets by, finds Trash, double maybe chance off the backboard. Taro doesn't read it. Bubbly has the read. That's going to float towards the net. Bubbly looking for one more touch, and the bad news for St. Cloud is there is a lot of time left in this game, number 7.
that is the only disadvantage of scoring a goal that early on. Is it's so much time for the other team to get back, but they're on the offensive attack right now. They want to make it 2-0. Trash off the side while flip reset blocked away. Papo backward and no boost, pretty awkward. Prussia will let him hit it towards him. Finds the aerial touch. No one on St. Cloud to follow, but there's Bubbly. We've seen his dunk in the midfield that led to a goal earlier on in play-ins. There's a hit that goes across mid. Prussia needs to be there, and he is. Now, a touchdown mid. Taro's met on it. Bubbly Reaper wins that 50. Trash already pouncing on the ball. Gets a huge beat. Might have been an opportunity. But Lozzie rotates back in time. As I say that, he goes missing. Prussia not able to turn on that, but still more offense coming out of that than it should have.
Prussia and Trash have to communicate here because Prussia got the boost. Trash will be bumped away from that, but will win the 50 as Papo pressing into that St. Cloud corner. Bubbly gets one more touch forward. Lozzie's there. Prussia cuts it out. Prussia gets the bump on Taro as well. A lot of space here for Trash. Just chooses to pop it forward. Papo, really, this clock is not ticking away quick. Pass from Bubbly to Prussia. Back to Bubbly. Follow up Trash. The bump comes out. It's towards net, but it's pinched away by Taro. Heroic save for Fargo. Looking to stay alive as Lozzie fights Taro on the other end. It goes up the backboard. Papo looking to keep it in play, but can't find the hole in the midfield line. Trash will take the 50 as it goes all the way across the field. Bubbly past 2 players. This is Sari going midfield. Anyone there? It's Trash. The shot is going to go down. Bubbly fakes it out, but Trash just leaves it for Prussia. St. Cloud not wanting to overcommit here and give Fargo a free one.
And that's smart. You want to keep this 1-goal lead, and now it turns from Fargo having 4 minutes to make it back to half the game. Chipping away time and time, second by second. Prussia off the ceiling, might make it 2. Had an opportunity. Taro was caught awkward in net, but not able to find it on target. Taro now out to midfield, can't find the musty. Finds it over to his teammate who pops it up, but Bubbly stays on it, can't find the ceiling recovery. Trash now, what does he have? It rolls dangerously out mid. Bubbly 50s it. This is up high. Prussia's there to meet it, but so is Lozzie. Both players go missing. Nothing happening quite yet on offense from St. Cloud. They're not willing to play aggressive. They want to keep this 1-goal lead, and honestly,
no boost.
If I were them in a game 7, I'd want to do the same thing.
No boost for either players for Lozzie and Taro. They're starving. Papo, last back. Trash foot reset into 1. The 50 comes out, but Lozzie has it covered on his rotation. 1:40 to go. Everything on the line for Fargo here. Can they will themselves to tie the game? Maybe it's Papo to do it. He has no boost. They're just trying to find something. As nothing working for Fargo at this point. Maybe Taro to do it. Has the possession. Will be challenged. Shut down by Trash immediately. Taro removes Prussia. Trash has the lead and has it himself. Game 7 has warranted a player who isn't really Trash.
Hey, that might be his name, but that's definitely not the way he acts. I mean, that's beautifully placed behind Lozzie. He's expecting him to put it right in front of the net, but has the game sense to realize that the backside of that's open, puts it top right off the bounce. Game 7, that is a huge goal. Makes it 3. Hat trick in Game 7. You cannot get any more clutch than that.
Wins the 50 himself off the kickoff. Papo goes missing, confirms the 3rd. 1:19 to go. If you're a Fargo fan, you have to be cheering for them at this point because they have got you got to call as loud as you possibly can because St. Cloud pouring it on, wanting to fly higher than their bird brethren as St. Cloud will not give it up in Game 7. They're going to break this record that seemed just impossible to break. 15-3 was the official record. Now it's going to be 15-4 if 58 seconds elapse. And Bubbly starting to remove Fargo players as Taro looking for one more touch forward. Prussia. Maybe a double off the sidewall. We'll center it to Fargo, who have a shot against the post. Lozzie. Oh, man. I wish he could have put that in. His Trash looks for his fourth, but 36 seconds now on this clock. St. Cloud, can they get it done in 7? Can they hang on? Trash one touch forward. Will beat Papo out as the clock is just ticking away. Trash is just trying to keep possession for his team as the 50 comes out. Prussia covers it up. 20 seconds now. Fargo. I mean, they fight all the way to 7, but they lose it in 6 and 7 as 12 seconds left. Clock the countdown going on right now as St. Cloud will likely move to the upper bracket final, but Papa wants one for the road. 4 seconds left.
4 seconds.
Can they get it done?
We did see Trash pull off a really subsequent kickoff goal off of his, which if they scored in the same manner, has enough wiggle room for it to happen, and that's not going to happen because it is hit into their half towards their net. Not finding anything. That's a beautiful sidewall redirect to really secure that game. Taro electing to keep the ball up, blocked away, hits the ground finally, and Flyers, after a grueling 7-game series against what was a very unexpected series from Steelhawks. I mean, you can't really be upset with yourself after that one. Came out here and showed people that they are more than just a challenger subbing team, that they can compete with the top 4 premier teams.
I mean, they really brought it. And they really brought it as Quick, you gotta check what thing you're on there, my guy. As yeah, bring it back down over there. There you go. As had the wrong thing on screen there for a second, but regardless, you see the Game 7 stats. Trash 3 for 6 on that game. Stepped up massive. Bubbly, I really don't think he had 24 demos. I hope he didn't have 24 demos.
It's counting one demo as 8.
Okay, good.
So he had 3.
He had 3. Good. Math is still correct. As St. Cloud survive a scare here.
Yeah, I mean,
as the camel switch back over to us, over to me and Ori. That was a series and a half for sure. As we gotta, we gotta keep it going. We gotta get to the break.
I mean, I want to say one thing. We talk about Trash, talk about Bubbly. Prussia in that game, you saw him kind of be shaky on defense before. He did have that one after they were up 3-0. He did have that one shaky touch where he redirected it off the corner towards his own net. But other than that, in that Game 7, he played very solid. He was forcing the issue. He was playing really good on defense. He was, what you were saying, he was being that spark plug. He was being that starter on offense. He was enabling his team. He did that really well in Game 7. I feel like that's what made them pull away there over time and helped them waste time in that Game 7. So shout out to Prussia for kind of being that underdog support player in that Game 7. That's definitely what you need in a long series like that.
And, a scare for St. Cloud, but regardless, they're able to survive that absolute barrage that Fargo put on. St. Cloud's just flying higher in Game 7, and they'll move on to that upper final. Next on the slate, we have got the lower semifinals for Rising Star. This is an elimination match. We had to do some schedule swapping, so this will be the match that we're watching. The Chicago Jungle and the Fargo Steelhawks going to take on each other for their lives here at Season 8 LAN. We'll catch you when that match comes up.
Chosen. Other spirits fall, but mine has ceased to be broken. You stripping down my pride, but time my only opponent. And lately I abide, but limitless I've awoken. So let me show you that everything I sacrificed mattered. All that blood, sweat, tears that I scattered. All that fake talk, fear that you splattered. Push me to right here, a new while I was vacant, but the crown falls simply to those who try to take it. One shot to get two paid, and my three wet like lemonade. 4 times and I step back just to reload and I let it spray. This is everything that I need, everything that I wanted, everything that I bleed. This is victory and I got it, cause I'm here now,
Waiting for the flag to fall.
waiting.
Here now, cutting through the rolling fog. You know you need it.
carried you home, taking all the weight off your shoulders. Now we're long gone, falling into 1 year older. It's funny how our love began when I was sober. Now I stumble in a room where nobody else cares. Now I'm in two minds thinking about you. I'm in two minds thinking whether I'm too kind to give you all of my truth. I'm in two minds thinking. Now I'm in two minds thinking about you. I'm in two minds thinking whether I'm too kind to give you all of my truth. I'm in two minds thinking. We've been up, down, way too many times, and now my tries. Deja vu round, spinning me into another lost time. Tell me where this road will end before I drive over the edge. Give me one break to recover myself, because I can't bear. Now I'm in two minds thinking about you. I'm in two minds thinking whether I'm too kind to give you all of my truth. I'm in two minds thinking. Now I'm in two minds thinking about you. I'm in two minds thinking whether I'm too kind to give you all of my truth. I'm in two minds thinking. Lift my feet off the ground, let gravity take me up. As beautiful as it's been, it's time for me to go. I wanna sail away, I wanna feel the weightlessness in my soul. I've gotta go all the way to eternity. I will run all the way to see you. I've gotta go all the way through time and space if I'm ever to see you. And I'll go. Lift my feet off the ground, let gravity take me up. As beautiful as it's been, it's time for me to go. I wanna sail away, I wanna feel the way.
What's up, everybody? Welcome back to some MCS action. I am Quick Horizon, joined by Clash. Clash, I want to get your thoughts real quick on that last matchup that we just had there. That was absolutely insane.
Yeah, that was nuts. The Steelhawks coming in as a challenger team, really putting it all on the field. That was nuts. I wasn't expecting them to get very far, but I was
Same.
rooting for them the whole way.
They really put up a fight. You know, it seemed like once Trash warmed up, it was a not quite as close. But you know, Prussia always having those keyboard issues on LAN. It's just kind of what you expect out here. The random stuff that pops up. But up next for you guys, we've got a banger matchup. The Chicago Jungle Rising Star playing up against the Fargo Steelhawks Rising Star. Both these teams are facing elimination. This is a win or go home sort of situation for you guys. What are you thinking going into this matchup?
Yeah, both of these teams need to bounce back. Steelhawks came into this whole tournament looking well, but Jungle didn't do so well in league play, but in the last couple tournaments they did amazing.
Seriously, man, at the play-ins, it was a totally different team.
Yeah, coming into this tournament they were hot, but both teams got beat pretty badly in their first match. So it's going to be interesting to see how they bounce back. The winner of them will play the victory in the next match.
Yeah, for sure. Taking a quick look at the schedule of games we've already had here in Rising Star. St. Cloud take down Chicago. That match was a little bit closer than I think that 4-1 scoreline would make you think. Jungle kind of fell apart a little bit later into that series, but Brainerd victory taking down Fargo 4-0 off stream. And I'm a little concerned about how that's going to affect Fargo heading into this series.
Yeah, I think they could definitely bounce back. Victory were looking good in that series, so it'll be interesting to see how these two teams match up. For sure. I'm expecting Jungle to be popping off on stage. They did in the first series.
Yeah, they get loud. These guys get loud. Fargo, man, you're going to hear some Kaz out there in the crowd, but we've got the players in the lobby. We're going to get game number 1 underway of your Rising Star lower semis. Again, this is a do-or-die match for both of these teams, so gonna look to see somebody that can outshine the other roster and come away with a win here, but Fargo immediately trying to get control in their own half. Mal looking to get this ball out towards a teammate. It's going to get cut off by Grant. Grant with a great opportunity to shoot. He does, but Shaco, the sub, is there. Now, Clash, what do you think that sub, how is that affecting this roster here? What would you think being a player on LAN that has to use a sub?
It's definitely interesting. I feel the sub needs to really step up here because I'm pretty sure Cloudy, the one that's being subbed out, could be here tomorrow. So if they can perform well here, he might be able to come in and hop in, but Shaco has to figure out a way to perform. But as a team, it's got to be a difficult situation because they've been working with Cloudy the whole time. They've been working as that team, but having that sub come in can be very difficult.
Yeah, you know, and Cloudy Jonah teammates last season, kind of sad not to see that matchup come to fruition here, but yeah, like you said, I did hear that Cloudy will be able to compete tomorrow, so they just need to take this one win. Just as long as you don't take 2 losses in day number 1, you qualify for day number 2. So Fargo has a lot on their plate. I mean, both teams really do, but Jonah with an opportunity tries to go slow, gonna pop it up, taking it into the corner. Great 50 across the net, but no teammates there. Grant now looking for an opportunity. Gonna get cut off by Bobslinger. Tries to get the follow, but not quite able to. Shaco's just gonna give it back to Debu. He's gonna put it up again. Debu now looking to push the ball into the corner. Taro's inviting me to a party right now. But ball gonna bounce off the backboard there. Bobslinger looking to get it out, and man, Fargo's just stuck in their own half.
Yeah, Fargo need to figure out a way to get out here. And as I say that, they almost do, but it gets cut right off. Yeah, Jungle are controlling this pace right now, and it's strong. And there we go. Fargo Steelhawks get the first goal. Ball gets it in the net. Huge goal for Fargo. Jungle there just caught on the back foot. They couldn't do anything about it.
1 second here. It is off again. I don't know. Well, we're going with it. 1-0. That's a big goal for Fargo. Almost turning it into 2. Shaco just off, but as we approach the halfway point, Fargo now leading. We're going to have to see them change, and instead of being locked in their own half, they really got to start to figure out how to get some offensive pressure going the other way. Try to get the ball out to their teammates rather than hoping that the 50 just happens to bounce out towards them. So I say that Mal cuts off at the midfield. Jonah looking to get control in his own corner. He gets it past 1, gets cut off by Bob. Now Debo looking to try to get it out. That's all 3 Fargo players there. This isn't a very situation. Oh, it wasn't a very threatening situation, but Shaco turns it into one. Way to shut me up there. Great read off of Grant's, kind of an errant touch there from him.
Yeah, you tried to get it control back, but Shaco just punished him. He tried to put it back down and around him, but Shaco was waiting for it. He got that goal right in there, and big punish by Shaco, stepping up from the sub.
Jonah now trying to slow the ball down in his own corner, looking to get some control. Chicago really trying to just figure out how to get this ball past the iron wall that is this Birdmen roster. Bob Slinger now looks to pop it up. That's a great demo, though. Potential to open up some space. Debu, unfortunately, 50'd away by Mal. He's going to lose it. Grant getting the ball in his own corner, gets it past one, messes up the wave dash, not able to follow it up. Mal with the shot opportunity just over. Shaco trying to follow it up, but it gets stopped by Jonah. Huge save there from Jonah to keep the Jungle still in this.
Yeah, Jungle playing a little awkward. You saw just there, Jonah stopped right in Grant stopped right in front, excuse me, and it just caused some awkwardness on the Jungle. They're going to need to figure out those rotations to get this ball rolling.
Absolutely. Grant clearing it back into his own corner. Jonah with an awkward touch. Doesn't matter. There aren't any Fargo members there. Grant just trying to keep it moving down the field. Jonah with an opportunity to put this on net. He goes for the double touch on the backboard, and Mal cuts him off. Great save there. Oh, that miss could lead to an opportunity. No, Grant is not able to get control. Shaco now tries to put it out towards center, but he misses the touch high on the wall. We're going to see the Chicago now try to lock this down. As we approach a minute left, things are not looking great for them here in game number 1.
Yeah, Chicago, I think, are the most momentum-based team here. I mean, you could hear it when they pop off and they score. It's huge for them. They can really start to pick things up. If they get a goal here, can they get a goal here? The fakes are huge. Debo gets it in there. Fakes 2 defenders. There was no chance. He could have popped that at any point, and then the defenders knew that. The defenders knew he could have done that, and he gets that goal. That was beautiful.
Yeah, better watch out on the fields, boys. It looks like there's 2 sets of axles sitting out there now on the half of Fargo. Chicago now, 45 seconds left, 1 goal. This is very doable for them.
Very.
Especially,
oh
no,
my goodness.
Grant! Oh, that was so close. Man, okay, 35 seconds, still plenty of time for Chicago.
Yeah, they got one more big attack here left. They might be able to make it 2, but Fargo Steelhawks are trying to punish them here. Debo gets it out. Now Maul takes it back to his own corner, can control it. He takes it up. That's a huge time waster right there. Jungle are going to need to get on that. They can't because one of them is gone. Bob Slinger misses. That might be a pretty big opportunity there. No one's up for the Steelhawks. It's going to be awkward. Oh, Debo doesn't get it in the net. Can they get it back? Can they have one more chance? Come on, can Debo get that? He can keep it up. Jonah's up. And it's on target. It's in the net. Oh, Jungle.
That is exactly how we lost to him in play-ins. This guy is so good at following the ball up in the air, getting that second touch and keeping it on target. You know, I was going to say I feel really bad for Chicago to miss 2 huge opportunities at the end of the match there and lose it, but luckily Jonah is able to pull him back in. Almost a kickoff goal. But man, definitely curious to see if Jonah is going to take that to heart and try to look for some more solo plays and just carry the ball himself.
Yeah, absolutely. The Jungle are picking it up. That's what they had needed. Here we go into overtime. 17 seconds in. 50 from Debo going up the wall now. Maul almost takes it over. Grant stops that. Debo, can he turn on that? No, Jonah takes it instead. Big 50 going to the wall. Can Grant read it? No, he leaves it. Grant up for the hit. Big bump.
Awkward.
Keeps him off of it. Steelhawks can control this now.
Mal trying to get a hold of it in his own corner and say he's going to take out Jonah. Shaker's left with an opportunity. Big 50 by Debu. This is going back out center. Shot opportunity, but nobody from Chicago is willing to go up on that one. Definitely trying to play careful here and not lose this game based on an errant mistake. So we'll see if they can keep it tight and try to score without committing that third man. But based upon the defense I've been seeing from Fargo, Chicago's really going to have to commit if they're going to want a goal here, especially if their first or second shot isn't going to be on target. Somebody's got to be there to clean up. But Mal looking for an opportunity, takes it low, he gets it, and the 50 is going to go back into the corner. Jonah misses the ball high. Shaco now looking for the double. He is up. He gets a piece. Can Bob put it on? Ooh. Oh, Grant with a huge 50. That was almost it.
Yeah, I love the composure here from the jungle on defense. They're figuring things out. Oh, that's a big clear, too. Yeah, the jungle were stuck on defense there for a while, but they were able to control all those touches that the Steelhawks were making. It never really felt like a huge threat, and just because the jungle were keeping that out. Grant loses a little bit of possession there, but he has a huge bump to make up for it. Grant, can he get back to this? He can't maul. He gets it middle to Bobslinger. Can he get the 50 on target? It's just a little high. Jonah, with the control, he doesn't quite get past the last defender, and Maul takes control back to his own corner.
You know, I've mentioned a couple of times that I was kind of looking for Jonah to like step up and see if he could slow it down and get a little more solo plays out of here. I would really like to see the same thing on the side of Fargo. Mal is a player that definitely has a high skill ceiling. He's a very technical player. He's super dangerous around the field, but it seems like just opportunities aren't being created for him to be able to shine in that role. And so we approach 2.5 minutes. It's crazy. This is only game number 1 here, and we're going to play 2 games within the one here. But yeah, I mean, really looking for somebody on both sides here to kind of step up and seal it away. Great touch by Mal.
Yeah, I'm looking for some physical play coming out of both teams. As I say that, there's a demo on the field. I feel like a lot of teams are kind of just playing solid rotations, but those solid rotations might get them a goal. Not quite. Knocked out by Maul. Wow, Shaco takes it up on the side. He doesn't quite get contact. Bobslinger takes it over. And Jonah for the 50 on his defensive line. Bobslinger back to the middle. Maul leaves it for Maul. Almost on target.
Oh, there's a
Shaco
shot.
not quite on target. That was an open net. Can they still get back to it? They can't. Jungle capitalize on a big mistake from the Steelhawks.
Man, Chicago there almost getting scored on, but another errant mistake coming out from Fargo, allowing that ball to stay cleared up. Grant now at his own mid is going to get 50'd away. Chicago trying to slow this ball to get something going. Mal is going to cut it off, though. Not quite able to get it out center. Jonah with a 50 at midfield. It goes off to the right. And Shaco with the miss. Grant with an opportunity. Jonah goes for the bump, but his teammate's not on. Oh, unfortunate read there. Mal now trying to keep this ball going the other way. He's got enough boost. Can he get it past him? Debu gets the read. Great solid defense there, which you don't want to see as a team panicking leading to a goal, but Jonah gets back in time. Great speed from the jungle to clean that one up, but Fargo is not relenting. Mal gets the flip reset, almost gets the touch on net. Incredibly close. Oh, another close one from Mal. Just wide. Man, very, very close opportunities here. It seems like both teams are getting a little more comfortable and a little braver on the opposing end.
Yeah, I've been praising the Jungle's solid defense, but man, the Steelhawks are trying to find the way to get through it, and they almost are. But somehow, we're still in overtime. 4 minutes and 20 seconds left in that overtime. Maul on defense. Takes to the side to Bobslinger. He goes up and it's
great
knocked
read.
away. Jonah able to get it middle, but not on. Maul takes a lot of time off the ceiling here. Grant 50, and Jonah takes full control. That was a huge 50 on the defensive end.
It's a big opportunity.
Jonah
boost from his own corner. The flip reset didn't quite get it. Almost stuffed it on net though. Shaco is off. Debu forces it through. Chicago take game number 1.
Wow, what a huge carry by Jonah to get that opportunity to go. And the 50 on to Bobslinger. Shaco couldn't quite recover it, and Debu puts it in the net. Massive goal from Debu there.
So close. A great shove by Devo. Just kind of, like I said, committing hard on the opposing end, really trying to just get great contact on the ball, and he's able to force it through. And that play was opened up by a solo play from Jonah. You cannot let him get full boost and control in his own corner. That's just a recipe for getting scored on.
Yeah, huge game by Jungle there. They brought that back, and they play so solid in the whole second half of the regular time and then the whole of overtime. Their defense was so solid. I say that, but then I look at the saves. The saves was all in favor of the Steelhawks, so it looks like the Jungle might have even stopped them at the mid-half and just kept counterattacking.
Yeah, Steelhawks scored twice there, and then they went scoreless the rest of the match.
Yep, 3 unanswered goals from the Jungle there. It was massive. Jonah really stepped up there, especially at the end with that last carry. That was awesome.
So what are you thinking going into this game? You know, we kind of talked about how we were looking for the Steelhawks to kind of ice up, get a little more solo plays, a little more confidence out of their individual players rather than just trying to have your second or third man read a 50 that bounces kind of errant. They really got to figure out how to be getting control of this ball and creating space by beating a player and then getting that 50. That makes it so much easier for your second man to commit, and it makes it easier for the third man to creep up because you would now have somebody beat and somebody able to rotate back.
Yeah, there's a lot of little mistakes coming out of the Steelhawks as well. So like, if they can just keep that control, beat that first man, they can get that control, get these games back. They're performing well. Just the little things, little touches. If they can fix those little touches, I feel like they have this game.
And there's plenty of time. This is a best of 7 for all of you guys at home.
Yes.
So that was only the first game. Plenty of time for Fargo to come back, but getting game number 2 underway here. We're going to see Jonah again try to take control of his own corner. Big bang out across. Mal is going to look to read this one, but a high pop could leave this in a dangerous situation. Grant is up. Gets the flip reset, but unable to follow. Bob Slinger now putting it off to the side wall. He's going to look to 50. Debu is there. Jonah with a shot opportunity. Mal is going to read that one. Great touch. Grant now trying to get control in the offensive end. Mal is going to cut him off, though. Shako, the sub, trying to get some pressure going the other way, but it's going to get, again, cut off by Debu. Chicago really shutting them down at the midfield and just trying to not even let the ball get back to their own end.
Yeah, I'm looking for Bob Slinger here. But Maul's doing quite a bit on the offense, but the support isn't quite there, and I'm just waiting to see that team play happen from the Steelhawks. We're seeing one man beat that Maul is taken out, and then just not quite the follow-up that I'm looking for. I want Bob Slinger to step up here, get the extra little bit, get the extra control that I know he can make. So they can get past this jungle defense.
Ooh, great 50 there by Debu right in front of the net. Almost leads to a goal. Jonah with another 50 on Mal goes wide across. Bob Slinger's going to put this one out towards center. Oh, but a whiff. Debu is also going to whiff, though. The big double whiff. Debu trying to get it back to Jonah. Looks like he created enough space. Oh, Shako is there. He is so quick. Mal now going up the mid wall. Tries to get something going, but unfortunately he's going to lose the ball there. Debu goes up quick. The flip reset. It's off the backboard. Oh, Jonah's there, and it's just wide. Incredibly close. Great mechs by Debu there to even create an opportunity there.
Yeah, that was a crazy opportunity. He just beat the last defender, just couldn't quite get the final shot on target. Bob Slinger, though, taking it the other way, tries to get a 50, but destroyed on the 50 by Debu. They're just taking the control right back. Steelhawks are trying to counterattack, but the jungle don't allow it for even a second.
Ooh, that's a big opportunity there. You know, speaking of, we haven't seen very many demos throughout this series. No. I'm curious if one of these teams is going to decide to try to just outpace the opposing team and rush through to get a demo and try to commit that way, but not really what we're seeing here. Debu now on the Fargo side, it's going to get banged up against the ceiling. Bob Slinger trying to keep control, but Jonah's going to cut him off real quick. Shako now trying to get control at mid. He goes for the pop, but Debu is there. So quick, Debu. Incredibly fast on that aerial. Ball just kind of bouncing around at the midfield. Grant looking to get it on, but Bob Slinger's there. Ooh, an awkward touch by Shako. A double commit there. Jonah's looking to get out center, but it's just too fast. Those wall pinches on the opposing side are something I feel like we see a lot more down here at this lower rank than you do at the higher rank, just because it's so unpredictable. You're just sending the ball flying somewhere and hoping that someone will put it on net.
Yeah, the person that's waiting middle for that pass, if they don't pre-jump that, there's no way it's 100%. Scoring. So the pinch on the wall has to be so perfect for the person in the middle to read it. It has to be like fast enough that it gets middle, but soft enough that it's readable.
Well, and that's a man who's committed now. If he's on that backboard bouncing off, Mal with an opportunity. There's the bump that I was just talking about. Bob Slinger tried to make it happen, but unfortunately the shot was just off. Debu looking to get some pressure going the other way now. Ball bouncing out center, but Mal is going to cut that one. Mal trying to get control. He gets 50 by Grant. Oh, a double commit coming out from Fargo. Down to Mal. Can he get it on? Oh just off the crossbar. So incredibly close.
Steelhawks trying to keep control there, but they can't, and now it's a counterattack for the jungle here. Jonah up for the ball. Just bangs it over to Shako. Shako gets that clear easily. Grant up for it. Doesn't quite make contact with Bob Slinger's there on the backboard. Debu up. Maul takes control right back. He's probably going to take some time here. He does. Jonah kind of gets a challenge there, just barely tips out middle. Bobslinger knocks it out the middle. That might be a little dangerous. Debu can't quite get anything on the offense there. Jonah with the shot. Ooh, Bobslinger gets it clear. Good save there.
Huge opportunity from Jonah there. What a way to read the defenders kind of awkward and then to create the speed needed to get there and potentially create confusion. Debu looking for the double flip reset, not able to get it on. Now Shaco's going to go up, keeping the ball in his own corner. The Steelhawks kind of scrambling here. I feel like they're up on top of each other a lot. There's not a lot of good space in their rotations. Definitely feels like they're rushing, and that's how mistakes are made, and that's how they've been getting scored on, is purely based upon a lot of these mistakes. You know, we've had Jonah pop off a couple of times, but Fargo really got to lock it up. And
all that being said, though, it's still 0-0, and we're about to go to overtime. So whatever they're doing, it's working well enough. So here we go into overtime. Steelhawks, like I said, you kind of need to pick it up, but all you have to do is get the one goal. All you have to do is get the one goal, and they're gonna and they could take this game. That'd be massive for their series.
Shaco almost up at Jonah again. Huge goal there, real quick, only 10 seconds into overtime.
Bit of an errant touch from Bobslinger there. Doesn't have a teammate middle waiting for that touch. Jonah puts it away. That beats Mola as the last defender there. That was, we got to get some better touches on off those walls if we're losing those middle.
Can't be scrambling like that either. Really got to tighten up your rotations and your positioning, because those scrambles are what's leading to those opportunities.
The Jungle punishing, they're ready for that midfield presence. They don't even allow it to get onto their defense. Once again, Jungle have only 2 saves while the Steelhawks have 6. That's not going to be a great situation for Steelhawks, only having to force out those 2 saves. Steelhawks have to find a way to get past Jungle's midfield. They have to find a way to get that offense going. Right now, they're not.
Yeah, Jonah with 4 shots there on the side of the Jungle, really carrying all of their offensive pressure. No saves from him, and I kind of think that showcases how Grant and Debu are really rotating around him and allowing him to just kind of take that space and following up the plays that he's developing either at midfield or on his own side. His teammates are really good about reading him when he is creating these opportunities. So definitely looking to see the Jungles continue that. As far as the Steelhawks go, I just feel like they're playing a lot of 50s and they're not trying to create space or, go for fakes, the little beats every here and there. Just a whole lot of go fast, run into the ball as hard as you can and see where it ends up.
The Jungle are just playing solid right now. I looked at the stats on the last game. They had no demos, so they're just playing a consistent, solid rotation, and they're beating the Steelhawks
demos
here.
From them. Wow, really?
Yeah, 0 demos in that last match. So it was just clean, solid gameplay from the Jungle. And like I said, they're a momentum-based team. They just got that game again. It's going to be difficult to stop them if you're the Steelhawks.
Yeah, if Fargo doesn't take this match, it's definitely looking scary for them.
Absolutely.
Chicago is really tough to try to come back against. During the play-ins, they got up ahead of us by 3. We were able to take the next 3, and then they iced up in game 4. So to them, when they lose that momentum, it doesn't necessarily translate to them falling apart as a squad. It could just be them taking space and trying out new things. And as I say that, Grant with a huge touch, he's going to leave Jonah with a shot. Bobslinger's not able to get there. 1-0 Chicago.
Yeah, great control there. Great control there from Jonah on that shot. He could hit it far side. No one could defend that. Beautiful. The 50 coming out before that from Grant was massive, though. Getting it popped up. No one able to challenge it from the Steelhawks. Jungle get that first goal.
That 50, I think, is what directly led to it. Grant getting up above the defender to make sure that his touch on it was going to beat him in that 50. And that was just huge and allowed Jonah to be able to capitalize. But now down by 1, Fargo's going to have to do something here. Mal looking to pop it up center. Shaco kind of chasing it, maybe not the best up there. Jonah going to go missing, but there's plenty of space here. Debo's going to get a beat. There's no defender there, but Jonah's not able to get it on net. Debu now just trying to keep it slow. Great bump by Jonah. Debu, not quite able to get enough power on that one to force it in through the net, but a huge opportunity.
Yeah, they just tried to change up the gameplay to get a different kind of offense. They tried that bump play that they hadn't been doing in the previous game, but didn't quite complete the pass there because Steelhawks were able to close it down. That being said, Steelhawks need to get a goal. They have a lot of time to do it, but they almost get scored on as I'm talking about. Jonah, not quite with the double tap. Debu can't quite get there. That's another counterattack. Shako can't quite control the ball, gives it away to Grant there. Now he has a lot of space. Plays it around one. Bobslinger challenged and beat. Grant still has the ball here. It's incredible that he still has it. Jonah with the goal here. Oh, Grant with the control, beats 2 defenders and challenges the last one. Just open net for Jonah there.
You know, I watched Debu miss that boost at mid, and I was like, no, there goes the opportunity for the jungle.
Yeah.
But then Jonah came roaring up the midfield to be there to capitalize on that. What a great read by him as well, getting up in the air, keeping himself low, and just putting it on net. That's really all that they're having to do here in order to beat Fargo. Hopefully this is not too much for the Steelhawks roster, and they're able to steal those nerves, figure out what they're doing wrong, and just take this one goal at a time, because at this point, that's all they can really do to stay in this.
Yeah, a reminder, this is an elimination match. If Steelhawks lose here, they're out. That'll be the first elimination match for the day, so it's a very big match for them. They have to win this to stay in the tournament. And I think they have to win this game right now. They have to figure out a way to come back. A reverse sweep against a team that's based on momentum, in my opinion, it's not going to be easy. It's not going to be easy at all.
Yeah, it's Shako now trying to chase the ball down the field. Jonah's going to get control on his own side, push it across. Debu just kind of shoves it out towards mid, and Mal is left with an opportunity. That high touch is going to be read by Bob. He's looking for the double off the backboard, but not quite enough boost to get there. Oh, it almost didn't matter. Grant did not quite read it. Shako 50 and keeping it on the Jonah half, on the jungle half.
Like
huge opportunity. The Jonah half is what we're going to call it from now on. But Bob ripping one on net. A double commit is not going to get punished for the jungle. Shako is just going to miss it. Okay, but this could create some space for Mal. Let's see what he can do here. He goes up, looks for the reset, but just off. Caster's curse, my fault there, Mal. But yeah, jungle going to clear it out, and it's time's ticking down here. This is looking worse and worse for the Steelhawks.
Yeah, there's good creativity from Shako there, but it all happened because of the mistake that happened right before it. He lost the control. He had to back pass it, but now their time is ticking away for the Steelhawks. So they have to figure out a way to get this one in. Another miss. That's going to be a big miss, and Bobslinger does clear it out, but again, more time ticking away, and Jungle make it harder to come back.
Seems like it's just the main stage nerves kind of getting to Shako here. It's see him diving a lot at the ball, not really trying to get ahead of the play or read where it's going next. It really seems like if he's in the vicinity of the ball, he's just kind of chasing it, and it's making it really difficult for Mal or Bob to develop plays if you're constantly waiting for your teammate that overcommitted on the ball to rush back. So down by 3 with a minute to go here. This is the Jungles to win. They just need to keep playing how they have playing and lock it down. A big double demo from Jonah. Could this lead to a goal? Debu's going to pop it out. Oh, great read by Shako. Fantastic speed there, pushing the ball back into his own corner. Mal now trying to keep it going. Ball on the jungle half. Jonah now. Space and boost. Oh, fakes the first challenge. Puts it up. It's off the backboard. Grant not able to read it, though. And here's an opportunity for Fargo. No, shut down by Debu. Great read by him not to panic and leave Mal with too much space. Going up quick, shutting him down, and keeping the ball at midfield. Jungle now, they're just ticking the clock down.
Yeah, they're just taking all the time in the world controlling it. I wouldn't be surprised if Deep. Oh, that could be an opportunity. No one's there to punish, though. Yeah, we talked a lot about Shako and his little mistakes here and there, but it's a lot to ask from a sub. He hasn't. I don't think he's played with them much, if at all.
Yeah, I can't recall him playing at all during the regular season.
It's a lot to ask for the sub to just step up at a LAN environment, and
100%.
with a team that he probably has played with some, but. It's totally different, especially for the other 2 players, working him into that rotation. It's going to be tough, but they have to figure out a way to do it because right now they're down 0-3 in this series, and Steelhawks are going to have to reverse sweep to get this series win.
Yeah, you mentioned that this jungle squad is definitely a momentum-based team, and what's not fair to the rest of the Rising Star teams is that this momentum started last week when they won play-ins. I mean, this team is literally, even I don't remember how they did in the first major.
It was I think it was either first or second, but they did very well.
They did well, yeah.
Yeah, they made it very far.
Yeah, so I mean, this is just a train that's been building speed for the last 3 weeks here, and we're showing it as it just rams through the Steelhawks defense. They're just not able to do anything. But I see it says 16 demos. Wait.
It's counting 8 for every 2.
Oh, it's counting.
So Jonah had.
Okay,
Jonah
wait.
had
Yeah,
2,
as I
Tibu
continue
had
to look at
1,
the scores here.
Bob
yeah,
Singer
maybe a
had
little
3.
up.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, so it's definitely counting a little too high on those demos, but we can do a little bit of math to get that. They did pick up the demos there, which was important to them on those goals, but yeah, Steelhawks are going to have to figure this one out. That being said, the jungle being a momentum team, if they get stopped here, do you think that the Steelhawks could then ride that? Jungle being down a little bit, maybe that could help them out. I don't know.
You know, Fargo got swept in their first series that they played off stream. I don't know if a single win is going to be enough to do this. You know, it's kind of nice when you're sitting there down by 3 in a best of 7. You're really just taking it one game at a time, one goal at a time, trying to slow it down. So I definitely think it's possible, but with the way that Jonah and this jungle squad is playing, I just don't know if it would be enough for him. But getting game number 4 underway, Chicago's starting off quick here with the pressure.
Yeah, right into the Steelhawks half instantly. Great save there by Blobslinger, though. That could have been deadly if he didn't get into that play quickly. Shako, good touch off the backboard. Can't quite follow it, though. Maul with the clear. Shako, can he continue it? He can't, because Maul takes it over. Now Grant just puts the pressure right back on. Great little touch around him. Is there a follow-up? There is. Not quite on target, though. Jonah takes it over to the side, over to Grant. Great little team play there on the defensive end to get the counterattack back going. Maul back in his own court. Can he retain the possession? He can. Can he keep it up? He can.
Ooh, that's an opportunity.
But that's a great opportunity for the jungle. Again, Shako with the hit on the defensive end. Can that just go in?
What a save by
Bob with the huge save.
Woo.
Without that save, I don't know. That would have been.
That could have been the beginning of the end.
So yeah, but he keeps them in it, and now the Steelhawks still on defense though. Jonah up for the hit. Can he keep it in? No, he can't. Bobslinger clears it out. Grant up for it. Can keep control. Debu back. Grant back over to Jonah. Can he keep the control? He can this time. Oh my goodness.
You know, what I'm really seeing from this Fargo squad is, you know, when they're on their own side, we're seeing, especially out of Shako here, those individual touches that he's getting. You know, when you have a player who's not quite as mechanical, they're not able to keep the ball as close. And so when he goes for those plays to try to slow it down in his own side, Chicago is just eating him up. And not only that, it seems like there's always a Chicago player wherever the ball is going to end up. It doesn't really matter how the Steelhawks are approaching and hitting it. Chicago is all over the field, it seems like, except for there when there was an opportunity. Grant gonna kind of leave it to Shako, looks to feed it to Maul. Maul just gonna bang it down and try to grab some boost on his way back. Jonah beats one. Shako is last. That's a demo, and it's still on the smoke screen. Nasty Jonah, absolutely nasty.
Oh man, it's a solo play. Just takes it on his own, gets ahead of the ball, takes out that last defender. Nothing the Steelhawks can do once that last defender's demoed there. I feel like the Steelhawks really need to. It sounds weird, but start banging the ball more. I
think so.
It's making me like get tongue-tied how much it's just like bouncing back and forth and back and forth. But if the Steelhawks can start getting it past that last defender, over their heads, make them uncomfortable, that might be the play. They're trying to control it a little bit too much, in my opinion. Often that's the opposite problem that people have. But in threes, you can play that bang ball, and they, I feel like, need to at least a little bit to get some control here. But Maul gets cleared out by the jungle there on his attack.
You know, something else with this Fargo squad is I feel like I haven't seen them turn a backboard bounce into a dangerous situation at all
I don't
yet.
think so.
It really feels like if the ball bounces off the backboard, either Chicago is able to clean it up or it's just so wide that it's able to just bounce across the field. But I
also don't think they're getting that many opportunities at that. They're not giving themselves those backboard opportunities that much. So when they're few and far between, they can't really make much of it. But Steelhawks almost able to get one away there, cleared away by the jungle.
Only down by one. We're now reaching a point where there's not so much time left in the game, and if Chicago scores again, they're possibly going to complete this sweep on Fargo. But Fargo's really steeled up well here. I love what I'm seeing. Shako looking more confident. Love to see that. Mal keeping in the corner. A bump there, possibly allowing Mal enough time to get it past one. He does. Bobslinger's going to go up in this, but Jonah's there to bang it down the field. And now we have an odd man rush, potentially the other way. No, we will get a couple of Steelhawks players back quickly. Shako, nope, not quite able to get to the ball in his own corner. Bouncing back out towards mid. We're ticking down to the last minute here, Clash, and this is getting tight.
Yeah, the Steelhawks are trying everything they can to get past this last defense, but unfortunately they have to get past this last defense, and I'm not sure if they can here, but we will see. Deepu just slowing it down so much, wasting time like crazy. Grant meets him in midfield, so dangerous. Jungle are putting on the pressure now, and Steelhawks are the ones that need the pressure. Jonah puts
Jonah
on the backboard, couldn't quite get it away for Deepu. Grant just takes some time back in his corner. Can he control it, though? It's back in the middle, and it's cleared away by the Jungle. Absolutely massive clear, taking away more and more time.
Oh, no.
This
is
could be
dangerous.
bad for the
Oh,
Steelhawks. It is in for the Jungle. They punish it. 33 seconds left. 2-0. Man, that's got to be a dagger.
That was rough. I was kind of nervous when I saw Bob start taking it up on his own backboard. His first touch was pretty good. He was able to keep it close, able to keep some control, and then Jonah just shook him right off the ball, tossed him off, and left it completely open to his teammate. And yeah, not a lot of demos from this roster game to game, but Chicago doesn't need it with shots like that.
They're just playing so solid. Like, everyone's there for the punishes. Whenever there's a mistake on the Steelhawks side, they're there. That wasn't even that much of a mistake. That was just a gorgeous pass, fast to the middle, and he's there to put it in the top.
You got to be able to capitalize in the air in front of the other team's net, which is definitely what Fargo has been lacking. They're really just trying to keep the ground play up and score that way, and it's just not working against Chicago here. But Mal trying to get the ball going the other way. It's going to get 50'd away. Grant off the back wall, off the sidewall, to Jonah, who is just going to put it in. This is going to be sealed up here, Clash.
I'm a little worried for the victory in the next match when they have to play the Jungle here. They're looking good.
Yeah.
They're looking real good.
Definitely.
Jungle is coming into this next match with a huge momentum advantage.
Do we know? So Brainerd did lose to St. Cloud. St. Cloud is going to move on to finals. They lost 4-2 versus St. Cloud. The victory, excuse me. So yeah, St. Cloud is going to be your team in the grand finals tomorrow for sure.
I can't even get a consolation
almost
goal. That's so
shutting down, but Jungle are going to take it in a sweep and a commanding win from them. Man, that momentum train just got even more. I mean, these guys are going to run away with it, it feels like.
Yeah, they beat the Steelhawks in the same way that the victory did, so they're in a way coming in this even. But the victory lost their most recent series, and the Jungle won it. So it's going to be very interesting to see how they come into that series, see if they can keep the momentum up, because this series looked great. They've
absolutely.
They've crushed this competition and full 4-0 sweep.
That absolutely massive for them. 4-0, the score for that game, the score of the series there. Jungle shutting down Fargo, making it happen as the underdog team coming into this. Your last chance qualifier, taking the final play-in spot. Absolutely massive. Clash, taking a look here, who do you think that they're going to get to the finals?
Oh man, I think so. They're looking great. It's just solid all around. They're not leaving gaps in their midfield. They're keeping the pressure on. They don't even have to play much defense. I said good defense, but it's really more midfield.
Yeah.
They're maintaining that pressure, maintaining that possession, and if they can keep up the way that they played right now against the Steelhawks, I think they can make it all the way. That being said, the victory we're looking good all season.
They were looking super strong.
It'll be a good match.
Yeah, definitely sad to see Fargo go that quick. I had higher hopes for them coming into this. Really thought that they were going to be one of the contenders for it, but it's the LAN environment, and anything can happen here. And Jonah's just feeling it. I feel like he plays super well under pressure, and that's super dangerous for every squad that's here. Up next, we've got Rochester taking on Mankato. Looking at Stewie to see if he gives me the thumbs up for your upper... finals? Upper finals? Yeah, upper finals. Rochester versus Mankato. I'll tell you what, I did not think that this was going to be the matchup that we saw here. I thought it was going to be Bemidji Fargo.
I thought it was going to be the exact opposite, but these two teams performed. I watched Atlas on the B stream. They played so well. It was they just stomped them, honestly.
Anything stick out to you from that squad?
It's tough to say because they're just kind of like the Jungle did in this series. They just play so consistent, so solid. No individual is really popping off, in my opinion, but it's very solid team rotations, which is the best way to win in Rocket League, in my opinion. It's a team game, so you got to win as a team.
And speaking of the team on the other side, Rochester, they had some fantastic team plays in their series versus Bemidji. That double touch?
Wubik.
By Wubik,
musty backboard double touch. It was so clean.
Absolutely nasty. There's so much talent on that team. Dicey, I heard prior to this event, is the only player to have qualified for every LAN for MCS. Every single LAN this guy has qualified for. Just an absolute beast throughout the regular season.
Incredible.
Won a championship last season. He's looking to make it back-to-back here. I'd say he's got a pretty solid chance.
Yeah, they came into this in a little bit of a lucky way, but they're performing on it and
definitely in a lucky way,
showing everyone that they deserve that spot that they were given to get into this competition, and they're performing so well.
Yeah, I agree 110%. All right, sounds like we're going to be good to go to break. We've got Challenger coming up in just a little bit here, guys. We'll be back. Clash and I will be back tomorrow casting.
Yes.
Thanks for being here.
I'm sick of fighting the things that you said. I don't wanna burn all our bridges ahead. I'm tired of going to bed when you left me on red just to turn up the noise in my head. I told you that one day ain't never enough. You tell me I hate you, I still call you up. We don't got trust, we can never have love. I was putting in the hours, I was. You were calling me a liar, 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 liar. I've been putting in the hours, I was. And it's coming down to now and never. I was putting in the
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the MCS Twitch channel. I'm Tierney along by my good friend V15, and we have the Challenger Upper Finals here ahead of us here between the Mankato Atlas and the Rochester Rhythm, who we called earlier today. And this is a big one. Winner of this gets a 1-game advantage in the grand finals.
Yeah, and they don't have to worry about trying to qualify for the match. This is everything for them. We've already seen Rochester face off earlier, turning around a 3-2 deficit and beating the strong Bemidji Lumberjacks, the highest seed coming in here. And I've heard rumors that this Mankato team, though, on the B stream or on the off stream, were putting in work. So I'm excited to see this.
You know, I'm not surprised. These are technically now the 2 best Challenger teams we have. So it's the best versus the best. Someone's going to have to go down to that loser bracket. It's not going to be me. It's not going to be you.
Not me.
It's not going to be Stu. It's going to be one of them down there.
Yeah, and it comes as a surprise, I'd say. I mean, we already mentioned previously this Rochester team, not knowing a week ago they'd be playing here, and Mankato was the final team to secure a spot here. They ended up pulling off a Game 7 victory against the Des Moines Derecho in the lower finals. So they've come a long way. They've had to really have some clutch opportunities, and they need one more to get that upper bracket spot.
And, you know, both these teams, they've already won a match today. They've already won a best of 7 today. But now you got to re-rack it and restack it. And at that point, you know, both teams, you're going to have that confidence. You're able to win. But now that quality of play is just going to go up a little bit more.
A little bit of extra pressure and knowing who you're facing off against. And these two teams are familiar with each other. I checked the stats earlier, and they met in the quarterfinals of the major, and it resulted in a 4-2 win for Mankato Atlas. So they're familiar with playing against this lineup and have had prior success. So they'll look to continue some of that, but seeing how Rochester's been playing so far today, it could be a whole completely different team coming up here.
You know, history is in favor of Mankato, but for Rochester, they're looking to flip the script. They've already done that once today. And for these two cities that are not too far away from one another, do we call this really a rivalry game here? A regional rivalry game? I don't know. I'm just a caster. Stu says we're ready to go. I'm ready to go. V15's ready to go. River Falls, are you ready to go?
Yes.
All right, here we go. Game 1, upper finals of the Challenger League. Mankato in the orange, Rochester in what I say their signature blue. And V, take it away.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be a big showdown. We've talked about previously setting the tone, setting this energy. We saw Wubik play incredibly recently, and they want to get off to a quick start. It seems like if they let up the first goal, Rochester tends to struggle, but given how their mechanics have been looking so far, they're getting that offensive pressure. Haven't seen too much of Atlas today, being off stream, so I'm interested to see how they face off, if they can have some of these good chances, but already seeing the pressure coming through from Rochester.
And, you know, them playing off stream might actually be in their favor because then Rochester can't really game plan against them. So just about 45 seconds in centering chance. Cole can't finish. Wubik's not going to get there as DeCarlo. Going to boot it downfield. Dicey with the awkward pitch with the Sentinel. He switched to that card mid-series against Bemidji and then just played lights out. So I wouldn't be surprised if he sticks with it all series long.
Yeah, that's the difference maker. They turned it around, and he was getting some good hits, some good victories with the Sentinel, so why change when it ain't broke? And seems like Wubik puts off the backboard. Barry can't get the read on that. Bomber clears it out. Some big clears coming through. Could be a chance here for the Atlas. Bomber plays it slower on Cole.
Fakes out his teammate. Chance here from DeCarlo over the Bomber. Shots not really there, just high. And going to finish it is Barry. Puts Mankato up 1-0 early. And for Rochester, they're just flailing around, not really attempting to get in front of the ball as they're just caught off guard as there's so much movement in the box.
Yeah, that drop pass from DeCarlo was beautiful to set up Bomber. Able to take a slow hit off that backboard. It seemed unexpected or unassuming, not much power on that, but it was very awkward for the rhythm to read, and Barry was there to capitalize on that awkwardness and put it away. Some great passing plays. that we're seeing early. But now we're seeing a link-up play here for Rochester. Dicey trying to find a teammate, can't quite get it. Barry 50 with Wubik. Carries that momentum greatly. Dunked over by Bomber. And now the ball
They're trying to slow it down. Carlo's shot can be met by Cole. And I want to point out Bomber here. The couple times I've seen him with possession of the ball, he's slowing it down. Trying to give time for his teammates to cut into Carlo. Double tap, just not enough on it. Barry has to retreat. This one off the corner. Cole trying to work this through. Again, we see when we see Rochester struggling on offense, they're stuck to the perimeter. Once again, I need to see the infield passes, plays in the middle of the field working, or just them attempting them to try to get them to work.
Yeah, seeing them following up on touches, solo plays, passes in the middle, that's where they found their success against Bemidji. They were linking up, finding their runs, but the slowdown by Mankato, using their space wisely.
Oh no! And Cole just gonna wait out Bomber here. And Bomber, he was out of position trying to get back. I give him credit for the effort, but it's gonna be a tie ball game here, 1-1.
Yep, seemingly against the run of play there. It felt like a lot of pressure from the Atlas, but just one mistouch, misread, mispositioning, and it gets capitalized upon. That's what happened in this competitive challenger tier. Any mistake you make, they will be scored against you. So got to keep this ball close and be locked in from game one. Great touch from Ubik with low boost. Good contest. Cole's trying to put this on target, but can't quite get to it.
Dicey cheated a bit forward, but Cole's going to get back. DeCarlo looking for a centering feed, a bit dangerous. Staying near the box. Barry's going to fan on it. Stretch from Bomber. Whoop's going to cut in. And it's an potential open net the other way. Wubik, hello. Just going to walk the dog down coast to coast. Really didn't have any challenges his way. Barry was there, and he almost ghost touched it, it looked.
Yep.
So for Rochester, they're going to take the lead here, 2-1. Still plenty of time for Mankato to get back into it. Still very early in this series, V.
Definitely. We're not seeing, the play isn't coming through as well. We're seeing these players settle onto the stage as Barry capitalizes on the miss by Dicey there. Open backboard. He'll take that any day of the week. Puts it into the middle of the net. Restores the balance after Rubik's great solo play. Goals come in many forms, and that's just how the game goes. Dicey, though, is trying to atone for that miss there. Puts off the front post. Cleared out by Bomber. DeCarlo launches this one on field. No one's back. This is just going straight in from his own half. Where was the defense from Rochester on that one? They just disappeared on that beat.
Well, that's one way to score a goal. Bit of a scoop and score, except it's in your own corner. Couple of weird goals this game so far. Maybe a little bit of nerves, still trying to settle in a little bit. He had a lot on the line here. As a player, you're definitely thinking about it. You can't say you're not thinking about it because there's so much on the line. Barry again trying to slow it down, but Wubik not going to wait it out. Again trying to go for a magic play. Can't find anything. Dicey, good center, but a big clear from DeCarlo again. Backboard defense, so key, so strong right now for Mankato.
Yeah, these clear-out touches are doing a great job of switching the momentum. Dicey, though, trying to get a chance of his own. Gets cleared out. DeCarlo now into the attacking corner. Tries to get her on Cole, gets her on one. Wubik is there to follow. And another big defensive demo. Seen a lot of these from the rhythm. Easy way to control the game, the offense of the other team if they don't have enough players out there. This one chips out. DeCarlo gets a massive bump. Could be a chance for Bomber off the crossbar. Can't put it away.
And that's when Bomber might want back. Oh my goodness, you're kidding me. You could see what he was trying to do as he pre-jumped it. He was screaming for the pass probably. Very shot gonna get nudged away. And the clock's gonna wind down, and it looks like Mankato gonna take game number 1. And there it finally touches. Atlas take game number 1, 3-2. But it was a lot closer than it looked.
Yeah, this game felt like whoever could make the least mistakes took it, and that was given to the Atlas. Reading these reads on the backboard, putting them away. Had a bit of a misread from Bomber early, but they sent him to settle into this game, and looking at the shots, we got 14-5. So Atlas coming out, first game on stage, showing their energy and putting away some of these nerves.
Yes, showing their energy, and for, again, the rhythm, this almost feels like the norm now. Now we've seen them play 8 games now. And they're not a very high shooting team. But when they do get a plethora of shots on, that's when they really start to get cooking and start to bury them.
Definitely. Their quality of shots was what was impressive, because we were talking about the shot line against that Bemidji team. It was always 13-7, 14-3, and even in games that they won, they were still getting outshot. So they were able to generate these great chances and the goals that they needed to, but we need to see that quality coming through as soon as possible, because these Atlas team are out for blood.
And from what I saw early, the Atlas aren't going to waste any time. We're not going to waste any time getting into game number 2 here. Bit of a neutral kickoff. Going to go into the corner. Dicey back in the Octane. Didn't like what he had in the Sentinel. Carlo off the wall. Not going to get the touch he wants. Beard's going to get beat out. Also, credit to Dicey. I love that rogue decal.
It is nice. It's a bit deceptive on the orange team.
That's my one. I never understood that. For me, as like a teammate, for the first like couple games, it throws me off a little bit, because you're on the orange team, or technically he's on the blue team, so it's fine. But like last game, he was on the orange team.
Yeah.
But back to the matter at hand. 45 seconds in, Colt's kind of trash one down the earth, can't force it through. With a good couple of touches, but DeCarlo happy to put that one back in midfield. No harm, no foul yet. No team has made a really big mistake, but then no one's really done a whole lot either. Again, no one wants to make that first mistake, give up that first goal.
Yeah, and that was a strategy that I think worked out for the Rhythm at the end of their last season, or their last series. They were able to settle down, play regimented defense, focus on not making any mistakes, and that really helped them find the goals that they needed. They can play without scoring much, but they will take any goal they can get with Dicey in the right place at the right time.
And Cole, a great pass to Dicey, who's left all alone by himself, has to turn back quickly to get there. Credit he does. Rochester on the board first. Something they didn't do a whole lot in the previous series against Bemidji.
Yeah, this will keep their
spirits high.
Yeah, the spirits high, the feeling that they can put the game behind them, respond, and even this up to best of 5. And
there's another demo from DeCarlo Wubik. Oh my goodness, what a save. Thought that ball was dead. The right's behind the goal line. He had other ideas. Lots of midfield play. Cole looking to center for Wubik. Awkward setup. He stays with it, but the 50 is going to get away from him. Double commit at midfield. Rochester has to retreat. Bomber backwards, going to roof one well high to a waiting Dicey. And things really have slowed down. We mentioned in that first series between Rochester and Bemidji, Bemidji like to play at the speed of light, and Rochester like to play at the speed of light, or at least they tried to. But now they're forced to slow down a little bit, and I think that previous series where they had to slow down, it was a nice warm-up game.
Yeah, they're making some adjustments to how they want to play, and I think a slower style, I mean, it does fit this Rochester build. The solo play, the sidewall plays, the pure mechanics, I think that really shines in their gameplay. Additionally, with some demo play, they're a very well-rounded attacking unit, and I think it's playing into their hands. As you can see, they've already gotten some success, but Mankato is still putting a lot of pressure. These bumps are causing chaos as Bomber puts it off
off the backboard, couldn't dial it in. Hit the crossbar instead. Barry takes a chance. DeCaro's going to clean up. Third time's the charm for the Atlas. And they got a goal they needed at most.
That's a great shot. And this is the exact same thing we were talking about with the Bemidji series. This backboard against the Rochester Rhythm. Everything is just bouncing straight out and everyone's packing the net. You've got two players sitting, one's inside the goal and they can't make a save on it. It's awkward reads. It makes it a bit difficult. And we've seen prior success with this strategy against this Rhythm side.
Barry had a chance to put a shot on, but Dicey was able to get there first. Bomber over one. Was trying to find DiCarlo off the wall. Would have been a solid play. Nothing doing there. That's going to be an awkward bounce right at center. Bomber shot on Wubix there. Was just wide. Just under 90 seconds remain. Tied 1-0. That's a big demo from Bomber trying to keep the pressure up. Trying to get Rochester to start scrambling. Cut off by Barry. Now Wubik's gonna have a chance here, but Bomber's right there, boost starved. Mankato beginning to close in, even if the ball's not on net, they're getting that pressure to go, continuing the boost starve. And for V, when your whole team doesn't have boost, it's so hard to play defense.
Yeah, you need to get a perfect clearance. You need the ball to be moving fast. And the interceptions, I mean, Barry there at midfield, jumping right ahead of Wubik, forcing them back in their attacking area. That's huge from Cole. This will be a chance for them to reset and find an opportunity. Looking for that
There's
pass
a
on
demo.
middle.
There's the shots completely stuffed by DiCarlo up high. Drives past it. Looking to center. Barry out of sync.
There could be third man there.
Cole trying to center. Couldn't get a touch off. There it is. Wubik gets credit with potentially the game winner. Wow. Off the wall, and that ball just bounced off uncontested. Near post. Barry went far post. Wubik had saw a bit of an open net. He took it. And Rochester potentially moving up 2-0.
Yeah, it felt like they were expecting Cole to get that touch there. He doesn't get it, and Wubik will gladly shoot that on net. DiCarlo trying to put this out into the middle. Great save off that back post. Getting out an opening. Good pinch from Barry. Looking to respond here.
I like the pinch.
Cleared out. While we're taking space well, Barry's hanging out in the middle. Great interception for Wubik. And a win there for the Rhythm. Responding.
The Rhythm halfway to the grand finals, getting that one game advantage. They got the first two done. Now they got to get the last two, which might honestly be the hardest ones.
Yeah, we've seen pressure in the past with teams. We've seen so many game sevens and teams that have many match points that haven't been able to convert it. So it's never in the bag until you see the clock drop to 0 in Europe.
When the ball hits the ground at 0.
Can't get ahead of myself.
How many times have we seen the clock hits 0, the ball's still in the air, and it ends up in somebody's net? And a lot of times we see teams struggle to close out these long series, whether it be they just run out of stamina mentally, where they're just exhausted at this point. And playing at such a high level with that, when you're focusing that much, where every touch has to be perfect, at some point that mentality, you're just going to break down. You're going to wear out.
Yeah, and it's been a long day. I mean, people have been getting up. People have gotten here at around 10, 11 a.m., and we're already at around 5. You've got warm-up matches. You've got training packs. You've got matches themselves. It's been a grind of a day, and keeping that consistency, that class, that skill, when it really matters in a situation like this, that's what matters. That's who proves who's able to perform at LAN, and what I think is great about this league and finding who the best of the best
Yeah,
are.
LAN is a little bit different environment. I will say that. I've never had the chance to play at LAN, but at least from casting at home to casting here at LAN, bit of a difference. You got bright lights in front of you. It is kind of distracting. So that being said, here in game number 3, the Atlas need to get themselves into gear here. And it doesn't look like it's going to happen, as Cole going to put his team back on the board and the Rochester Rhythm pick up where they left off.
Yeah, just it. There's so much space here for Cole to take the shot. They got one good 50. It bounces out to the side, and I mean, it's an open net. It's handled quite nicely, and they're continuing this speed. They saw the turnaround in game 2, responded quite well, and now in game 3, getting out to another early lead, and that was all they needed in the prior matchup.
DiCarlo looking to center. Barry's there, just 2 underneath it. Dicey's going to set it to the corner. Rubik trying to pinch. Bomber trying to force something here. Again, slows it down for just a moment. A triple commit from Rochester. Got to be careful. Barry just kind of in an awkward spot, just kind of fumbling around with the ball in the corner. Bomber with the changeup puts it wide on the follow-up. And that could have been right what Mankato needed, just faltered at the final moment.
I mean, incredible. Barry, as always, he's been putting away shots nonstop. Game 1, he was the scorer. Just outpaces Wubik on that touch. Right off the front post. I thought Bomber on that initial one was being able to put it away. But off the front
it
post,
felt like for that last 45 seconds, Mankato was able to do whatever they wanted. And for Rochester, you can't afford that. Because we know their defense can be a little shaky at times, but when you have offense like that with the scorer like Dicey, it doesn't matter.
Oh, this shot from Cole was so nice. He slows it down. I think if he hits that with power, Carlo's clearing that out to the corner. But he sees him already in front of the net. He slows it down. That just kicks out perfectly for Dicey in the middle. It's really incredibly done. And more of this offense that we're seeing, success. Wubik is going to try to do this himself. Great dunk over 3. Solo play from Wubik. Gets the dunk over the low boost to Carlo. And the kickoff goals were going against them at the earlier matchup.
Oh, man, are you kidding me, Wubik? Again, it's just been his day. We saw his stellar play in Game 4 of the previous series he was in. And it's now he's starting to take over a little bit. So, with 3 minutes to go, Mankato finds himself down by 2. Lots of time left in the hourglass to get back into this one. But you're not going to be scoring from your own defensive end. Barry's there. He kind of blended in with all the orange in the box there. I thought, I didn't know where he was. I thought that was an open net. Proved me wrong. Centering feet just too far in front of DeCarlo. Bombers back to regroup. And Mankato looking to get something going from square one.
Yeah, it does feel like Rochester is taking control of this game. All these midfield touches are going their way. Seen some bounces work their way. Wubik's done a great job getting some good 50s. Dicey's been in the right position. Cole is holding the pressure, but there have been a lot of midfield balls here as Barry tries to put it on corner. This has been a dangerous place in the past. Carlo, does he have the flip reset? He does, but Cole gets it out of the way and preserves their 2-goal advantage.
Bomber off the ceiling. Guess what? Wubik's there because, of course, he is. 2 minutes to go. Barry looking to get something going again. Sometimes the backboard defense is there for Rochester. Other times it's nowhere. And for me, it's just question marks for Rochester. I can't judge them properly. And for Mankato, that's a missed demo. Dicey all by himself. Bomber's going to clear that down. Wubik's dunked, has a little bit of space, bumped off. Barry circling, leaves just a free ball in the box, and he's going to get punished for it. Just wrong place, wrong time. Just doesn't get anything on that flick.
Oh, Cole played that so well, the slow play. He saw Barry unable to get the flick out to the side, sees that he's stretching for that ball, curves it around, gets a great angle, and sends it far post. Again, the usage of space by this Rochester team is incredibly strong. All 3 of them can control a touch, know what they're doing intentionally with it, and capitalize on the mistakes that the Atlas are having, because we saw their success, Atlas' success in Game 1, came out hot, came out with a ton of shots, and now it's feel like the rhythm has settled down a bit. They've figured out what they need to do. These demos on the back line are really causing issues.
And they're going to tack on another one or not. Cole, just a little too, you could say he was hot and then he was cold.
I like that.
I'll stop. Final 50 seconds here, Mankato down by 3. It was almost 2. As DeCarlo just not enough getting that ball down. Crossbar, the greatest defender any team can have. Rivaled by the post. But now 30 seconds. It's not looking bright for Mankato, and then their backs are going to be against the wall as they potentially have to win 3 games in a row. I'm not going to say the actual term as Wubik tacks on another.
Wow. The pace of play so far is I mean, every chance they're getting, these touches defensively are don't have much power, and
the consistency overall from Rochester has increased tenfold from where we saw them against in the previous series, and that's really all they needed.
Yeah, they just need to just restore, figure it out, get some of these touches, these backboard reads, and really as soon as they've done that, they haven't been too threatened by this Atlas side. They haven't had too many dangerous shots, and we're seeing here that they're really playing with how they want to, and they're going up. I believe it is now. Yeah, now the win for the Rhythm there. Continuing their success, continuing the turnaround, and really putting this Atlas team behind backs on the wall.
And now a 5-1 game for Rochester. Probably the most dominant game we've seen them so far today. And for the Atlas, they were just there. They got the first goal from Barry, and then they were just kind of stuck at midfield. They couldn't really get anything going. And then they were just kind of trapped playing defense the whole time, and that's just not a fun type of way of Rocket League to play. So someone needs to step up. Someone needs to just get the energy back in that team, breathe some life into them. Yeah. Because right now they have a very, very, very tall mountain to climb, and they have one game to do so.
Yeah, it is a tough balance. I mean, you look at the shots, they're equivalent in shots, but it doesn't feel that way. Again, the quality of chances by the Rhythm has been impressive. Their shots off sidewalls have been consistent, backboard options. All around, every offensive means that you could have has been performed by this Rhythm side. And the Atlas, I can't think of anything that was too threatening on the goal.
So for Mankato, they have 5 minutes to gain another life. Otherwise, their season is gone, done, and dusted here for Season 8. Bomber looking to break out. I like the connection to Barry. You got to get player 1 to player 2 down the field. Oh. That's a great demo from Wubik. Take the hit to make the play, young kid. Puts Rochester up 1-0 for the 4th game in a row now, V.
It is what a great play there. That turn, the instinctive return to go back onto offense, seeing that touch dangerously out to the midfield by Barry. And it doesn't seem like a good cycling if Barry's the one who's sending it to the middle and then he's stuck on third man. It's a quick turnaround. It puts a lot on his plate to handle, and it just looks stretched. The demos are really shattering the defensive structure of the Mankato Atlas.
A lot of space, a lot of time. Going to put it a bit too high. DeCarlo trying to chase after that one. Was kind of on top of Bomber. Dicey in the corner now. Cole can't get there. Wubik has to circle back. Bomber lofts one. Cole can't get there. Barry's there. Wubik another goal line save. Bomber fancy off the backboard a little too much. Carlo awkward trying to center. Dicey will rip it away. Bomber trying to get it out of the harm's way. Bounce shot for Wubik. Barry will keep us at a 1-0 scoreline.
Oh, this pressure coming through from this Rhythm side. Any touch that is not fully down the field is being capitalized on and converted to an offensive chance. Cole, great 50. Dicey's up in the air. Can't tuck it away. And Mankato survives once again, but Wubik Lobu's trying to contest this. Gets in DeCarlo's way. Again off the front post. Bomber, there's just nothing too much offensive coming through from this Mankato side, and they keep having 2 people on the field.
They keep getting demoed. They can't set anything up. And then the demos throw the rotations out of sync. Next thing you know, you have 3 players on top of themselves. And Rochester has all the space in the world to work with. And that's the last thing you can give them.
Exactly. We've talked about all day the success of how if you give the Rhythm space, they're going to capitalize. And they're doing what they need to right now. They've already got the goal lead. They're giving you 0 chance of scoring a goal. But now there's a little bit of a lack, and then a great dunk from Wubik.
And they're not exactly sitting on that goal either. They are being aggressive. And it's just with bumps. I don't want to say they're not necessarily trying to score, but that's not their main focus right now. They're just being pests. They're being annoying, making it near impossible for Mankato to break out of their own end, and they've barely been able to do so in the first half of the game.
Yeah, this is the best way to win a matchup, but that is a dangerous interception as it goes across the front of the net. Bomber and Dicey can't get a touch. Somehow gets cleared out down to the offensive end. You see a demo for Bomber trying to reverse the tides of that. And Barry controlling this out into the middle. But again, another dangerous touch out into the middle that's capitalized on Wubik. He's up so early on these balls. Dicey off the backboard. Can Cole contest this? No. Barry atones for that miss, sends to the corner, and now there's a chance here for them to build an opportunity. But again, before I can even change the point, Wubik's there intercepting once again.
Cole going to try to slow this one down. Nice dribble off the ceiling. Was met by, I think, a Bomber way up high. Wubik has to play chase now. Final 100 seconds. Atlas need a 1 goal to keep their season alive. Barry going to fan on it. Cole looking to get this one forward. Bomber will chase this down to the corner. Has Wubik there, beats his man. And Dicey will just throw it to the other corner. Playing it safe. That one's going to get past Bomber. There's a trade. Wubik has a chance here off the backboard. DeCarlo's awkward, still makes the save. Now a chance for Mankato. Off the backboard, Cole gets a touch. Final minute. Barry.
Great touch.
Flip reset to DeCarlo, just doesn't get enough on it. Got a piece of it. Needed about 4 pieces to maybe get that one good to go in. 40 seconds remain. Bomber can't force it on the near post. Cole just looking to stay in front of it. Great touch from Wubik. Bomber, good fake there from DeCarlo. Has a chance, trying to slow this down. 1 to beat. Passes there, it's on the money. And DeCarlo hits cash money. Tie ball game. Mankato staying alive.
Yeah, we've seen signs of life for this Mankato team with that pass, that flip reset by Barry. Great job setting up a teammate. And we see it once again, low boost, seeing that option in the middle, open net. That's what they needed to get some of this team play going, looking for their teammates or options, because the pace of play that Rochester's playing at is rapid. Every touch, they're doing such a great job of intercepting. But there's still time here. They can easily turn this one around. This is a dangerously off the backboard, and Wubik, just as we're singing the praises of the Atlas, he restores their advantage with 15 seconds left.
And really the player of the day.
Oh yeah.
Wubik. To me, hands down. He's done he stepped up when his team needed him. Whether it be a goal line stand or a musty double tap, he can do it all. And as the hourglass begins to wind down, one final push from Mankato. Will it be enough? It doesn't look likely. Hold your horses, maybe not. DeCarlo looking to prove me otherwise, and Rochester once again have punched their ticket to the grand finals.
It is an important showing. Strong by Wubik. I believe there is still one more game they need.
Is there actually?
I believe so. I believe it is 3-1.
You're kidding.
After they won the first matchup. But it's felt like a dominant performance from Rochester so far.
Oh man, that hurts.
They've been feeling the pressure. It feels like this whole series has been incredible by this Rhythm team. The dominance in Game 3 in that game, different story, but it is a good showing and a good performance, and they're getting the goals that they need.
Once again, don't do live math on air, especially in your head. Otherwise, you're going to look stupid like me. That being said, we have one more game.
Or two, or three.
This is true. So we'll go back to Deadeye Canyon. Again, my favorite map. So we'll see what the Atlas have left in the tank. Now their backs are against the wall.
now it's feeling the pressure. And we saw, like I said, we've seen some signs of life. We've seen some team play coming together, but the pace of Wubik, Dicey, Cole, interceptions, it's just been incredibly well done, very comprehensive. they need to mix something up, especially with these demos that could be caused by a lot of things, rotations, not being aware, low boost. I think the boost control of this Rochester team has been very strong, and that's a chance that really needs to be put away for this Atlas side here.
And there's been 3 or 4 potential goals like that this series where Mankato haven't been able to finish, and this series could be flipped the other way if those goals were to go in. Wubik, time, space, and doesn't even need the bump, puts his team in the lead again. And Rochester has awoken. They weren't even supposed to be here, V.
Exactly. Everyone was doubting. Everyone was thinking other teams should be here. Bloomington should go. Des Moines should be here. I mean, Rochester is showing why they got this spot and why they were third at the end of the season, because plays like that, Wubik slowing it down, taking control, looking for that bump, putting the defenders in a tough spot, and he's ready to do it again. Take it to the sky, gets the flip over one. Can he get back to it? DeCarlo shutting that down.
And for the Atlas, you need to find something to go your way. Because right now, you've just been stifled in every way. Everywhere you go, you're met by a Rochester player. And you can't just get bounces to go your way. Barry has a chance there, but Cole's right in front of him.
Yeah, it's just been suffocating play. No free touches coming through for this Mankato side, and you think about the progress that's probably made by this Rochester side. I mean, we've seen that Mankato made it further in the major, has done what qualified through play-ins. You'd think that they'd have this advantage, know how to handle this Rochester team, but they're just coming through with different gravy so far today. The Rhythm are really playing out of their minds, or maybe they have been all season. A great pass from Ubik is just putting
a statement. Really just a statement play again from Wubik, as he's just taken over today. Barry on the near post, a bit awkward, hard to read that bounce pass. And Cole's going to tap that one in. 2-0 for Rochester. And for the Atlas, the world's starting to really crash down on them.
Oh yeah, they really need to see what they can do, see if they're able to get a chance, because we're looking at 2 minutes into this game and we have 0 shots for this Atlas side, and that is, at this stage, being down 3-1, really needing to get goals on the board, scoring a max of 1 goal per game realistically. You need to bring on the offense a bit more.
It is hard to win a best of 7 when you're only scoring 1 goal a game.
Yes.
The odds aren't really in your favor. And we're halfway through this game, and I don't know if a single Mankato player has hit double digits. Correct me, I am wrong. One player has, but they're at 108. You're struggling to get any touches. You're struggling to get any real thing going. I like the patience. Barry just overworked it. That could have been a phenomenal chance. Bomber looking for the double in slow motion. Dicey saves it. Oh my God, I thought that ball was in 100%. And then he was hidden beneath the crossbar, so you couldn't see him from our camera angle.
Oh yeah, you can see Barry got a bump on one in the net. I thought it was for sure going in and clearing the path, but Dicey just pops out of nowhere. And again, back on offense for the Rochester Rhythm. Sack the net, no one can get a touch here. Carlo needs to get this one out. Wubik's not able to get, has room to play with here, but Dicey, great positioning, kicks out open. Barry, who's been the finisher so far for the Atlas, stifled once again, but this ball is not over yet. Great bump from DeCarlo, and Cole is covering this covering defense by Rochester, doing a great job without any bumps, and if you send too many people forward, it's going to come back and bite you, and Wubik makes it 3.
And for Mankato, they had no boost to work with. They didn't have the ball. They all had to retreat back. And they just could not get back quick enough. 3-0 lead now for the Rochester Rhythm. And 3 goals in a minute 20 is possible. Again, I say this a lot, but man, it's hard to say that right now Mankato needs a miracle. That is it.
They need the spark. We've seen Wubik be the spark previously. They need someone to take the reins, pull something off, because they haven't been in sync as much, or any chances that they've had have been stifled. They need someone to come through with some mechanics, some play, setting something up, but they're not going to be able to do that on their own defensive half, and Rhythm don't want that to happen at all.
DeCarlo trying to force something up high. Barry off the backboard. Back to DeCarlo, cleans up. It's a 2-goal game. 40 seconds. It's not over yet.
Yeah, great pass there from DeCarlo. Picks it up top. We're seeing Barry beat out one of the Rhythm players, and a great shot from DeCarlo. That was all 3 players getting in the attack, sending numbers forward. They're going to need to do more of the same with 40 seconds left. They have nothing to lose on the defensive end, and they don't want to feel like they missed an opportunity playing too passive.
It's another demo early for Rochester right off the kickoff. Continuing to be nuisance in the offensive and midfield.
Oh.
Shot bomber is in. 26 seconds. Oh, man. They're knocking on the door now.
It's a great play by Barry. Gets a great 50 and immediately goes straight for Dicey in the net, throwing him off, and that's an open net in all scenes for Bomber, and he's able to put that one away.
And for Barry, he didn't even get a hit on Dicey, but it was the threat that he was there. Dicey had to move. And now 20 seconds is what Mankato has left to score 1. Barry, this one's going to center. Going to fan on it. DeCarlo can't get there either. 3, 2, 1. Misses the bounce, and that's going to do it. Rochester now have punched their ticket.
Yes, punched the ticket to the upper finals. They've looked incredible all game. We've followed their whole journey here at LAN. And coming through with a dominant 4-1 victory for this team, and well-deserved. I think all around they've been playing incredibly. They deserve this upper bracket spot and being the strongest team. And doing so, well, I mean, they got 1 foot in the door, and they only need 3 more wins to tuck it away.
That is true. They do get that 1 game advantage in the grand finals for transferring to the grand finals from the upper bracket. Mankato is still alive their season. They will gonna have to go to the lower bracket, play an extra game.
But this could be a good situation. I mean, we've seen the success so far with Mankato in the lower bracket, making that run to beat Des Moines. And it will be a big showdown. I'm not quite sure on who they're going to be facing. I believe it will be Bemidji. I think
that was my guess from the cheers I could hear down below me.
Yeah, I believe that game went to 7, and it was just back and forth. Great competition between that Fargo lineup and the Bemidji Lumberjacks.
Credit to that Fargo team too. The Challenger team that actually had to play play in Premier League as well. So they played 3 series today. Just mental.
Yeah, and taking them all to such great lengths. First series for the Challenger team, 6 games. Then going on stage, on stream at LAN, taking the St. Cloud Flyers to 7, and then going 7 against Bemidji. I mean, hats off to that Fargo team, keeping it operating and playing greatly throughout the whole run today.
And for that, I believe we're good for a break here, waiting for a thumbs up. And we will throw it to a break here. For myself, Turney Ernie, for my good friend V15. That'll be it for us today. I believe we have a couple more matches our way, and we'll throw it to a break, ladies and gentlemen. For us too, we'll see you tomorrow.
have it just like me. Talk too much with strangers. Get way too serious around family. And I don't have any wishes, but when I kiss you, our lips fit well. And I don't have expectations, but when I daydream, I fall asleep. And our hands melt. It started out as teasing, but I had deeper meaning when I touched your chest. Now I don't know how, but if I did, and I don't have any wishes, but when I kiss you, our lips fit well. And I don't have expectations, but when I daydream, I fall asleep. And our hands melt. But if I did all along, and I don't have wishes, our lips fit well. And I don't have expectations, but when I daydream, I fall asleep. And our hands melt.
We on the top and we ain't gonna fall. It's an obsession, a habit you call. We hitting automatic, never stall. Only got one tactic, do it all. I'm from the bottom, I hate what I saw. I couldn't walk, so I learned how to crawl. They wanna talk when you're back to the wall. So I say later, my aim moving small. Money grows from my intuition. I just bought a crib, that's my first edition. People hate it when you claim a vision, but I use a static when I hit ignition. Hungry moves, I'm faster in a minute. I stay fresh to death, I'm in a mint condition. Forge a heat, no matter where I've been, and give me any contemplation, it'll be a kitchen. This how we flow to the top. I'm on a wave and it never gonna stop. I hit a 3, now we running the clock. 24 seconds, I still block your shot. I'm making this an eternal spot. Permanent stain in the floating block. Don't step to me when I get too hot. I'ma end your life and it's all you got. We on the top and we ain't gonna fall. It's an obsession, a habit you call. We hitting automatic, never stall. Only got one tactic, do it all. I'm from the bottom, I hate what I saw. I couldn't walk, so I learned how to crawl. They wanna talk when you're back to the wall. So I say later, my ain't moving small. Homemade flow, I'm a PVC. There ain't one player out doing just like me. Heart rate froze, check the EKG. I hate wasting time, no eventually. Routine work when nobody see, but I ain't feel the stress, I know it's meant to be. 30 beats, I'm on a killing spree. I made every song in my discography. Yeah, that's every cent, every dollar. I ain't trying to listen to a broke scholar. Making moves to make the money taller. To the cash topping on the Eiffel Tower. Labels calling, I won't wear the collar. With my own drive, I can take it farther. Do it myself, don't ever bother. Been self-made now, shout out to my father. We on the top and we ain't gonna fall. It's an obsession, a habit you call. We hitting automatic, never stall. Only got one tactic, do it all. I'm from the bottom, I hate what I saw. I couldn't walk, so I learned how to crawl. They wanna talk when you're back to the wall. So I say later, my ain't moving small.
You've been hurt before. Never meant to drop your heart onto the floor. I lost my mind. The words came rushing out in the blink of an eye. And I regret the things I said. I never meant to leave your head in a mess. Let go of your hurts and fears. I hope one day your demons disappear. You give me a thought of living, but I can feel your love, it is slipping. I can feel it's there. I can feel it slip away. I can feel it slip away. Time goes by. Oh, so slowly I wish this feeling would subside. I thought I'd be your end game, but after what I said, it's not been the same. Through it all, I'll hold you dear. I hope one day your demons disappear. And I regret.
One final match for the day, ladies and gentlemen. Let's get into it. It's been an incredible day of Rocket League at River Falls for Season 8 LAN. We're finally back on screen. Stewie and Ori are going to bring you the final match of the night. Unfortunately, we will not have the Rising Star lower final. We're going to play that tomorrow morning, but even then, we won't play it tomorrow morning, as I forgot. It's unfortunately going to be a forfeit, as some underlying circumstances happen. We won't get into it at this time, but the grand finals for Rising Star are already set. It's a rematch from the upper semis we saw today, Ori. Chicago Jungle versus St. Cloud Flyers. Now, there's going to be a different St. Cloud Flyers in this matchup, though. This upper bracket final is sure to be one that is going to be insane. You see the teams on the screen. You see the cams. Both these teams won their upper bracket match. Ori. Bubbly, Prussia, and Trash. Wolf, Mogi, and Water. These two teams met in that major final. Derecho took it that time. Derecho had St. Cloud's number. Do we finally see a rewritten script?
This is really interesting, too, because you're playing with Prussia, who's a sub. And although, yeah, Steelhawks played really well, it definitely the fact Prussia having maybe lower goal contribution. I mean, it's really, again, we've gone over this. It's hard to stack up against the best goal scorer in Premier, but the best he can do is enable his team. He did that in his Game 7. He got them here. So, yes, they may lose this game, even if they do. They confirm a match tomorrow to try to play in the grand final.
Exactly.
On the other side, you have Derecho, who have been on fire today. Their upper bracket match, I watched it on the B setup. They were down 3-1, and they came back
all the way
won.
back. Yeah.
Yep.
We talked to Wolf. I talked to Wolf after their series, after that Duluth matchup. They played Duluth in that upper semis, like you just talked about. They took them out, but like you said, they had to go to a Game 7, and they were down 3-1. They made the massive comeback. Now they're going to be tested once again in this series. What do they have to do to finally destroy the demons that have been Des Moines throughout the entire rest of the season? You see the upper final is set, and Quick, if you want to throw it back to us, you can. I'm so excited for this. I forgot my poster, Quick. Can you hand it to me, Quick? I gotta have my prediction for this match. I feel like a different scenario is going to waver today. Something is going to happen.
The stream does not see. Okay, now they do.
Now you see it. This is my prediction for the upper final. The St. Cloud Flyers are finally going to rewrite the script and finish it. Des Moines, your storm's going to end here.
You can see my reaction physically. This is what I like about the standing options. I am looking confused because I don't know what this man is doing here.
What?
I'm picking
It's
St.
Mogi.
Cloud.
So?
You're gonna sow Mogi?
Yeah, I'm
like
gonna
he's
sow
just some
Mogi.
random. You're talking about demons. Mogi is a demon on the field. He is horrifying to play against.
I mean, we saw the stats that they had. Number one in shooting, as far as shots per game goes. They've been number one for the entirety of the season. Goals, they're not top of the list, but they're top 4. Shooting percentage, though, Des Moines has blown everybody out of the water when it comes to shooting percentage.
Yeah.
They do not miss when they get the opportunity. Now, this is their opportunity. Obviously, like you talked about, one of these teams we're going to see in that grand final tomorrow, later on during that day, but one of them is going to have to play earlier on in the day at around noonish. So not a morning match tomorrow if you lose, Ori, but
right.
You will have another chance. That's the good news. You do have 2 lives.
Yeah, and this is a huge match because, yes, you don't completely flunk out of the tournament if you lose this, but winning this puts you in such a good spot.
My God.
You have so much time to warm up, to see how the other team's playing, to prep mentally. Some people might consider that match you play to be a better warm-up, but there's so much stress involved with that because if you lose that, you're out. You are confirmed a second-place finish if you win this.
Exactly, and I mean, second place is great, but
they want the silver.
They want the gold. They want the gold.
They do.
First place taking dome, and I believe we're ready. Actually, we're gonna hop into this game, get it going, ladies and gentlemen. In River Falls, we got our final match of the day. St. Cloud Flyers taking on the Des Moines Derecho. I know JTV's watching at home. He's hoping the Derecho can get this done, as they would go to the grand final and play for a winner takes all. $500 for the winner.
Oh, doubled from last time.
Yeah, double from last time. So shout out to everyone, really. Shout out to everyone in the venue. But game number 1 kicking off, 15 seconds in. I mean, what are we going to see from this side of St. Cloud? They were tested so much. We casted that upper semi, excuse me. They were tested so much against that Fargo Steelhawks side. And now they're able to get the bump off the first play, and Bubbly gets the free open net.
That's business as usual for Flyers. That physicality play is what they're known for. And that's, if you're wondering who Uneven Rabbit on the other team is, that is Trash.
I believe he's on Epic. I believe he had to hop on Epic.
He had to sign it on his Epic account, so that is Trash. If you're a fan wondering who in the world
Uneven Rabbit is.
And Prussia.
We are having more technical difficulties. Gotta love it. Bubbly's hyped in the venue. I love it.
Oh, no.
We are having more technical difficulties. Oh, man, we just can't avoid it. Is it Prussia's keyboard again?
Prussia has, if you're talking about demons earlier, Prussia has some sort of black magic or like demons in his keyboard.
I feel like we should have just kept him on the orange side of the stage. That's on me. Maybe that middle computer likes his keyboard better. I don't know.
Maybe he should just get a new keyboard.
No idea, but,
or, play controller like everybody else does.
Yeah, exactly. Get a controller. Gosh. All right, we gotta stop.
Gotta stop slandering the KVM people.
Yeah, we gotta stop slandering KVM players. But
they're the most mechanical. What we have a Vampel.
Is he the most mechanical though?
Keyboard player.
Yeah, fair enough. But
he's
good
crazy.
News is we can pause the match, Ori. So we have a little bit of we got some time. We can sit here and pause, and they can jump in and out of the game if they're ready or not. But Water coming back in.
Water, also an unknown, I think, right? He was
yes, a rookie this season along with Mogi. So 2 rookies on the side of Des Moines. Talking to Wolf yesterday as well, before this event even started, he said Mogi has experience when it comes with a little bit of LAN experience, but Water has none. Wolf has a ton, obviously, but
oh yeah,
I believe this is a test lobby. Just waiting on everything to get going, but regardless, I think we're just making sure that things are working for Prussia. We'll obviously go back to what we had on the clock, which is around 4:30, I believe, and a 1-0 lead for St. Cloud. Is St. Cloud still get the 1 goal? It will count. So, I mean, we're back to this playing the game of does the goal count? Does it not count? Did they score it before the disconnect happened? But the good news is we are on LAN, so we do have match admin, which is
huge.
A godsend right now. Thank you.
Otherwise,
so much
we'd have those awkward moments. You have to restart the match.
Exactly.
Just sit there and just stare at the ball.
We're sitting there like casting them, trying to set up the time to be perfect. I don't think that would just be cringy. But
yeah.
Regardless, we're gonna get into this, and I think it's still a test lobby. I'm not sure.
Is everybody in?
Yeah, it is 100% a test lobby.
Okay.
Just waiting for things to make sure that stuff works for Prussia. I believe it's still making things. I don't know. I don't know, Bubbly. I don't know. We'll try and
maybe,
get it to work.
Maybe this is going to let Prussia channel his inner Vampel and maybe even play better than him on a keyboard.
So he just completely turns into Goku and
exactly. Yeah.
Channels his
I mean, that's what they're going to need to beat Des Moines. I'm going to be honest with you.
He's going to evolve like a Pokemon. That's what he's going to do.
They're going to need something like that to beat this Des Moines squad. I'm serious. Like
I mean, Ori's right. Really, I talked about it before. Des Moines has had St. Cloud's number all of the last half of this season. In the major, they beat them. In the upper final of the play-ins, they beat them. And the thing is, it's a BDS G2 situation where St. Cloud has never taken Des Moines to a 6th game. I believe both of them were 4-1s in the major and the play-in.
Right.
So we're looking at this as St. Cloud, get to the 6th game. Get to that game 6.
Yeah, but I mean, they
still making sure that things are working or just testing things out. Obviously, you guys are just seeing us. Hello, you're not seeing the game.
They are.
I promise you, the game is being played. It's just we're not radio casting it. We're making sure that Prussia's good to go. Everything seems to be good to go. I believe it was 1-0 in about 4 minutes and 30-ish seconds, 4:20, something like that. 4:20. Shout out.
That's funny, guys. You should laugh.
No laughing. Laughing is for wieners. But I am no wiener in this.
We're trying our best to fill in as they try.
We are doing our absolute best to talk about just random crap. So if you have a question for me,
I'm looking at Twitch chat.
Give me a question. I don't care if it's about American history, British history, French history. Don't ask it in French though, because I've never spoken French in my life.
Someone told us to go get water. We have water bottles up on the desk.
I appreciate that. I need water. Solid H2O.
What do we think of water? It's really good, especially when you have to spend an extra hour of casting.
Water's pretty good. I mean, water's good in for casting. Also, water's good on the field too. It's a lot of flip resets. Really mechanical.
Yeah, water on
the stage. He's pretty good too. Yeah, he hi water. Hi. Yeah, he's waving at me. But
you don't want it on the floor on the stage because they might slip and fall.
No,
that's not good.
That's bad.
Yeah.
That's bad. When you spill your water, complete and utter. I mean, you're just sitting there. You're like all ready to play. You're just and all of a sudden some crash happens. Your teammate goes in your comms in Discord goes, what the heck just happened, man?
Water.
And he looks at you and he goes, well, I just spilled my water all over your
yeah. You break it can get in your keyboard.
Pain in the
It
butt,
doesn't
I tell
work
you
anymore.
what. But I think we're ready to get this game underway. Finally, we're going to get it going. Game number 1. After all the troubles that Prussia has given us, we're finally ready to get in. 4:14 on that clock. St. Cloud up 1-0. Their early goal will count, but now right off the kickoff, Wolf looking for a chance is really for Des Moines, all 3 players, their watch, you have to keep an eye on them. They're so mechanical with the ball in their hands. They're so threatening with the ball in their hands. They're really tough to take down when it comes to the challenge game. But Mogi, obviously that number 1 pick to Des Moines this season, has really, bar none, exceeded my expectations. Really has done a great job of getting Wolf and Water involved in this offense that really is the best offense in the league for the latter half of this season. But the good news, though, for St. Cloud is their defense has been okay on the day, but Trash with a good touch off the backboard. Prussia, open net, will slam it home.
Where is Des Moines' defense here? Open backboard to an open net. Water had to try to pre-jump both of those pass and shot all by himself. The only one in his half, it looks like. I don't know if there is a miscommunication on the rotation back or a bump attempt most likely, but regardless, I was about to start saying Des Moines' defense looks a bit iffy. Prussia scored, and Mogi with the...
Shout out Mogi in the pinch.
That's actually not, that's trash.
Shout out Mogi in the pinches. That was solid.
That was solid.
I will say that.
That was Mogi with the pinch.
I will say
if
that.
you guys watched the show match 1v1 at the beginning of the season, you will know Mogi does not miss these. I don't know how you can get so consistent at what seems like an RNG mechanic, but it is physics-based, so he can recreate it as many times as he wants to. Apparently, he doesn't miss. I'm going to ask Mogi to go 2 for 2 on Cuxer pinches, as he cannot move. He's stuck.
And we will pause the game. And I think we'll maybe throw it back over to us as we have more filling to do, Ori. I mean, what is...
Okay, at least the Rising Star match.
If you could be any dinosaur in the world, what would you be and why?
A dinosaur. I'd probably be like one of those the ones in the ocean, like an alligator, because they didn't die.
They lived through it.
They did.
I'd be a velociraptor.
I was thinking pterodactyl because you can fly. That's pretty cool. Flying.
That is
flying.
Silent P. Silent P.
Flying is a pretty OP ability to move around.
It is a pretty good thing to do. But
Ambrosia in the chat said Fishy. Fishy is not here.
Fishy is 8 out of 10. Fishy 8 out of 10. I'll give him an 8 out of 10. Bubbly 9 out of 10. 9 out of 10. Shout out Bubbly. Ori. 8.7 out of 10.
8.7. I give Stewie a high 5.
Yeah! Out of 10. Out of 10.
High 5 out of 10.
Solid.
Yeah, no, Fishy is not here. Again, I said this before. None of those Bemidji players that won last season are even here. They're not even like qualified.
Not competing. Fishy is here in the venue.
Fishy's here in the venue.
He's supporting his brother, obviously, but
like competing.
None of them are competing. Yeah.
Nope. Fishy got close. Fusion tried to run it with his college team, which honestly that was a good idea. You have your CRL chemistry, but not able to put it pen to paper, I guess.
There's some players in the league that would say he picked a third-round player in a first-round slot.
Yeah.
So, not a great play on his part, but regardless, you have to think about that Season 8 Bemidji team. They were or Season 7, excuse me. were so good on defense. Des Moines historically has had a great defensive, sequence as far as this game goes. And
we get a new lobby.
We're gonna throw up a new lobby, I believe, but regardless, we're gonna have Prussia host it for us. I think as hopefully that curves our problems here, but regardless. This game going to be 2-0 in favor of the St. Cloud Flyers in game number 1. They started off great, Ori. They started off with 2 solid open net shots that they were able to put away. One was off a bump. One was just off a great pass from Bubbly to Trash, and then Prussia was able to clean it up. But if I'm not mistaken, about 3 minutes and 50-ish seconds, something like that were left on that clock. But regardless, St. Cloud is on the blue side. Yeah, I hope they know that. Des Moines is on the orange side. So Water and Wolf, if you want to hop over. But I think we're gonna do a quick test lobby, if I'm not mistaken. But yeah, it looks to be a test lobby just to see if everything is going. You can go back to us quick. Sorry about that, friends. We're just gonna hang out here one more time, but. Yeah, season 9 right around the corner.
Yeah, there's a lot of people. Wolf just hit a crazy sidewall redirect. But yeah, guys, combines. We know we have a lot of people that are interested in combines. We have a lot of people.
Everybody asks about it, man.
All the time. Honestly, I cannot say when they will be. Usually, last season it was around a month after the season ended.
We cannot disclose that information at this time, unfortunately. There will be quite a bit of a break, though, between Season 8 and Season 9. We will not have a quick turnaround like we did with Season 7 and Season 8.
That was really fast.
That was a very fast turnaround, indeed. But you see the stats on the screen. St. Cloud has actually more goals per game, which is interesting because, I mean, you see the saves that they've had to make, but the assists from St. Cloud is just insane. I'm talking about it all weekend. We're going to keep talking about it all weekend.
Yep.
But the demos from St. Cloud, obviously a big part of their offense. Hopefully Prussia is able to get going. But I'm just really looking forward to this series when it comes to mechanics. I will say, besides Bubbly, all 5 of these players on the field are the most mechanical players that we have. Prussia even is a mechanical player himself.
Prussia, he's, I feel like, a lot more reserve player. You don't see him flying in to challenge the ball super quickly. He's very patient, but when he gets that open space, you cannot let off. You have to be respective of that because he has a deep bag of mechanics, and it's hard to defend. Even Bubbly, although like maybe he might not be as fancy, he makes more than up for that, in my opinion, in the fact that a lot of off-ball pressure, that's where most of it comes through. Even like you see the last series against Fargo, that one bump goal, it was someone on Seahawks. They were already so high up in the air, and he comes out like a missile and just strikes them out of the air.
Lousy.
And that's a skill in and of itself. Being able to break the movement of people's cars like that is really tough.
I feel like that's really important, or finding those bumps on the back line. They make it so difficult to rotate. When you have to think about your teammates constantly getting slammed out of the way, it's like, we're never back. They're always deleting us off the field, and that's what Bubbly what Bubbly really and St. Cloud do so well.
That makes it so hard to rotate, and you never know. That might be. I mean, historically, it hasn't been Derecho's kryptonite, but with the way it's going right now, it seems that they're catching Derecho overcommitted, kind of out of rotation with those bumps and those demos. So I don't know. We'll see. Hopefully soon.
And hopefully, we're able to get back into this. I think we're getting into it. We're looking for everything to work through. Knock on wood, but game should be 2-0, and score should be around. Time is what? Around 3:50-ish, something like that. Maybe 3:30, something like that. But
someone said at this rate, the game 7 will be at midnight.
We might get there.
We might get there. We don't know.
We might get there eventually, but
I actually I told the person picking me up that it will probably end at 7. And right now we're pretty good on pace to end at 7 p.m., which in my opinion is not that bad. do we have confirmation that this is the actual?
This is the actual game. We are underway. Prussia will host this game for us, so we're going to see it from his Bacchus Mod POV. But regardless, this is still the final match of the night. The Flyers and the Derecho. The Derecho have had the number of St. Cloud. Like I've said, all of this latter half of the season. And as you see why, as Mogi finds water on the far side of the field, beats Prussia up top side, and Bubbly just left hanging out to dry.
Yeah, I mean, that's just a good passing play as well. Bubbly was kind of left alone, but there's only so much you can do when everybody on the field is using their numbers like that. Everybody on the team participating in a play, so hard to defend. They might get a second one here that's a shot on target, but it's blocked. Trash on the ball. Tries to find Prussia middle. Strike goes high to the right. Mogi on the backboard has possession. This is a scary spot if you're on the side of the Flyers. Mogi on the ball. Not able to do anything with it that time. Water down. Trash able to get a touch out to himself on the sidewall. Again, that's a pass over to Bubbly. Not really able to find the shot on target. Cut away by Mogi. Open space now, Water. Can he find a second to tie the game up? Tries to find a passing play over to Wolf. That's a pinch, but it's blocked away. And Flyers kind of stuck in their own half right now, and Des Moines look hungry.
It's good press, though, from Des Moines here so far. Starting to set up the swarm that has become this Des Moines offense. I mean, they're so good at winning these 50s towards each other and making sure that their shots go through. We're looking for a chance for St. Cloud really to just get that 2-goal lead back, because that would be so big for them if they're able to get that done. Ori, if they're able to make sure that they're up by 2 instead of up by 1, because with Des Moines' offense, no lead is safe, that's for sure. And only a minute 40 left. Prussia towards the sidewall finds Bubbly, looking for one more touch. Prussia looking in field, maybe gonna find something. Water and Mogi pinch it with each other and tie the game.
This came out of nowhere, thought it was safe. Prussia got a touch out, and then out of nowhere, this just goes steaming to your net. 103 kilometers an hour off the bounce. I mean, that's just, how are you supposed to prepare for that if you're on defense? It's all the way in their half. The ball is slow. The play is slow. It's awkward. There's no one that has a clear possession. Then all of a sudden, a zinger of a pinch into your net, and they keep it out of theirs there as they try to maybe find a lead, and they don't want this game to go to OT.
That was a scary touch. Wolf pressing on the front half. Prussia no boost. Wolf is there for the open net and gets it, and Des Moines completely flipped this game on its head. It was 2-0 right away from St. Cloud, who started off hot, Ori, and then we had the big break, and then we had the pauses and the testing of the lobby, and now Des Moines has gotten into form. And
3 unanswered
St. Cloud,
goals.
yeah, St. Cloud again. Des Moines just seems to have their number, and I don't know. I was talking to Bubbly, and he says, how are we going to curb this Des Moines offense? How do you beat this team? And there hasn't been a team that has found a way to beat them since, that major.
I mean, they were good enough to break the 3rd seed curse. We have not had, you said it on stream when they qualified, we have not had a 3rd seed actually qualify for LAN in forever. And they're doing more than just qualifying. They're taking it to this team. They want to find themselves in the grand final. They don't want to have to go through lowers. They want it right now.
And Prussia's touch got away from him. He kind of gave it right to Wolf. Wolf takes the shot. Gets the 4th on the board for Des Moines, and like I said, that 3-1 advantage that St. Cloud could have had really would have helped them out. Trash, 1 touch over the top, looking over for Water, but Mogi will collect. This is what he's good at, getting the ball in his car and staying as Wolf just goes missing. Water covers it. Bubbly towards net, it's saved again by Water. Trash though has the follow-up, and the open net will go through for St. Cloud, who, I mean, how many times have we seen this in the past couple of weeks? St. Cloud pressing and Des Moines able to get out of it for a second. This time, though, St. Cloud will capitalize, and 26 seconds left. Can St. Cloud come back down 2 against Des Moines?
And I like that positioning from Trash on that clear out from Des Moines. It's really hard to judge a touch like that. Can Des Moines keep it alive here, though? Not if Bubbly Reaper has anything to say about it. He tries to take the offense down the field by himself. That pass goes middle. That shot high. And there is a miscommunication on the goal line for Des Moines. No one even jumped off the ground for that.
Huge 50 win. Trash comes across, and I think Wolf thought Water was jumping, and neither of them end up jumping. And tie game with 9 seconds left in game 1. Reminder, this is only game number 1, friends. So
maybe we will end
we got a long way to go, but St. Cloud on the warpath here as they get 2 shots to go through. Now Water, low time in this game. Ball is going to be dunked by Bubbly. Wolf is there. Somewhat redirect from Water. Going to keep it up. Mogi keeps it up as well. Looking for one more touch. As Water cuts out Wolf, Trash going to kill it down. Overtime in game number 2. Ori, we've had 8 goals so far.
Yeah, and Des Moines was pushing the envelope on that 0-second goal. They were looking threatening. Hopefully not a disaster on the goal line will happen this time. It doesn't. Mogi securing that. Dancing around defenders. Gets it around 2. Pressure on his last leg. Gets Demo. There's an opportunity. Mogi with the low 50. It's dangerous in front of the net. Mogi muscling through all 3 players of St. Cloud Flyers. He took it all by himself in this OT.
And Trash just expected Mogi to come in a little quicker. He expected Prussia to cut that play off, and as a result, all Mogi has to do is drive challenge that, and open net for that player in Des Moines. Des Moines up 1-0 in this series so far. The storm is brewing.
Oh, yeah.
And so far, it has taken out a lot of people on their way to get to land.
I was about to say, it's taken out it's taken out more than just St. Cloud. It's a miracle that all of their players are, not all the, not even
players
that.
are here, not even that. Oh, man, but yeah, this snow ratio, if you will, the bane of all of our existence, but
that's the winter in the Midwest for you.
Indeed. And now looking at this from a different standpoint, it is game number 2, going to jump to Forbidden Temple. That is one of our more liked maps for people. They hated Aquadome. I don't know why everybody hates Aquadome.
Why do people hate Aquadome?
I think
is it
Prussia
the metal?
Prussia's at match admin. I forgot. So we're not going to switch game. But jumping into game number 2. Here we go. It is time. And all right, off the kickoff,
right
Mogi
away.
just gets a 1v1 and takes it away.
Hopefully we do not get a disconnect this time. I am praying and hoping. But I think it will be allowed. Prussia looks like he is obviously playing. Unfortunately, that's just Prussia just trying to block off as much of an angle as he could, but Mogi put it right off the backboard, right into his car again, and that's just not kind of an own goal, but I mean, yeah, Des Moines starting out hot.
Trash off the corner. Mogi has it red and collects, but Wolf kind of overran the ball, looking for an infield pass. As Wolf and Water have been back a ton, Ori, in this series and have really miscommunicated quite a bit. Got to clean that up. Otherwise, St. Cloud going to continue to get free open shots. But Bubbly trying to lead the offensive charge for St. Cloud was crucial in that game 7. But it was Trash to step up on offense. He's got to be that offensive demon that we know we've seen on LAN for 2 seasons, at least season 5 and 6, but season 7 did miss him there. But regardless, season 8 back and definitely ready. But Wolf and Water and Mogi just look like a different beast in game number 2 as they're up to a 2-goal lead, and we're only 47 seconds
That
in.
was a beautiful play by Wolf. He could have used his boost to get a second touch, but he was kind of awkward and floating, and he calmed midway through the aerial. I'm leaving, and Water up so quick with that, reacts to that calm so well. Even though he was last, just had confidence in his teammate that was the right call. They almost find a third one. Bounces off the crossbar, but yeah, I mean, Des Moines with really good communication between them. They're feeling it right now. Mogi trying to get something started with that challenge. Water gets bumped off the ball. Trash has some time on it. Awkward chip out. Pressure trying to follow. Not able to find anything. Still staying on it. Mogi turning on this. Has the boost to make a play here. Goes for the flip reset. Bubbly not letting that get around him. And right now, St. Cloud looking for an answer.
St. Cloud look good so far.
As you say
hang on as I say that.
As you say that, Stewie.
Water gets the second on the board for himself and the third for Des Moines, who will dunk all the way through. It's a 2-on-0 that ends up happening, and a miscommunication from St. Cloud. St. Cloud has got to clean up their comms so far because game number 1 was good. Obviously, they came back, but you come back to losing in overtime, and these kickoffs continue to be a problem for St. Cloud. I watched multiple times the cheap player on the side of the Flyers just not read the play and completely overcommit to the ball. If they are going to start beating this Des Moines team on those offensive chances right away in the game, they have got to win the kickoffs early. And I mean, a bump on the back line will still allow Mogi to get out, but Bubbly Maybe one more touch. Water will dunk him through. Trash. Good prop touch for him. Maybe a flip reset to follow it up. Looking for one more, but not a lot of boost to work with. And shut down again by Wolf.
Yeah. Now Mogi on the sidewall. What does he have? Pass down middle, not able to find it. Now out to the sidewall. Wolf trying to recenter it, has more touches, still getting it around more and more defenders. They're starving their boost, they're stealing their 100 pets. Finally, they get a clearance. Trash with this redirect, that's dangerous. Not finding his way on target. Wolf out, has Water on his side, elects to leave it for him. Neither of them make contact. Mogi, though, able to keep it up. So quick on the ball, this derecho side is. They don't have a single moment where there's not a player to challenge. Mogi, though, this might be an opening for St. Cloud Flyers to score. Wolf, patient on the sidewall, doesn't allow that. Only one touch doesn't have the boost. Mogi's so quick to follow it up, out to the corner, still dangerous. Trash, that's a beautiful pop out, cut off though. They're not able to find any upfield clearance. Mogi, he can be dangerous from this angle, not able to find another touch, but that's an interesting double commit, but no one on Des Moines was ready for it.
And I was talking to Trash after their series against Fargo and mentioned that their challenge game, the timing on it has just gotten a little bit better so far, obviously against Fargo, but in this match has gone back to the problems they were having in the first series where the double commits are coming out and players not going when they need to go and not ready to go when they need to go. But I mean, you see what Des Moines does so well, saving boost. I mean, Mogi is allowed to go for that ball again because he saves 20 boost in the tank and able to get off the backboard. And now the press from St. Cloud, another double commit on the front half. This is an open net. Water going to pass to Mogi. Open net for Mogi. Mogi and Water combined for 4 so far. Des Moines on a complete and utter death path.
I mean, it's Wolf to Water to Mogi. All 3 players getting involved when it literally could have just been Wolf hitting it into an open net. That's just the trust in your team. And I mean, they're using all 3. I just feel like every player on the field of Des Moines is being used more individually and as a team than St. Cloud Flyers. And that is just an amazing goal from Mogi. Again, off of Wolf to Water, right back to Mogi. This time on the defense, Bubbly just hit over his head too far away. The pass was just served too well. And 6 unanswered goals right now for Des Moines derecho.
Bubbly trying to possess something for St. Cloud, get some form of offense going, but we're back to this cycle that St. Cloud just gets stuck in against the derecho, where it just seems like nothing goes their way. As Wolf will dunk through, but won't find that goal as they're looking for a 6. Mogi wants more, is hungry for this. Flip reset will be shut down by 2 St. Cloud players. Maybe they catch him on the overcommit, but Bubbly, one touch forward, looking for one more. Plays through, looking for a double off the sidewall. Trash. One into that corner. Wolf goes missing. Open net for Prussia. Wolf, it was Water, who had the save but didn't have a ton of boost, but was able to make it. Mogi a double. Off the backboard, looking for one more. Prussia gonna keep it going, but gets dunked and Trash just to make that save. Wolf is there for the follow-up. Bubbly has the save, but 20 seconds left. St. Cloud just trying to get some offensive confidence.
Yeah, and I mean, there's not much you can do. I like how Des Moines played this out. They increased their lead, but then they just kept peppering the net, and there's no chance that St. Cloud have of scoring if you're just going to keep it on their half the entire time and put another one on the board. Mogi, that is his 4th goal of the game, and every single one of derecho's goals, although it might seem like solo plays, are passes. They're all assists.
I mean, what can you do? You can't shut them down. You can't slow them down. You can't stop them at this point. Is the train is definitely a rolling for the derecho, who are up quick in this best of 7. Up 2-0 right away as Wolf going to kill it down. And we are into game 3 next as St. Cloud completely shut down on that game 2.
I can see it from all the way up here. St. Cloud's faces are grim. They are so locked in on that screen. They're so locked in on that game. I feel like after a 6-0 loss like that, you do need to take a step back and just breathe, because they had them in game 1, and sure, you might chalk it up to the unfortunate DCs and whatever. But I mean, they used that to their advantage last time against Steelhawks, where sometimes they were down, they came back in the game. I feel like they just need to use this time, again, just to regain and rebreathe, because they look just caught out.
Deflated. I mean, that's what I'll say. They look like they don't have any life left. And I mean, they're only down 2-0, but after getting shut down like that, 6-0 is just, it's a gut hit, definitely. A gut check now for St. Cloud. What offense can you produce? You have to go to a different level. And we talked about Prussia in the series in the upper actually before the series even started. You mentioned it. Prussia's going to have to hit another level for St. Cloud to take down Des Moines. But so far, it's all Des Moines. The derecho up 2-0 in this series. What rebuttal do we see from St. Cloud? Do we say a different story than what we have seen the past couple of weeks?
And we'll see that. Maybe they started out right here off a kickoff, swinging the momentum in their favor. Just 5 seconds in, Trash puts one right on the board off a kickoff.
Huge play. Absolutely huge. As Bubbly's able to run in front, get that bump, clean up the back line. Trash gets the open net, able to slam it home. And I mean, there's another kickoff win. St. Cloud again on the offense. When they get these kickoffs, they have been better historically in these games. But I mean, you're obviously missing that offensive juggernaut in Vogs now. But I talked about Prussia's LAN record. Has a ton of LAN experience. Can definitely be the guy to step up. But has got to step up in this series for his team. Is Bubbly and Trash are doing everything they can, but Des Moines are a different animal than a lot of the teams we've ever seen in Premier. It's so good on the offenses. Bubbly gonna pass to Prussia. The drop down's there. Trash is through, and he tries to muscle his way through, but will be blocked out by that Des Moines defense, who will escape. Bubbly running interference. Prussia, top left placement. Wolf has the save. Bubbly finally cleans it up. But Des Moines, man, they made them work for that.
I mean, they almost saved this one too. You saw Water flying in from back post, inches away from clearing that out. That might have been the one to finally break it through, but it does not happen. And I mean, this is basically a do or die game if you're St. Cloud. I mean, reverse sweeps are possible. Water does not want them to see them win a single game. And if you're trying to reverse sweep a team, the worst one that you possibly want to give it to is trying to reverse sweep Des Moines derecho. With the way that they play, they're so suffocating when they feel good. And, I mean, they might find one here. They rebuttal. Wolf cutting it down to just 1 goal.
And this is a similar play from game number 1, where St. Cloud came out hot, went up 2-0, and then gave up 3 goals straight and ended up losing that game in overtime. But still the 1 goal advantage. Obviously, you see what Des Moines is good at, making people miss. Mind games is probably looking for 1 mind game of his own. Trash off the sidewall, looking for 1 more touch. Mogi, 1 more forward, doesn't have a ton of boost. Wolf doesn't have a lot of boost either, as Water committed with him. Bubbly, great touch forward. Monster clear down the field as Water will get demoed for that boost steal, but it's huge because Trash has no boost on the rotation. Mogi, flip reset towards net. It's blocked by Bubbly. Huge defense from the veteran of this team is the pitch comes out in another play that just works for the derecho.
That was formed out of nowhere. Water was bringing this one down. Got it past Trash. Mogi saw the advantage, saw that small gap that he was able to come in and use his man to pinch it into the net. That is an absolutely amazing heads-up play for Mogi, because without that goal does not exist, and Des Moines are not tied to the game right now.
And another kickoff play as Prussia on his back line will get away from Wolf, but the 50 comes out with Water, and he's able to win it. 1 more touch. Mogi dunks through. This is awkward. Water has an open net. He has no boost. Mogi's there for the cleanup. He hits the crossbar. Prussia will clean it away as Wolf pressing with only 2:50 to go. This game almost halfway over, but it has been really back and forth so far. But Des Moines on the press. The snake grip hold, looking for to really suffocate St. Cloud like we talked about, but there's Prussia. Finds Bubbly downfield. The shot is there, and great play from Bubbly to be in the right spot, but better pass from Prussia.
It looked like Des Moines are about to break through and make it a lead of their own, but St. Cloud, he grabbed the rug right out from under them and caught them falling over, because that was a beautiful transition play. Bubbly lurked upfield, waited for the clear, and capitalized off of it. No one was home for derecho. They're down 1 now. Mogi trying to tie it up again. Can't find anything off the dribble. Prussia insta challenging. Gets a beat again. Prussia coming alive here. Now Water off the ceiling, not able to find anything. Trash floats it towards net. Mogi's there to get dunked by St. Cloudflare. 2 players go missing. That's unfortunate. Prussia cannot put away the open net, just slightly high. Bubbly trying to find more offense. Blocked away though. Wolf trying to push this one forward. They want to start getting on offense, but they don't need to do it soon with 2 minutes left. They do have a good amount of time to work with.
And we got to think about, Ori, the pinches that Des Moines have been able to pull off. That has got to be in their minds. The St. Cloud, that's got to be in their head. I mean, it just seems like Des Moines can do no wrong at this point, going for these plays and able to, make them happen. As Wolf doesn't get the best shot on target. A minute 30 still left in this game number 3. You talked about the importance that St. Cloud needs this game. As Wolf still holding the midfield line, looking for a flip reset as he falls on the ball, but Prussia will collect and double commit from Des Moines, but it may work as Mogi looking for one more touch and has the read, but defense from St. Cloud gonna hold for now. Trash will somewhat give up the ball, but will get the clear. 70 seconds now as St. Cloud still holding the 1 goal advantage.
Mogi, he has a sidewall attempt, though leaves it for his teammate, not able to find it on target, and you see St. Cloud just so panicky on defense. They're just trying to get it out. They're trying to clear it, but there's no boost. That demo gives them some breathing room. Water almost bumped off of it. That would have been dangerous. Prussia now finally finding some offense, only able to get it as far as Mogi, who takes it past 2 defenders out to the midfield, but Trash is there to collect it. Water on his back foot. What does he have? Collects the ball, gets it around 2, has open space, has boost, has a teammate on the bump, pops it to the backboard. Trash will be there, and that is a huge defensive stop for St. Cloud. They're not willing to want this game to go to OT.
Water off the backboard. Bubbly has the read, though. Huge read from Bubbly Reaper. Huge step up there. Is Trash going to press forward? And the longer this ball is in Des Moines' half, the worse it's going to get for them as Bubbly presses forward. Wolf's kind of awkward here. Bubbly going to leave it for Prussia. Prussia has to dunk through. That's on target. 1 pass through. Oh, what a play from Des Moines, but somehow Bubbly is on the rotation. Mogi for Water, 2 seconds. Can they hang on? Prussia still trying to hang on for St. Cloud. Trash kills it down. St. Cloud will be on the board.
That was chaos at the end. There was shot after shot, and Bubbly on his defensive line, save after save, did not let Des Moines make that go to OT, and that would have been dangerous if that happened because they would have been coming up.
That play at the end, Ori, the Water
passing
to Wolf to Mogi, and Bubbly just on the perfect rotation. Oh, man, that got scary real quick. But St. Cloud, the good news is they hung on.
Yeah, and I mean, if they didn't, that's a scary OT where you now have a flaming hot and confident Des Moines derecho, and once that storm's brewing, it's really hard to deal with it. I mean, they stay alive in the series at least because if they didn't win this game, they'd have to reverse sweep Des Moines, and I don't want to know if you want to roll the dice with Des Moines.
I don't know if there is a team at this LAN that could reverse sweep Des Moines at this point. I mean, unless Des Moines literally threw the match. With how good Des Moines have been this latter half of the season, that is a massive win for Bubbly Reaper and the crew. But
yeah,
huge step up from them. The good news is they hold Mogi to 0 for 7. So, I mean, that's a rare occurrence.
Still a bit scary, though. I mean,
still a bit scary. But game number 4, excuse me, coming up. 2-1 advantage for Des Moines. St. Cloud 1 game away from aiming up the series.
Yeah, and Des Moines want to take this 2 games right back. They want the series to be over as quick as they can, but not if Trash has anything to say about it. Taking it down the field, gets it past 1, gets it past 2, not able to get it past the last defender. But Prussia will, and that's dangerous on the net. Mogi with 2 huge challenges on his goal line, keeps his team alive as they try to get it downfield. Won't happen. Wolf trying to get something started here. Bubbly still keeping this on. It's dangerous. Water, low boost, almost getting dunked. And they can't get it there on their own half right now.
And huge clear from Des Moines. Finding that play out. Mogi looking for one more off the backboard. Trash has it red though. Water has been good in this series so far. It's really been the Des Moines that we've come to know and love. Mogi and Water on the offense. Wolf holding down the back line. I mean, the only miscommunications we've seen are between Wolf and Water. I mean, Mogi a couple times has been caught, but so far it's been Wolf and Water that need to clean up the defense a little bit, but not trying to harp on those ties too much as they've done a great job in this series so far, getting to 2-1. But now in this game 4, St. Cloud, do we see another step-up performance from them? Can they get it going here? I mean, maybe it's Prussia to step up. It was huge in their major run. Absolutely massive in getting them the points to get to LAN, along with their play-ins run as well was huge. Actually, didn't play. What am I saying? Vox did. Excuse me, but regardless, Bubbly and Trash were huge in their play-ins run. That's just going to be on target. It's not going to. It's what? What in the hell is that break?
It's just bouncing on the goal line and it still goes in.
Are you kidding me?
They find the goal that they were robbed from, but I mean, if you're Des Moines, that's so deflating because you just got away with 10 accounts of first-degree murder with that save, and then you just give up a free open net off of 2 whiffs on some weird challenges.
I don't even know what to say.
And then it's like, it doesn't even happen, but I mean, that's still an unbelievable way to keep it off your goal line. They tipped it, still wasn't out. A player went missing on the goal line. The striker in the box was expecting him to touch that. He didn't. That's an amazing pass, and that's an even better finish from Trash. They want to see this go the length.
What a play from Bubbly. Finds Trash. Air roll into the shot. Power onto that one. 2:55. This game almost halfway over. 2-0 St. Cloud, who jump out quick, and that is absolutely insane. That save. I mean, I don't know how that doesn't go in, but Prussia confirms it regardless. They're running interference. They want to remove the players from the field. St. Cloud has brought out the wrecking ball.
I'm going to lose my voice with how hard I'm having to yelling because these plays, they go pretty hard. I mean, we've had save, we've had shot, we'd have save, we'd have shot. It's over and over again, this high-level play. Neither of these teams looking to want to fall down in this series. Look like Des Moines is pulling away. You're wrong. It is St. Cloud that are coming back in this series. They want to see themselves out on top. They want to see themselves in this grand final. They want to overcome their demons in Mogi, Water, and Wolf. And right now they are accomplishing it. It was Des Moines on the forefront with their 6-7-0 Game 2 win. But right now, St. Cloud putting up a similar effort, 3-0.
And I mean, like you talked about, I don't know what the change is between this game number 2 and number 4, but is it Prussia? I mean, is he giving them the words of wisdom to get this done? Because that is such great patience from Bubbly. Huge save from him. Is another win from Prussia. Is it Prussia? Is it the LAN buff that's getting him going? But I don't know. But maybe some words of wisdom from a guy who has seen a lot of LAN competition. Has won a ton in Challenger. I mean, it doesn't matter where you win, Ori. It only matters that you win and that you've been in the situations. But 3-0 lead. Mogi, flip reset, shut down by Prussia. Water towards net. Another save from Bubbly Reaper. 1:20. And Prussia and Bubbly are pressing. Flip reset from Prussia. And 1:15 still left in this game 4. But St. Cloud still hanging on. Flip reset from Mogi. Chance, but Trash going to shut it down and collect.
You see Des Moines just throwing everything they really can at them, and nothing is falling its way through. Doesn't matter if it's flip reset, a fake, a passing play. St. Cloud have been denying them time and time again. And with the way it's going, it looks like they're going to tie up the series, coming back from being so far down in that game 2. It looks so sketchy, but maybe Des Moines have something left in the tank. They try to put it center, but no one's there for the shot. Prussia collecting the ball, trying to just kill this time lapse on the clock, keeping it so close to the ball. It's so difficult for Des Moines to do anything. And every single second that ticks down is a second less that they have a chance to score the goal. It's a musty. You got all 3 players on St. Cloud to go, but it won't matter. It's to keep it out for now.
Oh, another save as Mogi will press again, but a huge save from Trash off that read. Another one up for 90. Wolf will slam it home. Des Moines not letting this game 4 die. 18 seconds left. We talked about the kickoff troubles earlier on. This game is not over by any means, but And the good news for St. Cloud is they have found a way to play with this Des Moines team where it just seems like Des Moines is not dominating the kickoffs anymore. It's 13 seconds left, probably no boost, but such a great play from him. Takes 2 50s and kills 15 seconds off the clock.
And that's basically the game.
And that is basically it. Yeah, 3 seconds left. Time going to tick away. Ladies and gentlemen, I mean, we're going to 6 at least as we're going to head to game 5 and St. Cloud has an answer.
I cannot. So I thought Des Moines was going to go up 3-1 or 3-0 even with the way that they were playing. But
St. Cloud just has an answer now.
You were talking about Prussia. Yeah, he has experience, but he's getting the stats, to be fair. He's not been the goal scorer. Do not get me wrong. He has not been contributing in putting in the ball in the back of the net, but in literally every other aspect of the field.
He has been
defense,
huge.
saves, demos, passes, literally everything else he's been so good at doing that I'm just so surprised of his skill and his ability to regain in this series. And it's not just Bubbly. Everybody else is also stepping up in this series. You have Trash, who's been the main goal scorer. Trash and Prussia have been trading hat trick after hat trick between each other.
I'm a fan. Hey, yeah. I put my prediction out there. I said they get it done.
I still think you're wrong. I will give credit though. They're playing amazing.
They're playing good. They're playing great. I put my prediction out there. I thought what was going to happen, and we go into game number 5. All tied up at 2 games apiece. Winner of this, like I said, has had the statistical advantage across the board. Can St. Cloud get it done, though? Can they continue to shut down Des Moines on the offense? Because, I mean, Des Moines only scored 1 goal in that last game, and it came really late.
Yeah, but they were the last one to score a goal. They had the momentum, and this is what you said earlier. This is such a big deciding game. Bubbly almost putting that one in to give them the goal lead, but the team that wins this goes on match point. They have such a big advantage. Mogi sniping the net off the counter attack, finds the angle, and finds the 1 goal advantage for Des Moines.
That got hairy real quick, but Mogi able to get the open net, gets the shot in, 18 seconds in. Des Moines has the 1 goal advantage.
It's always been these quick goals.
Exactly. It's been like these quick leads that teams get out to, and then they just hold it the rest of the game. I mean, we haven't seen a lot of comebacks here on LAN. Maybe this is going to be the game to be a little bit different, but
Mogi.
Still, Des Moines just do so good, Ori, at just staying behind the ball. It just seems like they never end their possession. As Bubbly, Flippery set off the backboard. What is this guy? Is Trash looking to press forward. Mogi had an open net, but doesn't get it on target. The read comes in, but Prussia has the clear away, and 45 seconds gone in game number 5. And so far, the only one pressing is Des Moines. As Prussia was looking for an interference play, turn around from Trash looking for a shot, but Bubbly was demoed, so no third man help coming just yet.
Bubbly, though, trying to get something started. They want their goal back. That's dangerous at the backboard. Forces Wider to goal, but what a challenge. Wins it midfield, gets another touch out to his teammate. Mogi's there to intercept. Now, out to midfield. You've seen how dangerous they can be with their passes, but they're forced to respect it. You see them so panicked in such an awkward situation just from hitting it midfield. They're so scared of those passes, but Des Moines has to respect St. Cloud too. That was a dangerous opportunity, but they're able to keep it out. Water trying to pass it out to Mogi. Big clear downfield. Awkward in the corner. No one really in a good spot on defense, but Trash holds possession and St. Cloud pinch it out. Maybe they get a counterattack. You're not able to find a touch, and Des Moines holding on to this 1 goal lead so far.
And I will say, Ori, Des Moines, it is hard to challenge them sometimes because they cut each other off so much. They make sure that each other have the right possession, the right challenge on the ball. And when you're cutting so much, sometimes you can't see those players coming in out of nowhere. As Mogi, flip reset pinch, open net for Water, and hello? We're just not going to score that open net, I guess, as they wanted something fancier and they won't get it. But this game, 2 minutes in, and St. Cloud stuck in their half once again. It seems to be a repeat of game 2 and 1, but not the greatest touch from Mogi, but we'll get the 50 win. Prussia off the sidewall, looking for 1 more press, sorry.
Yeah, and they want their goal lead back. Prussia trying to do it himself off the ceiling. Wolf saying no, but it's not over yet. That's a shot on target. Water on that back line this time will keep it away. Oh, Wolf goes missing. Water gets bumped, but it's not on target. Mogi gets it away from his net, stays behind the ball, takes a beautiful 50. Water now with space, has boost. That's a dangerous 50. Wolf stays so close to the play, though, able to get multiple touches. Now Trash, it's all he has, but it's awkward for Mogi, who somehow recovers, gets back. St. Cloud are hungry on offense. They want this goal, but it's not going to come if Mogi has anything to say about it. Flip reset all the way to midfield. Trash having to make a challenge. Still stays on it. That's an unfortunate 50. Plays out to the back line. St. Cloud right now not having an answer on the offensive end.
Uneven rabbit or Trash, excuse me, what am I saying? Pressure off the backboard. Trash goes off the ceiling, dropping it down. Is Bubbly home? Anyone home for St. Cloud to take the shot? It ends up being Mogi who clears it away, gets the double, and Water pop touch, shut down by Prussia. Wolf, third man. Bubbly looking to remove him from the field. The bump comes in. Mogi is there for the shot. Prussia has the save. Mogi off the backboard, pressing again into St. Cloud's half. The Flyers trying to survive as Wolf and Water on top of each other on the back line once again, but Wolf has the possession, looking for Mogi on the far side. The pinch, they're setting it up again, and you see the threat that they're creating, Ori. St. Cloud have to respect that they're looking for that pinch play, and it has worked multiple times in this series.
Oh, what a save. It's so hard to defend those pinch plays because you don't want to have someone sitting all the way on the other side of the field because they're not able to support their offense. But that bump might be able to find something through. Nothing falling through it, though. No one there to take the shot. Bubbly, it might be him to answer the call. That's a dangerous pop-up middle. The demo comes through from Prussia. There's an open opportunity. They just need to get it through. It's just going to go in. And it goes in. Bubbly didn't hit that one on target, but the mere threat of the pass was enough to make the defender. They had to respect that, and that's just an unfortunate touch.
And Bubbly and Prussia, a lot of the guys running interference on that back line, getting each other open nets. And Ori, you have to think that the demos are going to start to play a factor. Prussia had an open net off that kickoff, just couldn't get enough on it. Bubbly towards the sidewall, going to bump Wolf out of the way as they've seemingly tied the game late. And now Des Moines on a bit of a counterattack. Anyone home, it's Mogi as Wolf will retreat back. Trash, pop touch. This is dangerous.
Oh, no.
Flip reset chance for him. Fakes it out. Mogi, though. Huge save from him. The step up from the young king is
that's
this is an open net. Water has it, and it's an overcommit. It was a bump on the back line.
You were talking about interference, and Des Moines ripped a page out of St. Cloud's book, and they do it the exact same way. And they create an even more open net off of it. They put it away, and they put back their 1-goal lead that they had.
Demo comes in off the kickoff. Trash looking for one more forward 50. We'll get it. 20 seconds left. Mogi just skies it to the ceiling. Will fall on the ball. Has the reset and is able to use it. Bubbly to Trash. This is dangerous. Trash is there with 10 seconds left. And Trash and Bubbly have just pull it out again.
I mean, in the dying light of the game, they tied the game up. They do not want Des Moines to take the series lead. You do not want to give Des Moines the series lead because you might as well be just digging your own grave at that point, but they will not be doing that. 6 seconds left. It's in Des Moines' half. It's a double commit. That's a shot. Prussia steals the game.
I saw them win this kickoff, and I saw that double commit from Mogi and Wolf. Water just has to cover the entirety of the net. And Prussia will step up with 3 seconds left. Kickoff goes right to that corner. Mogi, last person you want on the ball if you're in MCS. Prussia, though, shuts it down. Wolf trying to keep it up. No time left. Water has to keep it up as well. More
what are we seeing?
To the sidewall. Prussia will fake it out. It's going to hit the backboard. Rat Trash all the way down the field. St. Cloud's 1 game away from the grand finals.
What a comeback. You were talking about comeback games, and when Des Moines put away that physical play, that's so tilting in a close game like this to lose to a physical play like that. They came back right off the kickoff and responded so quickly and then just held on to that lead. They did not want it to go to OT, and they did it. I mean, that was scary from Des Moines at the end. They put up a good effort, but I mean...
Is it really? Is it Prussia? I don't know.
I think it's the entire. I mean,
I think it's all three.
I think it's all three. I mean, you saw Bubbly and Trash combine on that last goal to get that, to tie the game up, and then respond with that kickoff, which Prussia did put away, but it was off an amazing pass from Trash. I mean, everyone on, they just found their stride, I think, after they kind of got their first jitters out playing on stage for the first time, and since that point, they've looked way more on form, and I think they're also getting more used to playing with Prussia. I don't know how much experience they have playing with Russia, but it's pretty much zero.
I have an answer for that, Ori. I was talking to, I play with Bubbly and Trash quite a bit. I talked to him about, their practice this week, and Bubbly said, not good at all. And Trash goes, yeah, we lost like every game we played, which is funny because.
Well, I'd rather lose a random ranked game
Exactly. Game number 6, loading on in. Wolf, Water, and Mogi have some work to do. They're down 3-2 as St. Cloud 1 game away from the grand finals.
And Des Moines, they're 1 game away from a Game 7. They could come back and win it. If it was a team to defy the odds, it would be them. What an angle on that shot, and what a pass setup from Water.
Flip reset off the side, off the corner.
Players.
And no boost on the side of Prussia. Was not able to get up to that in time. Another early lead for Des Moines. Now, they squandered that at the end of that game number 5. Will we see a repeat of fortunes as right off the kickoff? Wolf pressing forward. 4:40 still left in this game. Lots of time for St. Cloud to get it going. But, I mean, once they got it going, they were hard to put away as Bubbly may have caught Des Moines out here, but Wolf will remove him. Prussia towards the middle for Trash, who had the important goal at the end to tie the game. What a double after cross! Prussia has the dunk on Moki, but Des Moines somehow they seem to have found. They survived a storm of their own.
That was scary. That was such a good setup, but they're able to stay alive. I talked about this earlier, but these mechanical players, not only can they provide on offense, but that's a miss. This might be dangerous. Mogi, again, the savior on the side of Des Moines. He will not let them concede a goal. They want to find this 1-goal lead as far as it'll take them. And right now, it's only been a minute, but it's even more. Mogi already with 3 saves, I think, in this game. He is unreal. There he goes on offense. Flip reset over a defender. Just unreal performance. As I was saying, these mechanical players, not only can they be good on the ball, they can do fancy things, but they're so controlled with their car. They have such good reads on the ball. They're able to predict so well where people are shooting, where people are placing it, and they're able just to see the field in the future almost with the way they defend the ball. It's something with just the mechanical ability of controlling their car, of controlling the ball, gives them such an edge on defense as well.
I mean, they never overcommit their car in any direction. They're so in control of it, like you talked about. They're so hard to get the ball by. You think of players like Zen, like Fatira. They're so hard to get the ball by because they're all in control of their car. Is Prussia pressing for St. Cloud. St. Cloud has had a lot of the offense. Water. Reverse resets. Looking for something fancy. Is
channeling
Trash.
His inner.
Has the shot. Wolf has the save. That was a 2-on-1. Prussia on the far side. Bubbly. 1 over touch, looking for 1 more. They'll get the pass middle. Trash is there. They fake it out. Trash just beats Mogi and outsmarts him. Bubbly was running interference, and St. Cloud have found an answer off Bubbly's possession.
That's a beautiful touch by Trash. Faked out the shot and places it top right behind Mogi. I mean, this is just crazy. Des Moines, though, they need this win 1-1. Almost halftime. Water off the sidewall, trying to come back to that 1-goal lead. Gets demoed off the play. Now it's over to the hands of Prussia. He's on the ball. You have to respect it. He's going to the backboard. Can he double tap? No. His shot comes through. That can't find its way in. Now Mogi goes missing. Chip towards the net. Not going to be too threatening. Water out to the corner. The Trash is there to collect. Pouncing on it. That's an unfortunate backflip. Double commit on the side. That's dangerous, but they're able to squander back onto the ball. Des Moines, they want their 1-goal lead back.
Water on the air dribble. Trash, though, able to get up. Wolf into that corner. Where's Mogi? He's third man right now. He's going to have to come in and keep the press through the derecho. The storm is brewing here on offense as they're looking for something, but Bubbly shuts it down. A minute 57. That's going to go middle. Trash is there. Tries to fake Mogi out, but Mogi shuts it down. And again, his defense is keeping Des Moines in this series. The miss! That's not
in! What kind of chaos on the back line was that? That was bouncing harmlessly down. Water was already committed to flipping. And that's just an unfortunate miscommunication. I mean, you see both of their cars stop moving. You just got to take that one and try to move on because only a minute 40 left. You're down a goal. You're going to need to at least score 1 more to get it to OT. But knowing this derecho squad, they don't want to let up. Mogi might have what it's in him, but they collide on the back line, and there's nobody home on the side of derecho right now.
Trash has one touch forward, though. Mogi collects, but has no boost to follow. Water has to go, has to get there, and does. Meets the task for now, but a minute 20 to go. Des Moines, you got to tap into some of that derecho magic that we've seen through the latter half of this season. You need it now. Otherwise, St. Cloud is going to walk all the way down that aisle. Infield pass. Trash just fakes out. Water puts the shot on target. Water, though, gets back to it. Wolf kind of loses possession. Prussia dumps it through.
And that's going to make it 2 goals, under a minute left. Prussia, you were talking about him earlier, Wolf, with a missed touch, and Prussia's ready for it. You cannot be slacking on these challenges. Every single little thing will be taken advantage of. And St. Cloud, from the ashes of game 2 right now, have come back. They're up 2 goals in this game 6. They wanted to put away right here. That's another miss on the side of derecho. It's just falling apart.
Oh my
but
God.
They stay alive.
45 seconds, sorry. Trash infield for Prussia. The game 7 step up. The game 6 step up. Prussia does not look like a sub right now, as he is unreal off of that shot. Places it perfectly. 3-goal lead. St. Cloud 40 seconds away.
He bottom left, he's painting the corners of the net right now with the shooting. And unfortunately, the defensive heroics from Mogi was not enough to save them in this game. So they're not completely out of it yet, but 30 seconds left and 3 goals. Des Moines, you're talking about it, they need their magic, but with no boost and no possession, I don't know what they're gonna have to find, but I think it's too far out of their reach. Bang downfield, that's all they really got, and that touch out to the sidewall, another one into their corner. It's not looking like anything's gonna happen, but regardless, Des Moines are not out of it. They have tomorrow left to come back strong, and hopefully maybe we see a rematch of these teams in the grand final. I'd hope for nothing less. Prussia letting it die on the ground. The big step up, as you said, in game 6, did not let St. Cloud die. They went down 0-6 in game 2, and they come back and win the series, winning 3 straight games.
I mean, that is just magic at its finest from St. Cloud. An unbelievable performance from all 3 of those guys in game 6. Completely shut it down. And it was Prussia to do it. Really, the guy receiving a lot of the passes, putting them away, getting
that game
it
5
done.
He put away that game winner.
Exactly. That game number 1 and 2, a complete and utter flip of the script. And I said it. I legitimately said it. I told you guys. I said this is going to be a different story. And what did I say? It was a different story. St. Cloud will go to that grand finals. Now, here's the thing, Ori. We have seen a grand finals, a 1-game advantage.
Right.
St. Cloud are not out of the doghouse just yet. Rochester, who Wolf was on last season, in season 7, went to the grand finals through the upper bracket. We're up 1-0 in that best of 7 series. They didn't win the series.
It was a close game 7.
It was a close game 7.
It was literally 1-0.
Exactly.
But
that's the thing, though. St. Cloud not out of the doghouse just yet, but Des Moines gonna have to regroup, figure out what went wrong in that series. As they're gonna have to play Duluth down in that lower bracket.
I think how many top bracket teams won LAN last season? Did any of them?
I don't think any of them did. I mean, you guys weren't upper bracket.
Yeah, we were lower bracket.
Bemidji and Premier was not upper bracket. Challenger, Rochester was upper bracket. Yeah. They were the only team. I think maybe, I don't remember, Ben could correct me on Prospect, but I don't remember.
Prospect was lower bracket. Lower bracket.
Yeah, okay.
Maybe.
Regardless, thank you so much for joining us for day number 1. It was a blast.
My voice hurts.
My voice does hurt too. I will say that. I'm looking forward to day number 2. Championship Sunday tomorrow, Ori. We're gonna kick it off with that Challenger lower final match. Winner gets the grand finals. They get Rochester, who has seemingly come out of nowhere in this tournament, but it's gonna be the Mankato Atlas and the Bemidji Lumberjacks in that lower final tomorrow at 10:30. I'm looking forward to it.
If you're Des Moines, I'm scared of that Bemidji squad.
I am too.
That is terrifying.
Definitely, and them being down in the lower bracket is crazy to me. They got beat by Rochester. Rochester was insane. I don't know. Rochester came out absolutely nowhere. Shout out Dicey. The land buff is real for him.
Yeah, the land buff is real for Dicey. I don't know.
They have seemingly come out of nowhere, but appreciate everyone joining us, and we're gonna jump to tomorrow. We'll see you everyone at 10 a.m. tomorrow. Hopefully starting at 10 a.m. If we start at 10:30, don't get mad at me. But regardless, we will see you tomorrow for Championship Sunday.